Hello and welcome to this IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering Reading course. In this course you'll be able to have access to all sorts of tips and tricks, techniques and methodologies that will improve your IELTS reading score, hopefully above a 7.5, perhaps even 8 out of 9. These skills will allow you to improve your confidence levels in the IELTS exam, which will improve your speed at which you are reading. In this course, you will have access to 24 past papers. 12 of them will be for academic students who are doing the academic exam, and 12 of them are for general training students who are trying to immigrate to another country that speaks English. Each exam will have a feedback video that gives step-by-step reasons why the answers are what they are. Now, my name is James Castleton, and I've been teaching for 18 years. 11 of those years have been dedicated to improving students' IELTS scores. I'm an ex-IELTS examiner, which gives me a lot of insight into the way the exam works from the perspective of an examiner. I'm also a holder of a master's degree in applied linguistics from Leicester University in the UK, as well as a holder of a diploma in English language teaching to adults from Cambridge University. Now, my aim, as I said, is to get you to around a 7.5 in the reading exam, and all the skills and techniques and tricks that I present to you in this course makes it possible for that to happen. However, you need to work very hard. So I would like you to make sure that you go through as many of the exercises as you can, following them in the order that I've provided them in this course, because they have been organized in that way to help you to expand your skills at a constant but steady rate. Now, your level of English is very important as well. If you start this course at a level of English that is lower than B1 on the European framework, or intermediate, as some people call it, then you might find this course quite difficult. So I would strongly recommend that you have at least an intermediate or B1 level of English before you start this course. If you don't, I'd recommend you enroll on a general English course, either here on Udemy, or maybe there's a teacher in your hometown which will be able to help you to improve your English, because you will find this course quite difficult if you don't have a basic level of English at around an intermediate level. Okay, those of you who do have a B1 or intermediate level of English but still find this course a bit tricky, I would recommend that you enroll on my IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering Vocabulary course. This course focuses on important vocabulary that comes up in the IELTS exam, and it's from that basis of vocabulary that you'll be able to build your skills in the IELTS reading exam. Okay, now if you would like a link to that course, please look at the details section below this video, and there is a discount for all students who have already applied for this course, and it'll be around a 70% discount for those who want to do the Mastering Vocabulary course. Now, let me talk about the way this course is structured. It's a bit different to many IELTS courses, perhaps the ones on Udemy or any other ones that you have seen online. Firstly, this has been put together with a combination of materials from experts in the English language teaching world. But as well as that, it's also got my own personal input. One of them, for example, is called Honey Lexis, something that I've noticed over the years of teaching IELTS. So have a look at that. And you may be wondering why I might have these extra insights. Well, the fact is that I've done over 60 IELTS exams under exam conditions. You may be surprised, actually, that a lot of IELTS teachers have never physically done an IELTS exam under exam conditions. They may have done section 1 by themselves of the reading and then check the answers. But do they really know how to do the exam, the whole exam, sections 1, 2 and 3, under the time pressure that you've got, plus moving the answers over to the answer sheet, all within 1 hour? Well, you'll be surprised, some teachers are not very good at that. And that's different. I personally have done over 60, as I said. And in that time, I've gained a lot of insight into the way the exam setters put in pitfalls, traps, and tricks to get you into thinking about incorrect things when in fact the answer is standing right in front of you. So this is what you will be learning in this course. You may be surprised that some of the times I'm not getting 100% correct. Well, that's because the IELTS exam, both general training and academic, is not only testing your level of English, it's also testing your ability to manage stress, to manage your time, and to manage focusing on the task at hand. And as I am not particularly good with managing my time, this is sometimes where I have a problem. So don't be disappointed, especially when you first start this course, where you don't get a particularly good grade out of 9. By the end of the course, you will be surprised to see how much of a jump, how much of a change you have made over the course in order to get that 7 or 7.5 that you are hoping for. Now let's have a look at the way the course is broken down. You can follow along on this PDF if you want by going to the resources section of this video and downloading this PDF. It's available for you here. Okay. Now at the top of the PDF you will see that we are at the section 1 on the left hand side, and it's at introduction. So this is lecture number 2, and this is the video you are watching at the moment. And in section 1 it's a little bit different to the other sections, and I'll just talk you through it. The first thing that you'll be doing after this video is a practice test, either an academic practice test if you are doing the academic IELTS, or a general training practice test. And these ones here are a little bit different to the other ones. This one is a type of test that I'm going to throw you in the deep end. That means I'm not going to give you any guidance about how to do this part of the exam, this reading part of the exam, because you need to really see how things will be without me giving you any input. And at the end of the exam, after testing yourself after 1 hour, you may be surprised to find that you've got a pretty poor score. Well, don't give up. That is the point of this, is to show you what you how much progress you have made between this first practice test, and then if we go down to the bottom, the final practice test is test number 12. So but between that one and test number 12, and you should be able to track the progress that you have made, the increase that you've been getting over those 12 exams, from, say, for example, only a 4.5 out of 9 all the way to a 7.5. And hopefully that will give you a reason to give me a good review in this course. Now, in this section over here, looking at the academic practice test feedback, this is slightly darker green or slightly darker blue. That's the feedback video where I give you step-by-step reasons why the answers are what they are and why these incorrect answers are incorrect. Now, in just section 1, you've got this pink section here, which is general information about the IELTS reading exam as well as the exam in general. And the reason I've put those here is because I want you to first do a test in lectures 3, 4, 5, and 6. I want you to do one of those tests, either general training or academic, because the information that is mentioned in this pink section is relevant to you having done a test before. Otherwise, you won't really understand what I'm talking about. Okay. Now let's look at a typical section. Let's just go to section number 2, and this is the case for all of the sections. Section number 9 doesn't have a tips and tricks video. It's because I'm focusing on general training to a certain extent, but most of these are in the same format as section 2. You'll see at the top we have a task type video. So this is a video that just focuses on one particular task type. The most common ones I'm putting at the beginning of the course. The least common ones end up at the bottom of the course down here. So for example, this one is short answers, and that appears right at the bottom on section 13. And so you'll see, yes, there are 13, or you could say, yeah, 13 task types in total. Let me just double check that before I tell you. Sorry, 12 task types that come up in the IELTS exam. Okay, and then the tips and tricks videos. Now, these videos are shorter videos that just look at things that you can relatively easily change. So this says work out the context. It doesn't require much practice. It just requires you to remember something about how to take advantage of context of a piece of writing to help your brain be more receptive to the information contained in the text. Okay, and it doesn't require too much practice. It just requires you to remember to do something. However, when we get to the learner training videos, this is where practice is required. These videos are a little bit longer. This one here, for example, I think is around 20 minutes, and it gives you a chance to practice these things, previewing, skimming, and scanning. Okay, and this is related to getting the gist of the exam. Now, then after that, we go on to these practice tests, and you'll see that from section 2 until section 6, so these 5, this is where I actually do the test with you. So if you want to follow along with me, you'll notice with my cursor, I'm doing it online, I'm live, so you'll be able to see where my mouse is pointing, and you'll see that, for example, I go straight to the text. I start reading for gist. Gist means the general idea of the text before I look at the questions. And these are just some of the things that I'll be doing. And it helps you, at least for the first 1 or maybe 2, to watch me. Even though it's almost 50 minutes of video, it helps you to watch me doing it, to get a general idea of how I do things, and then look at the feedback video to see what the answers were. You'll notice that from most of the time I don't get 100% or 40 out of 40. But that's beside the point. You are learning from my mistakes. Okay. Now, the section down below here is the final one, section 13 and 14. That's just the conclusion and the summary. And then section 13, it's only 2 videos at the bottom. By then, you should be ready. By the time you get to test number 12, you should be ready for a real IELTS exam. And remember that in all these videos, I don't use an answer sheet. That's just a sort of orange paper where you transfer your answers over from the question paper onto the answer sheet. I don't use them, so do not forget to transfer those over to an answer sheet, because you have to do that within the 1 hour that you are given for the test. So please don't forget to move it over to the orange answer sheet that you will be given in the real exam. Okay. Now, let me just talk about the little words that have been popping up in the top right-hand corner of your page. These words and their definitions are coming from Longman Dictionary of Contemporary English, and this is definitely one of my favorite dictionaries, and almost all of those definitions come from this dictionary. The reason I like this dictionary is because it uses relatively easy words in the definitions so that you don't have to use a bilingual dictionary. I don't really believe in bilingual dictionaries beyond intermediate or B1 level. So if you are just learning English and you're just starting, absolutely, you should be using a Hindi English or a Spanish English or an Italian English dictionary. But at intermediate level, you should be focusing now on monolingual dictionaries to get your mind ready, thinking only in English when studying English. And so this free dictionary is certainly my favorite. So have a look here. You've got the word, for example, common, the different senses of it, so happening often, a lot, similar, same, and it goes all the way down. Social class, okay, somebody who's common, and it also gives you things like opposites. So the opposite of common is rare, and sometimes synonyms. In this case, there aren't any, but SYN means words that are similar in meaning. Okay, it gives you common collocations, so common among. It's often those two words come together. It's common for somebody to do something. Those things often come together. And another thing I really like is that it gives you a chance to listen to the word in the context of the sentence. So listen.
Heart disease is one of the commonest causes of death.
Or this one.
Bad dreams are fairly common among children.
Okay, and you can hear the word by itself in a British English.
Common.
Or American.
Common.
Okay, so it's really good for that. It also gives you little red arrows like this, which means don't do this. So a lot of people say it is common that children are afraid. It should be common for children to be afraid. Okay, and down below sometimes they give you grammar or thesaurus. These are words that are similar in meaning. So widespread is similar to common, commonplace, prevalent, all of these. So this is my favorite dictionary at the moment, or it always has been since I started teaching. And I strongly recommend that if the word pops up in the video that you don't know what it means, and I haven't put it up in the top right hand corner, then please go to Longman Dictionary. Use this one more than anything else, please, because it will really improve your range of vocabulary. Now, some people say, in fact, that the IELTS the IELTS reading exam is basically a big vocabulary course. Well, in a way, it is, because the way that they're asking the questions relies on you not only to read quickly, but also to understand words within the question that are not repeated in the text. They use synonyms in the questions. Synonyms are words that are similar in meaning compared to words in the text. So I strongly recommend that if you are battling with this course, the IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering Vocabulary course will certainly help you. It's got 1,500 plus, so a few more than that, IELTS related words that will really help you to improve your grade. Okay, now let's have a look at the Udemy site itself. Some of you may have never used it before, and so it's worth having a look at the way it works. So at the moment we're in the introduction section. Here, welcome and introduction. It says 1 minute here, but that's because I haven't uploaded this very video to here. You'll see that when I have included a video, you'll see that the number of minutes that it takes you increases. Okay, let's go to a typical section. So let's go to section 5, for example, and you'll see here it gives you the first lecture is just the details, what you will learn. So in this section, you'll learn about summary completion tasks. You'll learn about what a rubric is and how to use it properly. Lexical sets, what they are and how to use them. And then you'll do practice tests 5. Okay, this is just something I wanted to mention before I forget. Something that I forgot to say when I was making this video. And that's related to these practice tests. Now, if you are doing the exam, the academic exam, it's also worth completing section 3 of the general training exams, because you'll see here that section 3 in the general training exam is the same as section 1 and 2 in the academic exam. By the same token, if you're doing the general training exam, it's worth completing sections 1 and 2 of the academic exams, because for the same reason, sections 1 and 2 in the academic exam sorry, that's a grammatical mistake there, are the same as section 3 in the general training exam. Okay, so if you find yourself needing more practice, then by all means take full advantage of all of the exams here, as well as, of course, the feedback, step-by-step feedback that you are provided with. Okay, and also don't forget that even if you do the sections 1 and 2 of the general training, even if you're planning to do the academic exam, even if you do sections 1 and 2, yes, those are not the type of questions that will come up in the exam, but it is reading practice, and the style of questions are similar. So why not do the whole tests, the whole thing as well, and just see if you can improve on that. Okay, so let's go back to the main part of the video. And if we go to that, okay, there's the video for the task type, and let's just have a look at the options here. So you can slow down the speed at which I am speaking. So if you're really battling to follow me, you can slow it down to half speed and listen.
And sometimes not.
Okay, and sometimes not sounds a bit bad, but anyway, that will slow it down. You can also add notes at any part of the video. If you want to add a note, you just click that and you can add the note wherever the video is.
Okay.
Of course, that's the volume. Now this one here, I don't know exactly why on my computer at the moment it's not giving you the option of 1080p. 1080p is the highest resolution that is available on Udemy. That's usually sitting up here, or at least in autoplay, and that will, or auto something. And that will give you the highest resolution that's possible on Udemy. I recommend that not for all the videos, but certainly for the feedback videos after each past paper, because the text is quite small, and if you've got it at the highest resolution, you'll be able to easily see what words are being underlined and circled. Also, something that's missing here, perhaps because I'm only on preview from a instructor point of view, but something that's missing here is something called CC, or subtitles, closed captions, and these will give you a chance to listen as well as read the subtitles of what I'm saying, in case you need to follow a bit more closely of what I'm saying. Okay, you can make it full screen over here and expand it if you want to make it just longer this way. Now, something to note, let's say, for example, going back up to section 1, there's something called resources on the top right hand corner, and if you click on that here, for example, you can see the Mastering Reading course map. Okay, and that's the PDF. So if you clicked on that, it would download it for you down here, and you'd be able to look at the PDF and see the course map. Every single test has got its own PDF, which you should ideally download and print out. Printing it out will give you the closest similarity to the real exam, unless you're doing it on a computer. But most people will be doing it on paper. This is what I would recommend. It's much easier to do it on paper than it is on the computer, and you'll see a video why that is easier. I'll talk about it in that video. So I would recommend that you get access to a printer and print it out. Either you can do it from your father's work if you're very lucky, or you might be able to get it from the local library, print it out, and pay a little bit for the use of paper and the ink. If you don't have access to a printer, then at the very least, please work out a way on your computer to split the screen so you can see the questions on the left, the text on the left and the questions on the right. And then you fill in the answers on a piece of paper, a physical piece of paper, on the desk or the table next to you. Trying to do a past paper from your phone is going to be difficult. I know that this course is designed for mobile phones, and all the other videos that I've got on here will be fine to do on a phone. But trying to do a past paper, reading the questions and reading the text on such a small screen is virtually impossible. I have tried, and I would recommend you avoid that. Okay, so best idea is to use a printer. Okay, now that's essentially it. If you have any questions about this first video, please remember that there are comments down below where you can write in any questions that you want in the comment section. Let me show you here. Okay, it's not showing me here, but usually there's Q&A. Q&A means questions and answers. So you can go to those, you can type in a question down there, and either me or maybe another student who knows the answer will be able to answer for me on my behalf. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this course. I certainly have enjoyed putting it together. It's taken me a lot longer than I expected because I want to give equal weighting for students who are doing the academic as well as the general training, so that's put in double the amount of work. And I would like you to get that 7 or 7.5 that you are hoping for to get into your favorite university or get to that country that you've been trying to get to for the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. And I'm happy that I'll be able to help you to do that if you follow this course as closely as possible. And just one other thing before I forget. I know that some of you might have difficulty to get through this entire course in time. You might have an IELTS exam coming up in 3 weeks and you just need to get as much practice in as possible. Well, that's fine. At the bottom of this PDF, there is a Mastering Reading course map by video type. Okay, and so for those of you who want to skip out the frequently asked questions, FAQs, and go straight into just looking at all the different task types, the 12 different task types, then you just go to this PDF and you follow which section it's referring to. So if you're interested in the multiple choice task type, then you know you need to go to section 7 and lecture number 51. Okay, so I hope that's useful for you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next video. Okay, so see you then.
Okay, welcome to this video where we will be checking the answers for test number 6 from IELTS academic book number 12. Please do not watch this video until you have attempted this test. It's not going to benefit you in any way if you just given the answers. So try your best to complete this test before you check the answers here. Okay, so let's start off with the first questions 1 to 3, which are over here, and the first one, it says a reference to characteristics that only apply to food production. Okay, and the answer for this one, it can be found essentially in the first paragraph here, because we're talking about two characteristics that distinguish food production from all other productive activities. So because of the word all other, we know that the word only, it applies to food production, so this one is the letter A. Okay. Then over here, number 2, a reference to challenges faced only by farmers in certain parts of the world. Oops. Okay. So we need to find something that talks about certain parts, and if you look over here, you'll find that in B it says farmers everywhere face major risks, right? Weather, climate change, price volatility. However, and here we've got the what we call honey lexis. However, farmers in developing countries must, in addition to these problems above here mentioned here, they must also deal with soil quality, rainfall, infrastructure, and all these extra things. And so these are the challenges that are faced only by the farmers in these developing countries, whereas these ones up here are faced by all farmers. Okay, so you can basically it's talking about all the things below this line here. And then for number 3, a reference to difficulties in bringing about cooperation between farmers. And so the key words here, difficulties and cooperation. And for this one, you actually have to go all the way down. This is unusual. Usually the test doesn't make you go this far down. Also, note how long this is. It's quite a long text, this one. You have to go all the way down to H. And it's talking about, when we look for cooperation, we're looking for words that are related. So cooperatives, obviously, groups, collective action, all of this relates to the word cooperation. And if we're looking for the word difficulties, we can go down here and see that it takes time and effort and money to organize. Okay, those are sort of difficulties, but if we look slightly ahead of that, we can see that this man, Gilton, warned that collective action does not come as a free good. So it does require these things to be overcome, these difficulties to be overcome. Okay, build trust, experiment, all these things. Okay. Okay, now we move on to questions 4 to 9. So we're going to look at the most important words within this one. So the financial assistance from the government does not always go to the farmers who need it most. Okay, so we're looking for poverty, poor, probably, or something like rich. Financial assistance is going to the more wealthy farmers. And if you look over here, we're looking at this person, Rokeya Kabir, commented in her essay that these have not compensated for the stranglehold exercised by private traders. In fact, and she carries on, studies show that 60% of beneficiaries, financial assistance, that's the word there, beneficiaries, that's not the same word, this is what I'm talking about, subsidies. Subsidies are financial assistance. And the beneficiary is somebody who gets the subsidy, so that means people, in this case farmers. So the farmers who benefit from these subsidies are not poor, but actually rich landowners and non-farmer traders. So we've got this lady here, Kabir. So the first answer is D. Okay, from here. Farmers can benefit from collaborating as a group, and we saw this word collaboration, so it's probably down in H again where we were looking before, and it says here groups enhance market opportunities for small scale producers, reduce marketing costs, and synchronize buying and selling with seasonal price conditions. According to Murphy, collective action offers an important way for farmers to strengthen their political and economic power, to reduce their risk. Okay, so all of that is related to the word benefit here, and then the word collaboration. So this is talking about Murphy. So for this one, we've got B over here. And now number 6, financial assistance from the government can improve the standard of living of farmers. Okay, and for this one we have something up here. If we look over here, Shagan Fan, director of the Research Institute, held up social safety nets, and public welfare programs. Okay, so that's financial assistance from the government. Both of them have that similar meaning. In Ethiopia, Brazil, and Mexico as valuable ways to address poverty, deal with or address, similar meaning, among farming families and reduce their vulnerability to agriculture shocks. Okay, so for this one here, improve the standard of living relates to deal with poverty or address poverty. Okay, and so for that one we have C. Okay, number 7, farmers may be helped if there is financial input by the same individuals who buy from them. That's the key word there, same individuals. Okay, because we heard a lot about farmers being helped by governments, but what about people who actually buy directly from the farmers? What if they gave them or helped them out financially when they needed it? And it's written over here, we've got this person, Sonali Bisht, who wrote that community-supported agriculture, community-supported, so people who live in the same town or the same village as the farmer, where consumers invest in local farmers by subscription and guarantee a fair price, is a risk model worth more attention. Okay, and so this, it doesn't say definitely, but it may be. Okay, it's worth more attention. It's related there. So all of this relates to G, Sonali Bisht. Okay, and the word consumers, same individuals, community-related people. Okay, number 8. Governments can help to reduce variation in prices. Okay, and so this one is basically up here because we talked about the swings up and down of over here in D, the up and down movement of what's called futures trading, which is quite dangerous stuff, and it moves the price of goods up and down. Okay, and so have a look here. Sophia Murphy Seeing Alice, analyst, which is when you first meet her, suggested that the procurement and holding, this means buying. Procurement means buying. And holding of stocks by governments can help to reduce, mitigate wild swings in food prices, alleviating uncertainties about market supply. Okay, so this one again is B. Now notice you'll say, oh, B we've used in number 5 already. Well, look here. NB means very important. You may use any letter more than once. Okay, it's very important to read the rubric so that you are clear with how to answer these questions. Okay, number 9. Improvements to infrastructure, that's roads, railways, water, electricity, can have a major impact on risk for farmers. Okay, and this one is right just above here. Mr. Kwanze, president of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, argued that governments can significantly reduce risk, there it is, there's the word risk, it's the same word, for farmers by providing basic services, infrastructure. And he gives examples like roads, water, and food storage facilities, cold storage facilities to reduce losses. Okay, so for this one here, we have A. Okay. Okay, now we're moving on to questions 10 and 11, as well as questions 12 and 13. Okay, and it's asking for which 2 problems are mentioned which affect farmers with small farms in developing countries. Okay, so everything's talking about developing countries here, except for the first paragraph, where the second paragraph, where they mention all farmers. But what we need to look specifically for is small farmers with small farms. Okay, and so we can see here, it moves on to talking about smallholder farmers over here, and they must deal with adverse environments, both natural, in terms of soil quality, rainfall, etc. So these words, rainfall especially, and the suggestion that weather is, when they say rainfall, etc., means other things related to weather. Okay, and so we can talk about weather patterns here for this one here. Unable to get insurance is not mentioned. Lack of irrigation not mentioned. Lack of demand for locally produced food. There's lots of demand, so that's not the case. Having to sell their goods to intermediary buyers. Now this is where I was a bit confused, where I could find this one, because it's not A, it's not B, it's not C, but I had to really look for it. And if you go all the way down to the bottom, to the last page of this, you'll find the answer. And it's talking about this here. That's right. The market price volatility is often worsened by the presence of intermediary purchasers, buyers. So there's the word intermediary again. Okay, and notice this is sitting in a topic sentence. So if you were following the system that I've got in this course, you will have found this word intermediary and you would have underlined it because it's a key word. So it will be quite quick for you to find this. Okay, and you might say, hang on, but this is talking about small farmers. Now this is a bit tricky because this is still related to what's being said in this paragraph here, and if you look, this paragraph is talking about small scale producers. Okay, so it links all the way back down here. And now if we look at questions 12 and 13, which 2 actions are recommended for improving conditions, okay, for farmers? And the answers for this one are also down here. This one we saw already, encouraging customers to take a financial stake in farming, and we saw it over here. Customers invest in local farmers, help them out financially in exchange for a percentage of profits or something like that. Okay, so that's sitting here, and then slightly above here, C, organizing a cooperation between the wide range of interested parties. Okay, and we're talking about a cooperation here, so producers, groups, it's not just farmers working together, but collective action groups. Okay, so it's not just farmers, but people who would benefit from the farmers surviving and everybody working together. Okay, so the key word there, a wide range of interested parties, including over here customers. Okay, so that's sort of connected with D. Okay, oh, here it is. That's what I'm really looking for. All stakeholders, including business, government, scientists, civil society, all of that is a wide range of interested parties. It doesn't say anything about reducing food stocks. Attempt to ensure that prices rise. No, we want more stability for farmers. They don't want it any rising or too much rising and falling of prices. And making customers aware of the reasons, no, it's not mentioned. Okay, so you've just got these two here. Okay, now we're moving on to reading passage number 2. This is an example of a type of text that I probably would have started reading if I'd checked through the text first, because this I find more interesting than the previous text, and so I would like to get as many points on the board as possible. And so sometimes it's better to skip through, find a text that you find more interesting, because you'll be better able to get points on the board, and you'll get less frustrated perhaps with yourself if you try to do the easy questions first. Okay, so let's just have a look at the answers here. So for paragraph A, we've got this, basically it's his plan, what he planned to do, and the word plan relates to this word here, where have I put it, the aim. Okay, so this one here, the aim of the trip was to go and explore the remote hinterland of the west of Cusco. Okay, and this was in 1911. Okay, all right, so there's the keyword there, plan. Okay, now paragraph B, talking about how almost all travelers had left the river at this place and then taken the high pass across, but what he did was something different. He followed a track that had recently been blasted using dynamite to enable rubber production. Okay, so he used a different route, and therefore we've got a new route for number 6 over here. Then number 7, talking about Hispanians are not interested, and in fact he doesn't seem to be very interested either. He seems less keen on the prospect of climbing the hill. So the morning was dull, so not sunny, and wet, raining. So he wasn't very happy. He wouldn't have gone up there. He didn't really want to go up there, but he did in the end. And so we can see that this one here, it's lack of enthusiasm. He's not very interested in doing that. Okay, and then paragraph D, looking down here, he's talking about the discovery and how it seemed unbelievable, a dream, spellbound. So all of that relates to the sort of dramatic description of it, as if it was, he couldn't believe his eyes. And then paragraph E, and this one is in 1984, when he wrote this book, he said how amazed he was, but in fact in his diary, which was it was written at the time, obviously, was contemporaneous. It was more gradual appreciation of his achievement. He didn't realize what he'd actually discovered. And so there's 2 ways of looking at this, and it's mentioned in E. So we look over here and we can see different accounts, different descriptions of the same journey. Okay. And then with F, he came to write the National Geographic magazine. So he broke the story in that magazine. And what do you do with the magazine? You publish it. So that's where he publishes his theory. His theory, he thought that Manco the Great was the birthplace of the first Inca, and so that's his theory, and that's therefore number 7, because it's published in a magazine. And then the last one, G, this is an idea which has gained wide acceptance, so a lot of people believe this, and there we go, there's the word common belief. A common means most people. Okay, so there you've got, if you did well there, you've got already 7 points on the board with the text that maybe you find more interesting than the one above it. Okay, now we're going on to true, false, and not given questions. Number 21. Bingham went to South America in search of an Inca city. Okay, and the answer is true because his goal, there's another word, plan and goal, actually related to the previous question. Goal, aim, plan. His goal was to locate the remains of a city called Vitkos, yeah, so that is true. Then he chose a particular route down this valley because it was the most common route. We know straight away that that's not the case, because most previous travelers had left the river and taken this high pass. He was the one who did an unusual one and followed this rubber track. So that's false, because it's not the most common. Bingham understood the significance as soon as he saw it. We know the answer from above that actually he didn't really understand, because over here, remember, he had a more gradual appreciation of his achievement. He didn't straight away understood how lucky he was to have discovered this. So that's false. And then Bingham returned to Machu Picchu in order to find evidence to support his theory. Well, here's the idea about that theory, okay, and it goes on and on about it being the birthplace, and maybe it was a place where the Incas fled from the Spanish invaders. It's all here, but I can't find anything related to him returning. So he maybe did. It's very possible that he did, but it's not mentioned here. And if it's not mentioned here, even if you know for a fact, maybe you studied this man, and you know from university that he repeatedly went back, but it's not mentioned in the text, okay? So the information given, not your world knowledge, therefore this is NG for not given. Okay, and then choose one word only. Okay, for this one here, the track that took Bingham down the valley was created for the transportation of, and we know this, we've highlighted it here, it's to enable the rubber to be brought up by mules. Mules are another way to say donkeys. Okay, so transportation, brought up, and so we know that this is rubber. They must have had rubber trees in the valley down in this area. Okay, and the next one, Bingham found out about the ruins of Machu Picchu from something who worked in the valley. So people knew about this, but they never said anything to anybody really. So who knew about these before even this Mr. Bingham character? And we can find it here. Where is it now? Here it is. His companion showed no interest in accompanying him up the nearby hill to see some ruins that a local farmer, Melchor, had told him about the night before. So this farmer had known about this for years, but he'd never really reported it. Okay, so the answer for this one is farmer. Okay, now we're moving on to reading passage number 3, the benefits of being bilingual. Bi, meaning two, so having two languages. Okay, observing the something of Russian English bilingual people when asked to select certain objects. And I remember this straight away, it was about the eyes. If we look for the word Russian English, we're studying eye movements. So observing the eye movements, 2 words are allowed, so not just the eyes. And there is an S there, so I couldn't just write eye, observing the eye. That's very unusual because most people have 2 eyes, so it must be the 2 words. Okay, don't forget the S. Okay, so observing the eye movements. Okay, and the results of this, the findings of this, Bilingual people engage both languages simultaneously at the same time, a mechanism known as... Okay, and so we need to look for this. What happens when both things are happening at the same time? And this is called, there it is, language coactivation. And this is one of the things you would have underlined when you were doing the preparation task for before you look at the questions. So you would have underlined this, so it would have popped out at you. Language coactivation. Okay, so this related to the, it says, this phenomenon called language coactivation comes from studying eye movement, so they're related here. Okay. Now the next one is a test called something for focusing on naming colors. Now I remember colors down here, this in this paragraph, and again this word called, so it must be something that most people wouldn't know. It's a type of jargon. And here, this is the word Stroop task. I would have underlined that because it's capitalized. So people see a word and ask to name the color of the word's font. Okay, and so that is called a Stroop task. Okay, and the result, findings, bilingual people are more able to handle tasks involving a skill called, again, this thing is going to be a word that most people don't know. And I'm trying to find it here. Okay, so there it is. For this reason, bilingual people often perform better on tasks that require conflict management. And then straight away it goes into giving an explanation. It doesn't say for example, but you must be able to understand that it goes from here to explain it straight away. A Stroop task or Stroop task if you wanted to be Dutch. Okay, and so conflict management is the answer. Management. Okay, and then this is switching between tasks. Okay, and that's something down here. And when switching, there it is, sorry, here. Switching between two tasks, it shows that they are more quickly monolingual, they have better, there's the keyword, cognitive control. Okay, superior is another word for better. Sorry, this does this sometimes. Control. Okay, and we're just double checking. Two words. Remember, this is a hyphen, so it's not a problem. That's one word. So coactivation, language. Good. We've done all that. Okay. Okay. Now we move on to 32. With yes, no, not given. Remember, yes, no. These are the ones that agree with the claims of the writer, not factual things. Like true, false would be factual, and yes, no are the ones that look at the claims of the writer. Okay, what he believes, what he thinks, or she. Okay, so number 32, attitudes towards bilingualism have changed in recent years. Well, that's true, because over here, in the past, bilingual children are considered to be a disadvantage. However, and there's the word, some honey lexis, advances have allowed researchers to look more deeply, and they've shown that actually there are some clear benefits to being bilingual. So that is yes. Okay, bilingual people are better than monolingual people at guessing correctly what words will be before they're finished. And if you were paying attention, you might have heard or read the word tip of the tongue. Okay, now don't get mixed up with that. Tip of the tongue is I can't quite remember. I know the word. Maybe I know the first letter, or it sounds like, okay, but it's in my mind. I know the first letter, I just can't remember the whole word. That's called it's on the tip of my tongue. Somebody might say, it's on the tip of my tongue. I know the first two letters, but this one here, they are better than monolingual at guessing correctly what words are before they are finished. That suggests that somebody's giving you the first two letters and then you say the rest. Over here, for example, if you hear can, you will likely activate words like candy and candle. Okay. So it's related to this, but also here, because it says for bilingual people, this activation is not limited to a single language. So they're bilingual people and monolingual people are just as good as each other. Okay. Well, actually, it doesn't say just as good as each other. Bilingual, this activation is not limited to a single language. Okay, that's a valid point. So it's not actually given whether they are better or not. Okay, but we do know is that they are also good at it in another language. They're not just related. It's not just stuck with one language. In this case, English with the CAN, candy, candle. Okay, so it's not actually explicitly said that bilingual people are better at this than monolingual. We can guess that they are because they can also do it in another language too. But it's not said here, so this is not given answer here. Okay. Number 34. Bilingual people consistently name images faster than monolingual people, and this is actually the opposite. There are some negative things of being bilingual here. For instance, knowing more than one language, being bilingual, can cause speakers to name pictures more slowly. Okay, so that's actually the opposite, because you've got the word faster, so it's the opposite. So N or no. Bilingual people's brains process single sounds more efficiently than monolingual people in all situations. Okay, the key word here is all. Look out for words like all. Okay, and we're looking for single sounds, so here we've got simple speech sounds. Okay, and so bilingual people's brains process simple speech sounds more efficiently. When monolingual and bilingual adolescents listen to simple speech sounds without any intervening background noise, they show highly similar brainstem responses. Okay, when researchers play the same sound to both groups in the presence of background noise, however, the bilingual listener's neural response is considerably larger. Okay, so yes, when there's background noise, this is true, but there's the trick. In all situations, and there it's saying they are very similar. So this is no. Oops. No. Okay. Number 36. Fewer bilingual people than monolingual people suffer from brain disease in old age. And over here we found the word brain disease. Okay. It's something like, surprisingly, the bilinguals' brains had more physical signs of disease. Okay. Even though their outward behavior and abilities were the same. Okay. Now, this is a bit of a tricky one. I'm not sure if I totally agree with this one here, and I would understand if you were confused. But it says that there are physical signs of disease, but not actual disease, as in their behavior and their abilities were the same. Let's just, sorry, I've just seen something here. I just want to read this. In a follow-up study, researchers compared the brains of bilingual and monolingual patients matched on the severity of Alzheimer's symptoms. Okay. Hang on. So going backwards here, in a study of 200 patients with this disease, Patients reported showing initial symptoms of the disease an average of 5 years later than monolingual patients. Okay, so they delayed the initial symptoms. Okay, so this is still tricky, because what they're saying is that there are physical signs of the disease on the brain, but there are limited, the symptoms of the bilingual patients are not clear. They're not as clear as they are in monolingual patients. Okay, even though the signs of disease are actually worse. They had more physical signs of disease, but here fewer bilingual people than monolingual people suffer from brain disease in old age. Now, that's the key word here is fewer, as in you're going to give a number, a percentage, for example. So 39% of monolingual people have Alzheimer's when they're in their old age, and 42% of bilingual. But there's no percentages here. Okay, so now that I think about it, it's a bit clearer. The key word here is fewer. There's no comparison in terms of percentages. It's just talking about the results of this study of these 200 patients. So this is a not given. It could well be true, but this keyword helps us to know that it's not given. This information is not available to us. Okay, now let's move on to the last 4 questions. An example of how bilingual and monolingual people's brains respond differently to a certain type of non-verbal auditory input. So it's something about sounds that are non-verbal, and we've got all these words here, can, candy, etc. So it's not talking about that. It must be talking about this. Again, the simple speech sounds, a, t, k, b. Okay, so there's no information being carried in those sounds. Okay, so this must be talking about D here. And talking about an example, so here, starting here, when they do this, they show, okay, and so it's an example. Then a demonstration of how a bilingual upbringing has benefits even before we learn to speak. And I remember this is down here with the babies. Something about this 7-month-old babies, so it must be G. And then 39, a description of the process by which people identify words that they hear. So this is talking about a process of how they identify. And if we, let's keep that one there. I want this to go up. If we go to the top here, we can see this process here. So when we hear a word, we don't hear the entire, sequential order. All of this is talking about the process. Okay, and the key word there is process, so it must be B. And then some negative consequences. We saw this down here. So they cause speakers to name pictures more slowly. So that's C. Okay, so remember, you would have to have moved your answers over to the orange colored answer sheet before the end of this exam, so don't ever forget to do that. You're not given the 10 minutes like you are in the IELTS listening exam. You must move your answers over to the answer sheet within the time that you're given, so within that 1 hour. Okay, so what I would recommend is move the answers over every time you finish one section. So there's 3 sections in the reading exam, so you move them over after each section. Okay, so this is your first IELTS test for some of you, and I think it would be a good idea for you to have a look at what grade you would have got. Okay. Oh, sorry, I've gone far too. up here. So if let's find some space at the top here, and we'll use this space here. So it's out of 40, and you need to work out what your grade would be, and I'll show you the internet website where it'll give you the grade out of 9. Okay, so say for example you got 32, right, as an example. Right, let's go to the website. Okay, so the website is ieltstutorials.online/score-calculator. There's a number of other ones, but this is the one I like. So it's a reading. We're going into the academic, and say for example you got 32 out of 40. Your calculation would give you a 7 out of 9, which is good. Okay, and let's put that back here. So that would be a 7 out of 9. Okay, and obviously that would be for many universities, if you're doing undergraduate courses, that would be enough. But if you're trying to do a master's degree, they might require a 7.5. Okay, unlikely to be anything more than a 7.5. I've never heard anyone asking for an 8 out of 9, but you never know. It might be the case for some very prestigious universities. Okay. If you have any questions, please use the space down below where you will have a chance to write in any comments, and either me or another student who is keen can answer the question. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Okay, we're going to be looking at the answers for IELTS General Training, book number 13, test number 2, and you should have already done this test, because I'm looking only at the answers here. We're not going through the test this time. Okay, so the first one was talking about an online roommate finder in Toronto, and it's a true, false, not given, so it's going to be in order. So once I've found the answer for number 1, I don't need to look anywhere in that text to find answers 2 down to 7. Okay, so starting off with the room itself, available, has 2 beds, and straight away it'll be the first thing that they would say, and it's fully furnished with a double bed. Now, double bed is a single bed that has got space for 2 people to sleep in it, but that does not mean it's 2 beds, so this is false. Okay, the Australian in Sasha's apartment is a musician. Now, if you look over here, Simon, he's from Australia, and he is a great drummer, and a drummer is a type of musician, so this is correct. Then Sasha does all the cleaning in the apartment. Remember, look out for words like all, and that's absolutely rubbish, because I enjoy cleaning in my spare time, but sometimes we do it together as a roommate team. So the word all shows that this is false. Sasha likes being in the open air. Yes, we've got the word here. He likes to be in the outdoors. Okay, so that is true. Okay, remember, Sasha says I here, so everything's I'm Sasha, so I love watching movies, so it must be talking about Sasha. Number 5, the room available would be suitable for someone who likes to be quiet. Now, this I found quite strange, actually. It's more likely to say someone who likes silence, somebody who likes the quiet. But to be quiet suggests that that person himself is quiet, as in somebody who doesn't talk much. And I couldn't find anything here about somebody who doesn't talk much. So I don't really like the way that number 5 is phrased, because over here it says that it shouldn't disturb you if people come round, and besides, sorry, here it is. The bedroom is a long way away from the living room, so it shouldn't disturb you if people come around. Okay, and we are very respectful. So really, the answer should be written, the question should be written with silence, and that's why I understand if you didn't get this one, because it's not written here that this person is a quiet person. Anyway, the answer technically for number 5 is true. Number 6, Sasha thinks her apartment is the best in Toronto. Watch out for words like best and all. No, here it says it's a great neighborhood, lots of character, plenty to do, but it certainly doesn't say it's the best in the whole of Toronto, so this is an NG example. Okay, and again, another word like this, never. It doesn't make sense to say never unless they explicitly say it. And here we're certainly interested in living with Canadians as well. They say that they're happy to welcome people from other countries in Toronto, but if there's a Canadian who's interested in living here, we also want them. But it doesn't say that she's never, or he, sorry, never. Is it he or she? I'm actually not sure. Anyway, this one is, again, a not given because it doesn't say that she or he has never had a roommate from Canada. Okay, so for this one here, you had to choose which app the statements are true for. Okay, and again, there's that NB, very important. You may use any letter more than once. Okay, so look out for these bits of rubric to help you. Okay, so number 8, this app can be used for more than one sport. And I found this one for C. So we've got the word sport here. It allows you to track your performance, and then you can use it for fitness tools to track your progress. And there's the word here, run or cycle. Okay, so these two words separated with the word or suggest it can be used for both. So that one is C. Okay, then number 9, you have to pay if you want this app to suggest where you go. Okay, sorry, let's just put this more than one. Remember, this is a comparison word. And you have to pay, there's the key word there. So this one here is D, okay, because you've got the pro version, okay, in relation to the free version. And the pro version gives you a chance to add possible routes. There it is, okay. And yeah, voice coaches. So if it doesn't explicitly say that the app will be giving you the route, whereas this one does say suggest. You can add possible routes, but what if I've made the route? Because yeah, you could make the route and then add it or put it onto this fast track device. Anyway, according to the answer, this one is down here with D. Okay, although it's going to annoy me that it's not explicitly saying that the keyword here is suggest where to go. Okay, next one has well presented visuals. So the keyword here is visuals, and a nicely designed map view. So we've got D as well here. Okay, map view here, and well presented, nicely designed. Okay, then this one here, you do not have to pay for any of the features. So do not have to pay. And this one here is there's no mention of a pro version or a paid version. It's all these features are in one free app. So that's the answer for number 11. Now number 12, you can pay to download true stories on this app. Okay, so again, there's the word pay and then true stories. And this one here is talking about so including tales, stories, another word for tales, are past sporting heroes. You can listen while you run. Okay, and it has in-app purchases, the keyword purchase, which means pay. Highlighting the wrong one. Okay, so that one is B here. And then you can get ideas about where to go from other people on this app. Okay, the keyword there, other people. And so here, you can find user-created routes on this map or share your own. So both of those suggest that other people are able to give ideas. So that one is C. And then number 14 gives you details of the energy that you've used. So details of the energy. And here we've got the calories burned. So you should know what calories are to help you to understand the answer for 14. Okay, so there we go. Okay, now we're going on to section 2, and this is probably a handout from somebody who's talking about team management or management in general, and why you should delegate tasks when you are the manager. And I'll check, you can see what the meaning of delegate is up here. Okay, so for number 15, the important words are ensure team members are aware of any something that are regarding how the work should be presented. Okay, so the key word here is presented. The way that work should be done is another word for done. So they need to be aware. You need to tell them from the beginning, I expect it to be done this way. Okay, and in fact, the word that I've just used there gives you the answer. Okay, because a clear definition of the task. And if you look over here, you can see expectations. Okay, it's the only word, because I need a noun here. Oops. The only word that can fit here is a noun because of the word any. So they need to be informed of any expectations there are regarding how the work should be presented. So clear definition of the task, so you can see why that's the only possible answer here. Okay, number 16, make sure that support is made available if any something exists, okay, as the team member's ability to do the work. Okay, so the key word here is support. So we're looking for something like help, and there we got the word help. And then so here, if you have concerns, worries that someone doesn't have the skills to do the job, make sure you offer them help. So help refers backwards in this case, and make sure support is made available if any concerns exist. It's another way to say if there are or have. So exist is a very formal way to say there are or we have concerns. So concerns exist as to the team member's ability to do the work. So if you're worried that they don't have the skills to do a job, then you need to give them help to do it. Okay. Number 17, ask the team member to detail how the work is developing. For example, here's the key word here. So we're looking for examples by providing a regular what. Okay. And so if we look for some examples, there's the word like as another way to say for example. So like through a report once a week. Okay. So sorry, here it is. So once you've given them a task, let them get on with it. Let them do it. But if you want to know how it's going, then ask for one report a week as an example. So regular report. Okay, and remember, don't put an S there. We've already got a here, so grammatically it wouldn't fit anyway, but never change the word structure. Number 18, don't delegate administrative tasks simply because they are. Okay, and this keyword here, it's simply in this case like don't just because they are. And I would imagine that some tasks are very dull, very boring. So I looked for a word that meant boring, and I could see that there. And so don't delegate tasks such as boring or dull administrative ones just because you don't want to do them. That's not fair. You need to do boring work as well. So the key word, they don't use the word boring, they use the word dull. So you need to use that exact same word. Okay. And number 19, managers can ask a team member to check on the achievement of something at fixed intervals. Okay, so the keyword here is somebody else ask a team member, not you yourself, to check on the achievements of what. Now, what would you achieve? You could say task. If you look for the word task, you could find it, but I couldn't find that word until I saw this here, a weekly target. So you achieve a target, and that is a collocation. So I knew when I saw that, in this case, fixed intervals relates to weekly. Oops, so T-A-R-G-E-T. And there's an S, so I must put an S here. And these are small mistakes that can cost you the 0 point if you forget to put the S, so make sure you do. Now 20, if you risk delaying the whole project. Okay, so the word is delay, and where is it here? Don't micromanage, but if you're not sure what that means, you need to look further. So you risk delaying. Let's have a look. Prevents progress. Okay, so that, now that we found this word and we've seen the word prevents progress, or the phrase prevents progress, let's just check. So don't become the problem on your project that prevents progress just because you're afraid to leave people alone to get on with their jobs, to do their jobs. And now we can generally get the idea of what micromanaging is. Okay, and that means okay, I didn't have space, so I put it there. And if you're not sure what micromanage is, we'll have a look here at the definition. Okay. Okay, now we are looking at choosing the right format for your CV. Okay, some information about how to best structure your CV. Okay, and nicely, fortunately at least, they have given you the areas to look at in the text to find the answers. So something is very common. This is extremely popular, this chronological CV. So first job at the top, first job I ever did, last job at the bottom. Okay, and this provides you, there's the word provide, gives you flexibility because it works on almost all circumstances relating to the word cases. Flexibility. Okay, and then number 22, perhaps inappropriate if there are periods where where there's gaps, where there's no where you didn't work. So the exception, so here it's inappropriate, so very good, usually good, but the exception being if you have blocks of unemployment. Okay, and look here, that's only one word, so I can't say blocks of unemployment. Which word of these is most important? It must be unemployment. Okay, unemployment is the answer for here. Is not easy to explain, difficult to account for. Okay, right. Now the next one is functional, so we're looking at this part, and this is appropriate for people who intend to follow a new something in their career. Okay, so this would be a new career path. So path maybe, because career and path are often collocates. But this is typically used by people who have extensive gaps in their employment history or have changed jobs. Okay, and they want to go in a different direction. Okay, so follow a new. Now I expect some people might have put job here, but remember that says jobs, so I can't follow a jobs because that's grammatically impossible. So the only possible here is direction. And if you change direction in your career, it means you change jobs. Okay. This is suitable for recent graduates, so people who have just finished university or college, and that can create something in recruiters. So it is best used with caution. Used with caution. So I'm saying, be careful. Something about they would see this with suspicion. Okay, and this format is used to cover patchy employment history, so some interviewers may see this as suspicious. So it can create something. Okay, and the word there, suspicion. Okay, used with caution. So people should be careful if you use it. Okay, and now achievement, short one here, focuses on what the person has achieved, and it may be advisable, okay, if the person has no experience in the area. So this can show your suitability for a role that you have no experience in. So it'll show you the achievements that you've made in other jobs that will contribute to your ability to do this job. And so if that's an achievement-focused CV, that might work. Oh, sorry, why am I writing achievement? No experience. In the area of work, at least. Okay, and now a non-traditional, this is people who are in the creative industries and advertising, for example. They might use a more imaginative type of CV. So this allows for attractive use of, now we can find this through graphics, images, which is unusual in a CV, right? Okay, which represents data. And that suits applicants for jobs in marketing and I said advertising, but we'll see if we can find it. Marketing, or find the word media. Oh, here it is. And also work for the people who are going into media too. Okay, so working in a magazine, for example, with demonstrating your ability to lay things out, make it look pretty, present information in a clear yet beautiful manner. Okay, now finally we move on to section 3, and in this section, as I said, this looks quite similar to an IELTS academic style text. So if you want more practice of this, if you're a general training student and you want to really improve on your grades in section 3, then by all means do some of the academic tests. This will help you. Okay, so we're talking about this Tong Qian Long, which is mentioned in the first paragraph right here. So this is we can see straight away this is a summary. So it's probably a summary related to the first 2 paragraphs here. I'm trying to do this without that scratching up, because it starts moving on to Tyrannosaurus rex straight away. So I'm looking over here. And this species of dinosaur has only recently been found in the area of China. So I can see the word China over here. I would have underlined that when I was doing my preliminary reading. Scientists believe that it was bird-like in appearance and probably no bigger than, and then we've got the size of a, and then we've got the word sheep. And it's believed to have eaten, so its main source of food was probably shellfish, because it had a type of beak that it was using to open shellfish. And if you're not sure what shellfish is, have a look up there. Okay, and we've seen the word beak already. Okay, again, a word that you might want to know. Okay, which allowed it to get through the hard exterior of the shell of the shellfish. Okay, the fossil was found surrounded by, and we can see it there, it was discovered in rock itself, and that it hardened from ancient mud. Okay, so surrounded by rock. under the ground were the foundations of a new something. So a new something was being dug. So this was in China somewhere, and they were excavating a site in order to build a, and the answer there, build a school. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay, now we're moving on to question 33, which is a multiple choice question, which does take quite a lot of time to get through because there's lots of reading you have to do. Remember, multiple choice question, always try to write your own words here before looking at the options, because 3 distractors are trying to take your eyes away from the correct answer. So finding new dinosaurs, that's the key word here. And if we look at this, we can see that new dinosaurs are appearing everywhere these days, about 50 each year. Okay, so appearing everywhere suggests that the way he's writing it, this suggests that they're very common. And here we've got this word common, so the answer for this one is D. Okay, in the 4th paragraph, so 1, 2, 3, 4, this one over here, what does the writer suggest about paleontologists? Okay, so these people are the ones who study the dinosaurs, and here we've got paleontologists must rely on studying fossils. Some are convincing. Okay, so it's clear that the bones are, we know the size of dinosaurs, for example. We know that they were probably warm-blooded. Other paleontologists, however, use the same fossils to suggest that dinosaurs were somewhere between cold-blooded reptiles and warm-blooded birds. So some say that this is convincing, others say this is convincing, and more studies are required. So it's not clarity. So the key word here is that they are different ways of interpreting evidence. Okay, so this one is B. Number 35, when describing the theory of how dinosaurs began to fly, the writer is, so we're looking for the word fly because I don't want to look at the options yet. I want to see if I can work it out myself. And we're looking for the word fly or some equivalent, and we would have to look for something like wings. Okay, and this one was a bit tricky one because you had to go right to the bottom to see that basically he's just very excited about future or further research. So this one here is C. Okay. It doesn't say he was confused because this made the keyword here is confused, and that doesn't it's not mentioned here at all. He's not amused. He doesn't find this funny. Because especially that it came out by chance. So the only option here is C. None of these fit A, B, and D. Okay, number 36, one significance of these things. Now, that's an example of a piece of jargon, so I know straight away I just need to look for that exact word, and it's sitting over here. And so one significance is that they, and this is also a case of eliminating answers that cannot be to get to the final one, and the best one for this one is A, because it provides further evidence. Here it says yet another thing that links them to modern birds. Okay, so this the word them refers all the way back to this melanosome, so it does require you understanding the entire text, at least this entire bit of the paragraph. So this one is A. And then 37, which of the following best summarizes the writer's point of view in the final paragraph? Okay, and all of this is talking about an asteroid happened in Mexico, caused wildfires, winds, tidal waves. Asteroid again is mentioned. None survived. So all of that is related really to D here, the effects on the dinosaurs, the fact that it actually killed most of the dinosaurs. The few that did survive became birds. Okay. All right. Okay, so now just 3 more to go. Match each statement with the correct type of animal, prehistoric animal. And remember, again, there's the NB. You may use any letter more than once. Okay, so it may have used feathers to frighten off members of the same species. So it would flare up the feathers, and the same animal, it's another animal but of the same species, would run away. Okay, and this one here, they were probably, the feathers were for display. Okay, either to attract mates or to scare off rivals. Rivals are of the same species, but animals that are trying to take their females, for example. Okay, so that one is D. Okay, and it resembles a large flightless bird that exists today. So we need to think about a few large flightless birds that exist today, and I know two of them. There probably are more, but one of them is ostrich in southern Africa, or Africa generally, and the other one is an emu, which you will find in Australia. So if we can find anything like that, we might be able to. So we're talking about too large. Such creatures were too large to fly. Here we go. There's the word ostrich. Okay, and so again, this is a repeat more than once. You've got the answer D here. So it's ostrich-like. Okay, and then 40, finding this species made scientists revise their opinion on the brain power of dinosaurs. So one of them is talking about extremely intelligent. Okay, and so we need to find something about intelligence. Got the word intelligent over here. So proved that dinosaurs were far more dynamic, flexible in their ability to change their behavior, and intelligent than previously thought. So the answer for this one is C. Okay, so I hope that was useful for you. Let me know if you have any questions about any of these answers, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to this video where we'll be looking at the IELTS reading exam. We'll be looking at the main points of the exam. There is another video called the FAQs, or frequently asked questions, later on where I'll be looking at more specific details about the exam and questions that people often ask relating to the exam. But we're going to look at the main details here. So let's start with who. Who is it for? The IELTS reading exam is different for students. Some of them who are taking the academic exam will be wanting to go to university or college for study purposes. Others are doing the general training exam, and that's for people who want to immigrate to an English-speaking country or for job reasons. Academic can also be sometimes for job reasons as well. Okay, so you should know exactly what exam you want to, or what exam you need to do before you even start studying, because the type of exam is different. Okay, let's have a look at how long. So the reading exam takes 1 hour, and it's different to the listening exam in that you are not given any extra time at the end of the exam to transfer your answers on to the answer sheet. And I'm going to show you what the answer sheet looks like in a moment. But most people, what they tend to do is write all the answers on the question paper itself, and then the last 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes, move them over. But please do not forget to do that, because if you end up running out of time and you've got perfectly correct answers on the question paper but forgot to transfer it to your answer sheet, well, you'll be feeling very sorry for yourself. So what I would recommend then is to move your answers over per section. So each time you complete a section, move the answers over and then continue on to the next section. Okay, let's look at this one. What? The details of the exam. So the exam paper, yes, you can write all over it. It is yours to do whatever you like with. You can tear it, even if you don't make too much noise. You can do whatever you like to it. Okay. The answer sheet is an orange piece of paper. Well, it's printed with orange ink, and I'm going to give you an example of what it looks like in a second. And this is where you will be transferring your answers over onto. And remember, you need to do that within the hour that you're given. Okay, and you can use a erasable pen. It's a pen that you can rub out, or you can use a pencil if you want. If you do want to use a pencil, or if they will provide you with a pencil, please make sure you bring an eraser if you want to rub things out. They will not provide you with an eraser at your center. Okay, and the word count relating to the texts, the academic texts, there are between 750 and 900 words per text. However, the general training, it depends. Sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. Certainly in the last text, so text number 3 is very similar to the academic. In that case, it will be around 9 or 850 words. But the first section 1 and section 2, it can vary. And here's an example of the IELTS answer sheet. So as I said, this is sort of an orange ink with a bit of black. And this is where you'll be writing in your name, your candidate number, the number for your native language that you speak, and then male or female. And you'll be marking whether it's an academic exam or a general training exam. And then you write in all your answers here. Don't write over here. Don't write over here. That's for the markers or for officials to use. This is marked by a computer. You can see this is special code here on the left hand side. This is for a computer to be able to align the piece of paper to the computer scanning device, and that is the reason why you need to write clearly, because it's basically being marked digitally, and there's not really a human looking at it. The only time a human might look at it is if your writing is so bad that the computer can't understand what you've written. So it's always better just to do it properly, write it properly, and then you will get your result a lot quicker at the end of the exam. Not right at the end, it's about 2 weeks later. Okay. Now, just talking about the 3 sections, the number of texts, and sorry, I just forgot. Oh yes, how many? How many sections are there? So there are 3 sections, and it depends on the number of. It depends on which exam you're doing in terms of the number of texts. In the academic, it's always 3. In the general training, it can be up to 6 different texts. Okay. So the section 1 is always the easier texts, both general and academic. Section 2, it gets a bit more difficult, and then by the time you get to section 3, it is academic. And section 3 is academic both in the general training as well as the academic exam itself. Okay. So the first one, the text is usually of general interest at undergraduate level. Okay, so that means you've just got the first year of university, for example, and it'll be about sociology, for example, biology, history, academic journals, textbooks, and relevant magazines. And my video about further practice will give you a lot of examples of where you can find these type of texts, not necessarily in the IELTS exam, but where you can find online texts that are very similar in style to the IELTS readings. Okay, one of them off the top of my head is newscientist.com. Okay, and then in general training, you have in part number 1, 2 or 3 texts. They're relatively short and easy. They're about everyday life. Here you can see how very simple that is. These are different job adverts. You might have travel information notices like this, young person's rail card, or safety information as well. Okay, and this part number 1, if you are a strong student, you may want to go a bit quicker through this, but as I will say again in another video, please double check your answers. Even though it's the easy stuff, I've made mistakes myself. You will see in the video where I've rushed through this a bit too quickly, part 1, because it's so easy for me, and yet made mistakes because I forgot to check or double check, or I missed an answer. Okay. All right, number 2 is the section 2 is for the academic a single academic or general interest text, also at undergraduate level, so maybe first year university, or early postgraduate, so it could be up to first year of master's level, so quite high level. Okay, and here's some examples. So young children's sense of identity, tidal power, and these are, as you can see, similar subjects to section 1 in the academic. In the general training exam, there's always, well, almost always, 2 texts that are related, and they're related to work, job application, or company handbook, for example, so company policies, and those can be, again, job adverts, travel information, and safety information. Okay, so here you've got the company policy about how to dress, what clothing you can wear, advice for immigrants, you know, from a lawyer, or staff benefits for whatever this supposed company offers. Okay, so it's always 2 texts, or almost always 2 texts in section 2 of the general training. Then you get on to section 3, which is always a single text. As I said, both of them are quite long, up to 900 words per text. Okay, and this will be at late undergraduate or postgraduate level, so 3rd year of degree at university or master's level. Okay, and here you've got examples of museums, development of museums, or information theory, what it is. And as I said, the general training part, section number 3, has equally difficult texts as the academic. So by the time you get to section 3, you'll notice a massive difference between section 1 and section 3. Okay, and this one again talks about academic or abstract concepts, and these could be magazines or newspaper articles as well. I noticed this. Yeah, this could be expanded to textbooks from the university. Okay, so Out of the Ashes, for example, talking about what happened to a particular building, and what's this? People who finally be able to fly long distances without a plane. Okay, something about some technology. Okay, so that is the different sections and the texts within that you can find in the IELTS exam. Okay, so let's go on to how you actually fill it in. So filling in the answers, do you capitalize or not? Well, it's up to you. You can write both. It doesn't matter if you capitalize everything. It doesn't matter if you even forget to capitalize the S of Mr. Stevens. Remember, this is a name. In the writing, it would make a difference. In this exam, it doesn't make a difference if you capitalize or not. Although I would recommend keeping everything in caps, because as I said, it's marked by a computer, and a computer will find it much easier to understand your handwriting if you write in caps or in capital letters. The next one is, sorry, let me just go back to, let's just go through these first. So capitalize, up to you. How many words? What do the instructions actually mean? We'll look at that one over here. Let's do it like this. Let's go manually. Okay, so this is what we call a rubric, or instructions for a task. Rubric is always, in the IELTS exam, is always in italics. So you notice it's slightly angled to the right, and that is what you need to pay attention to, because if you don't read the rubric, you can end up making mistakes, like I've done myself. Okay, so here it clearly states that no more than 2 words or a number are allowed. Sorry, and or, that's very important, and or a number for each answer. So 12 fresh crabs is fine, because you've got 2 words here, fresh and crabs, and there's the word and, a number 12. That's acceptable. Fresh crabs would be acceptable. Just crabs by itself would be acceptable, and then just the number 12 would be acceptable. But fresh Atlantic crabs, you can see straight away that's 3 words, there's no number here, therefore that is not the correct answer. More than 12, obviously we've got 3 words here plus the word the number 12 makes it wrong. 12, like this, fresh crabs, I'm not sure, even though it's pointless converting the number that you've got written up there to the letter letter written out form of the number if you're going to make a mistake in spelling. So always stick to the digits if they are provided as digits in the text itself. Okay, so because you've got a chance of this not being correct, as well as making a mistake with the spelling. Okay, and then this would be incorrect as well because there are two numbers here, and it says a number. A means 1. Okay, and remember a is a word, so a signature means 2 words. Okay, so everything is counted as a word. Right, let's go back here. So including grammar words, when are they required? Now, when I say grammar words, I mean words like a or the or prepositions sometimes. So let's have a look at what we say here. Okay, so articles, prepositions, for example, are they important? Well, it depends on what the question is. Is it a note or a table or a form, as opposed to is it part of a full sentence? Now, how are you going to tell whether it's a full sentence or if it's just a table, form, or note? So let's have a look at this. It says write in 1 word only for each answer. So this study of local libraries, possible questions, is a note-taking task. You can see there's the bullet point, and there is no full stop over here. That means you don't need to put the or a. In fact, you shouldn't, because it says only 1 word anyway. Okay, but you can see straight away that there are no full stops at the end of these sentences. You've got bullet points, so you can just put in the word without thinking about the grammar. A bit like in newspaper writing, you'll find that in English newspapers, when they write the title or the headline of an article, they will drop the grammar words. They won't write in the grammar words like the and a, because, well, it saves space. Okay, so think the same way when you get this type of text. Again, with this, where you've got a table, they'll have colons, place. That's not a full sentence at all. So therefore, you don't need to put the post office. You don't need to say the driver, especially if it says only 1 word. Post office, maybe 2 words it might be written here. In this case, you might write the driver, and that might be acceptable. They might have in the answer sheet at the back, it might have the in brackets. But you don't need to write that because it is a table. Okay, now what you do need to look for, let's use the easy one here first. You can see that there is a full stop. That means you will need to think about the grammar. You should ask the driver when to get off. It would be in the text itself, the word the would appear. You are not expected to overthink things and put in the word the unless it's really there in the text itself. So in the text itself, it would be written the driver, and you just take those 2 words and put them in here. Do not add words that are not there already. And the same thing applies here. The one thing you do need to be aware of is that there's a tiny space between the dots on the question paper and where it means that there should be a full stop. So you can hardly see the difference. So what you should be doing then is looking at other questions and seeing that they've got full stops, and so you'll know that this is also requiring an answer that is grammatically correct. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. What about spelling? Is it important? Well, the answer is yes. Spelling mistakes are not okay because there's no vocabulary or grammar exam in the IELTS. Okay, and so for that reason, everything is tested within the 4 skills: reading, writing, listening, and speaking. There are no grammar or vocabulary exams. And so if you make any mistakes in the listening or in the writing or in the reading, in terms of spelling, you would get certainly marks reduced in the writing, and you'll get 0 points in the reading and the listening if you make even a single spelling error. Okay, basically that's what I said. So a spelling mistake means 0 points. Just a point to make is that hyphens are part of spelling or punctuation. So alternatives is the noun, and sugar-free is functioning as a single adjective. So for that reason, we need to put in a hyphen between the two words because there's only one adjective here for the word alternatives. This doesn't often happen, but you would need to look out for that and not forget to write it in if you see it in the text. Don't forget to write in write in the hyphen. Okay, now let's move on to which. Okay, this is a common mistake that people make when you have a choice of answers A, B, C, D. This is actually taken from the listening exam. The listening exam only has 3 options, but in the reading there would be a D here. But this is a common mistake. If the answers are very short, sometimes because you're rushing too quickly, when you transfer your answers over to the answer sheet, you might write in the word partner, which would be incorrect because you're supposed to be looking at the letters A, B, C, and D. Okay, and that would be obviously the correct answer. So just be aware that this can happen sometimes, and especially if you've got short answers like this, single words, always put in the letter, not the word itself. Okay, and what are the question types? Now, obviously this course will be looking at each question type in detail, and so I won't spend too much time on this, but you can see how many different question types there are. We start with the ones that are the most common, so matching headings, with the ones that are least common, like matching sentence headings. Okay, or actually, sorry, this is taken from the general training type of exam, so general training at the bottom here. But as I said, we'll be looking at these in a lot more detail in the course itself. And that's it. So the reading exam is more complicated than you might imagine if you don't give yourself a lot of practice. And that practice does not necessarily have to be in the form of IELTS exams themselves, but you can just start reading more academic style texts if you're doing the academic exam, or taking into account advertising in English, company policy if you can see it in English, and safety notices, things that you would usually find very boring. But if you have access to that, especially if you work in a company that has some English language in the company, then do that if you're doing the general training, because as dry as it is, it's the type of texts you need to get used to. Okay, so if you have any questions about this, the first video, this first video relating to the details of the exam, please let me know. But before you have questions, have a look at the FAQ video, which deals with, for example, how the exam is marked, how many points you get, because that will give you some more answers. And then if both of those videos, this one and the FAQ video, does not answer your question, then please leave a question down below and I will do my best to answer it. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to this video where we'll be looking at the FAQs for the IELTS reading exam. FAQ stand for frequently asked questions, so hopefully the questions that you have will be answered in this video. So let's start straight away with the way the exam is scored. You may require a certain score to get into a university, or if you're doing general training, to get into the chance to get the immigration process started if you're moving to another country. And so it's very useful for you to know what your score is in general. So you might want, for example, to do a past paper of an IELTS exam just to see where you are at the beginning stage of your learning process, and then see where you need to move to. So say, for example, you got 19 out of 40, because there's a total of 40 questions and each question is worth 1 point, then you would get a 5.5 on the band score, and you may, for example, require a 6.5. So you know at least that you need to move up by at least 8 points to get to 27. So that's the academic scores, and the general training is slightly different, also 40 points, but notice even one tiny mistake will end up dropping your score by a half a point on the band score, which is the reason, although the general training exam is easier, this is the reason why people tend to not necessarily get a very high score, because it quickly drops. For example, have a look here. You need to get 27 correct to get 5.5. Here you only only need to get 19 correct. If you don't want to necessarily follow this table, you can go onto this website, ieltstutorials.online/score calculator, and you will get the calculator itself, and you just type in your answer and it will spit out the correct band score for you. Okay, so that's the reading scores and how they work. Now let's have a look at this one. Do I lose points for incorrect answers? I know that some exams in the world will reduce your score if you put in the incorrect answer to prevent people from guessing. Well, that's not the case for IELTS. You will get points for the correct answers, and points will never be removed once you've got them. So always guess the answer. If you run out of time at the end and you've got a choice of A, B, or C, in the multiple choice, A, B, C, D in multiple choice, then just put in something that looks good. Don't worry about whether that's correct or incorrect. It's better to have something there than a complete blank space. Okay. The next one is looking at this one here. What order do the questions and answers come in? This is very useful, very important to know, because if, for example, you've completed questions 1, 2, and 3, you know for a fact that you don't need to look at anything above the answer for question 3 when you're looking for question 4, 5, and 6. There are some exams where you will be expected to look all over the show to find the answers, but you can be sure that most of the exam, IELTS reading exam, is in order. So questions like this, where you have to fill in the answer, these are gap fill or close questions, are always in order. Words where you have the same thing here, short answer questions, no more than 3 words, these are always in order. True, false, and not given are always in order, and ones like this, multiple choice, A, B, C, or D, are always in order. Okay, and that's very useful because most of the exam questions are in this format, so you can be sure that the text, the answers in the text are in the same order as the questions. These, however, are sometimes in order. So table questions, usually they're in order. So you'll be reading something about whatever animal this refers to, then hedgehogs, then song thrushes. But be careful, because sometimes they're not. Okay, so don't always rely on tables being in order. The same thing applies to this, where you have to summarize a paragraph or number of paragraphs in the text, and you're given the options here down in a box. They may not necessarily be in the same order as the text. And then you've got these ones here, which are never in order, and there's obviously a reason for that, because this one is where you have to match the paragraphs to the title of the paragraphs or the general meaning of the paragraphs, and obviously if they were in order, then it would be a very simple exercise. So these are jumbled up and not in order. Same thing here, where you have to match the person who believes this or thinks this or says this. And here, for example, you've got the list of researchers, and those, of course, shouldn't be in order as well, because that would make the task too easy. And then when you have to label a diagram, the labels may be all over the place. It's not necessarily going to be in order for that either. Okay, so that's talking about putting the answers and the questions in order. All right, so let's have a look now at whether you can write on the question paper. And yes, the answer is, of course you can. In fact, you should. You should take full advantage of the spaces around the text, underlining, highlighting, or not necessarily highlighting, because you may not be allowed to bring in a highlighter, but using a pencil, circling, underlining, for example, all of that is encouraged on the question paper. And that is one of the reasons why I personally would recommend against doing the computer-based IELTS test, because making notes is a lot more difficult on the IELTS computer-based exam. You do have a piece of paper. Let's have a look over here. You get, let's have a look. This lady is doing it on the computer like that. You'll get your own headphones for the listening, and the text appears on the left and the questions are on the right. So you split the screen basically. You can right-click to highlight sections of the text, but you can't take notes. And this is what I was saying, you can't take notes on the paper, it's on the question paper itself. You've got to have a separate piece of paper in front of you, and then you can take notes on that, which makes it it's a bit difficult to manage. And I find note taking to be very important, and you'll see in my in some of my videos here where I use notes to help me to understand the text and the question itself as well. So that's one of the reasons I don't recommend doing it this way. However, if you do have eye problems, if you need to increase the size of the font, for example, then obviously this is the answer for you, because if you can't see the text very well on paper, then this is great. You can also copy and paste possible copy and paste is possible for gap fill questions. So those of you who might have problems with spelling, and you, even though you've got the word in front of you in the text, transferring it onto your answer sheet is difficult, then you can copy and paste those questions over onto the answer sheet. And well, one of the negative things is navigating forward and backwards can be confusing. It shouldn't be. These days people mostly know how to use computers and understand how software works, but certainly when they started this program there were some people with confusion about how do I move back, how do I go forward, how do I check my work. Okay, so that's the computer-based reading test, and again, going back to this, why I recommend doing it on paper if you can. Okay, and let's have a look at this one here now. Can I get extra paper to write on? The answer, in fact, is no, surprisingly. You simply have to use the question paper that you've got conservatively, and you can't bring in your own paper. So when I say conservatively, don't write huge words all over the, if you're making notes, don't write in big letters. Keep them quite small so that you've got space to write more notes if you need to. Okay, and this one here is talking about standard English. Is standard English used? Well, basically, yes. When we say standard in inverted commas, it means basically Australian, British, American style English. You won't really notice the difference in spelling between, for example, Australian and English. Of course, in the listening exam, you would notice the difference in accent. But in spelling, Australian and South African and New Zealand English is exactly the same in terms of spelling as British English. But American English is different, okay? So one thing that you need to remember, especially for the writing, is that if you choose to use American spelling in your writing, then you need to keep that going throughout your writing text. So don't start with American and then move to British spelling later on, because they'll notice this as a spelling error. Okay, but it's a very minor thing. So anyway, it doesn't matter what spelling you use in the listening, and it doesn't matter what spelling you use in the reading. Both of those, it can be American or British. Okay, and there's a thing on something called jargon, and jargon is, let's just have a look at that. It's words and expressions used in a particular profession or by a particular group of people which are difficult for other people to understand. Okay, don't worry about that. So you will find this particularly in part 3. They might use a word because it's a scientific article that needs to be explained, and they will put a little star next to it, an asterisk as it's called, and then down below at the bottom of the page you will find the definition for that word, because they won't expect you to know jargon, as in words that are used only by certain professions. You might also find that it's not necessarily asterisked, but it is in brackets. So for example, a recent test I've just done, the word mauve is in brackets. Mauve is a type of color, sort of a purple pink color, and it's not a word that you would be expected to know, but it's in brackets, written in brackets, so that you are aware that it refers to a color and you don't need to worry about what it actually means. Okay, the next one then is how many questions there are. As I said, there are 40 questions. In the academic, there are 3 sections, approximately 13 questions in the first one, 13 in the second, and 14 questions in section number 3. In fact, every exam I've done has been exactly this, but I put approximately the symbol plus minus because sometimes it can change. Okay, and then in general training, the section 1 is 14 questions, and then section 2 has usually 2 texts, so that's 6 or 7 questions per text, and then again section 3 only 1 text, and that's approximately 14 questions. And as I said, there's 40 in total and only 1 point each, so you don't have to worry about weighting. You don't have to worry about, oh, should I answer this question more, or should I spend more time on this question than the other. They're all worth 1 point, so you don't have to worry about which question should be which question you should spend more time on or not. Okay, now let's have a look at this, the true or false typical FAQ about true or false. And the question is, can I write T instead of true? Yes. If you're running out of time and you want to do it quickly, just write the word T on your answer sheet, and that would refer to the word true. And of course you can put Y for if the question is a yes, no, not given question, or NG, which stands for not given. Okay, but please remember not to mix up yes with true and no with false. There's a chance that you might be answered, you might not get the point if you write true or false instead of yes or no, and that's a common mistake. So instead of, don't take the risk. I don't think they necessarily will penalize you, but don't take the risk in case they do. Okay, and then the last one here is a question about brackets. A lot of people have the past papers and they see the answers at the back of the book, of the past paper book, and they want to know what on earth is going on with this. So can I use brackets in my answers? Of course not. You should not. The brackets are there to show that 2 answers are possible. In this case, you can have just garden, which would be correct, or you could have gardens. Okay, and that's a typical thing that in English, at least, people do to show that there are 2 ways of writing a word. Okay. All right, so that's the FAQs, or the frequently asked questions related to the IELTS reading exam, and I hope that's been useful for you. So please let me know if you have any other questions regarding the exam, and put them into the comments box down below so that those questions can be answered so everybody can see the answers. Okay, thank you, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, hello and welcome to this video about the FAQs for the IELTS in general. FAQs stand for frequently asked questions. So there's a FAQ for the listening exam by itself, an FAQ for the reading, the writing and the speaking exams by themselves. But this one deals with the IELTS in general. Things like, how do I get my score? How long will it take for me to find out what my score was? Those sort of questions. Okay, so let's start with the first one. The first often gets asked is, which exam center is best? Should I go to the British Council or IDP? And in fact, there is no difference. The exams are exactly the same. The structure of the exam is exactly the same. A little bit of history about the IELTS. By the way, IELTS stands for International English Language Testing System. So it's an international exam. It's accepted in many English-speaking countries, all English-speaking countries that I know of, and many universities from the Americas and Canada and the USA to Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the UK and Ireland. Okay, so there's no difference between the British Council and IDP. The British Council bought the rights to do the test from IDP. In fact, IDP is an Australian company, and they were the first to come up with the IELTS exam in the 1990s, I believe, and British Council bought the rights so that they now share 50-50 the rights to use the test and to administer the test. So my recommendation for you is to go to the center that is closest to you. If it's an IDP center, great. If it's a British Council center, great, because you don't want the stress of worrying about how to get to the place or taking a long time to get to the exam center. You want it to be a relaxing travel or journey to the center, so that you are in a good mood, in a relaxed state when you start the exam. Okay. Now, what is the UKVI? Sometimes I get asked this question. So the UKVI stands for the United Kingdom Visas and Immigration. So some IELTS are UKVI versions of the IELTS. The exam itself doesn't change. It's exactly the same as any other IELTS exam, except that it is there's got a higher security. So the entire exam hall is recorded on video, so that it can be monitored if there are any irregularities during the exam. There were some incidents where people were paying others to do the exam and pretending to be that person, and obviously the UKVI stops that from happening, because the whole exam is video recorded, and that's usually for general training IELTS, because the UKVI is for immigration and visas, and the general training IELTS is usually for people who want to get visas or who want to immigrate to another country. So the UKVI, usually for the IELTS general training, but there are cases where it's for the academic as well. Okay, so the next question is American or British English. The answer is both are fine. However, you shouldn't mix them, and this is especially true in the writing. If you start using American English in your writing and then you start using British English, that's going to affect your lexical resource, and I'll show you what that means later. Well, no, sorry, your accuracy. But I'll show you what that means later. It's going to affect your score to a certain extent, because they're going to think that you don't know the spelling for certain words. If you're stuck with American the whole way through, that's fine. If you stick with British spelling the whole way through, that's fine. And it applies in all of the exams as well. If you start writing American spelling in the reading and then halfway through you use British spelling, it may affect your mark. It's not guaranteed, but it may affect your mark. Okay, what about the test day itself? Well, you'll be surprised to find out that there are no breaks between the exams. You start with the listening, you go straight into the reading, then you go straight into the writing. And then there may be a break. In fact, there's usually a break before you start doing the speaking. Your speaking exam might happen on the same day, or it could even happen on another day. And you'll have to come back to the exam center to do your speaking. Usually it happens on the same day though. So the entire exam, except the speaking, takes 2 hours and 40 minutes. So you make sure that you drink something before you start the exam, eat something before you start the exam. You are allowed to bring in a bottle of water, but that's all. Nothing else, no juices or anything like this. And go to the toilet before the exam, because yes, you can go to the toilet during the exam, but of course you're going to lose time by doing that. Okay, the next question is about what I can bring into the exam, and basically you can't bring anything into the exam except, as I said, your water bottle, an eraser, the rubber for removing pencil marks, and in the writing, a pen. Okay, so you can bring those to the exam center. You can bring mobile phones, you can bring anything, you can bring a bag to the exam center, but they won't let you through the doors into the exam room with those things. So that even includes watches, mobile phones, food, things like that. You have to take your watch off and you'll leave it in a locker, and a locker is a special secure, but with a little door, and you put your stuff in there and you lock it and keep the key. Okay. Now let's talk about how many times you're allowed to do the exam. You have no limit. You can try and try again if you like, but of course it's about how much you can afford. The exam, I believe now, is around 230 or 240 pounds per exam, and that's a large amount of money for anybody, even if you are quite wealthy. So try and get the exam result that you want the first time, obviously, and that's why we are doing this course. So there's no limit, and some people say, oh well, this is one great way to make money, and it's true. IELTS makes a lot of money off people who don't prepare properly for the first exam and then have to do it a second or even a third time. Okay, disabilities. Please notify the exam center well in advance. When I say well in advance, I mean up to 3 months before your exam. If you have problems with your sight, so you can't see very well, or you have color blindness, or you have hearing problems, or if you have reading problems, if you have dyslexia, because there are ways and means of resolving that issue for you through the way that the test is administered. Okay. Now you may be wondering about your band score. Now this is quite a detailed section, so I'm going to go into it, but not that detailed, because I'll be speaking about these in a lot more detail in the individual in the individual courses. So the listening course will have a lot more detail, the reading, the writing, the speaking, but this is an overview of your bands. So there are 4 sections in the whole exam: reading, writing, listening and speaking, and all of them are equally weighted. So that's 25% for the reading, 25% for the writing, speaking and listening, multiplied by 4 equals 100%. So for example, if you got 8 for your listening, which was a fantastic mark, 7.5 for your reading, 7 for your writing and 7.5 for your speaking, then the overall is all of those added up, divided by 4, and you get 7.5. Okay, let's have a look at the general information about the IELTS. This is how the bands are described. So for example, band 9, which is the highest band you can get, that's the maximum result. It's basically you are an expert user, you have complete command of English, etc. Your key points are you're very accurate and you fully understand everything. Okay, whereas if you're only band 5 right at the bottom, that means you're a modest user. You're okay but not very good. So you have partial, means a little bit, half, or a certain amount command of English, and you can deal with the overall meaning. You have a general idea of what is going on, but it doesn't mean that you have accuracy. You're not absolutely sure about small details. Okay, so the key points are you make frequent errors when you're producing, and you have difficulties with complex language, understanding complex language, complex grammar, complex vocabulary. So feel free to pause the video now if you want to read these bands in more detail. We are trying in this IELTS step by step, we're trying to get you between a 7 and an 8, really a 7.5, which means a very good or good user, very good user, somewhere between a 7 and an 8. And I hope that we can all manage that by the end of these courses. Okay, now we're going to talk about the IELTS listening. These are just the bands that you will be getting for the listening, because this is not a productive exam, it's a receptive, just like the listening, just like the reading. So you receive information and you write the answers. So there's no band descriptors in this case, it's just what score you got in the exam. So we're looking in this, as I said, IELTS step by step, we're trying to get you to a band score of 7.5. So that would be 32 to 33 correct answers, basically 8 incorrect, or between 8 and 6 incorrect answers only will give you a 7.5. Okay, and then the reading is slightly different. The reading depends on if you're doing the academic exam or if you're doing the general training exam. So if you're doing the academic exam, these are the results you'll get. These are the band scores you'll get depending on the correct answers. So 7 mistakes or 6 mistakes in the academic gets you a 7.5. However, in the general training reading, which generally is a much easier reading, you need to get only 4 mistakes to get 7.5. So you'll see that the general training reading is a lot easier. Going back to the IELTS listening, it's exactly the same. The general training, listening, and the academic version of the IELTS is exactly the same. The same goes for the speaking. It doesn't matter which version of IELTS you are doing. In the speaking, you will do exactly the same. The only differences are the reading and the writing. Okay, so as I said, the writing is the one that has a difference depending on which IELTS you are doing. So a quick information about that. The task 1, the first task for the general training, is a letter. For a academic student, it is a report based on a graph or a map or a diagram, okay, or a number of those things, a number of graphs, a number of maps, and you have to write a short report on those. Whereas task 2, it's an essay. You need to write an essay or a discursive essay about some point, and that's the same. Doesn't matter if you're doing the general training or the academic. Okay, and so these are the criteria that they look at to see whether you have achieved these things. So let's take, for example, the lexical resource. That means, are you using words and vocabulary correctly and in a wide range? So it's using a range of words and paraphrasing, not just using basic words all the time and knowing that the grammar, knowing that the word is absolutely correct. If you're only using basic words, you're not showing the examiner how good you are. Even though it's accurate, it's not demonstrating your level. Using collocations, as you know, anyone who's doing the IELTS vocabulary course, I really push the idea of knowing collocations, because this is one of the things that they look for. Of course, correct spelling, and then avoiding errors, using the incorrect word in the space of another word. But of course, you can also pause the video if you want to read more detail about the criteria for the IELTS writing. Okay, and then the IELTS speaking. Again, this is a productive exercise, just like the writing. So we have criteria. When I'm marking a writing, or when I'm listening and marking in my head a speaking, I'm thinking about the criteria as the candidate is speaking. Or when I'm reading, checking a writing, I'm looking at and thinking about the criteria when I'm reading their writing. So one of the things, for example, in speaking is fluency. So are you able to speak without hesitation? Are you able to speak in part 2 for 2 minutes and not just for a short time? Again, you can pause the video if you want to look at these in more detail. So as I said, I will be spending a lot more time on those details in the individual courses relating to speaking, reading, writing or listening, and especially there'll be a lot more time dedicated to that in the reading, sorry, not in the reading, in the writing and in the speaking. Okay, the next question is valid for. So your IELTS results are valid for 2 years. If after 2 years you have not used your IELTS result to get into university, then unfortunately you'll have to retake the whole test. So obviously I had students who are wondering if they should do the IELTS when they were 16 in the hope that they would get into university when they were 18, but it's a very close call because you've got two years in which to do the IELTS. So I always suggested that they wait another year, and then at least they've got a whole year to play with. There's some leeway available for that. Okay, and again, obviously IELTS makes a lot of money because of this validity of only 2 years, but you can understand that if you've been living in the UK for some time, or you've been living in Australia and you've learnt English, and then you go back to your home country where no one speaks English, after 2 years, is your level of English going to be as good as it was when you were living in another country, English speaking country? The answer of course is no. So they need to be they do this not only for making money, but also to make sure that your level is as good as you say it is. Okay, what about remarking? Can you remark an exam or get an exam remarked? The answer is yes, but it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you approximately, it depends on where you are, but it's approximately 120 British pounds to remark a test, which is quite a high amount of money. So it's to discourage people from just trying and trying again. However, if your score does change, then you will get all of that money back. So of course they want to make sure that the quality of your marking is up to standard. And so what usually happens is that if it's remarked, it's sent back to a more senior examiner, especially for the writing and the speaking. They'll listen again to the audio of the speaking, because your your speaking is recorded, and they'll reread your writing, and then they will give their opinion. And if it matches with the original score that was given, then unfortunately you lose £120 equivalent and your score stays the same. If however your score changes, it will be refunded. Now what happens if the score is lower than the score you got first? It doesn't matter. The first score you got is the score that you will keep. So the highest score that you got will remain the highest score. So you'll be lucky in that case. And of course, if on the remarking, if the score is higher, then that's the score you will get. Okay, so oh yes, one more. So when will you get your results? The answer is after 13 days. So 13 days after you've done the test, after your speaking test, then you will get the results. So as I said, sometimes your speaking test might be a little bit later, might not necessarily be on the same day. It will be 13 days from the speaking test. If you do the computer-based test, which especially for the listening I would discourage, but if that's what you want to do, then you can get the results usually a bit quicker than 13 days. It might be longer if there are irregularities. Now, I don't know what they mean by that. This is according to the IELTS website, but it might be to do with some cheating, not necessarily cheating by you, but somebody else tried to cheat during the test in the whole center, and then they have these irregularities that they have to iron out. So if you have not got your result after 13 days, phone the center and find out what's happening, because it shouldn't be any more than 13 days after your speaking test, or after the last exam, because sometimes the speaking test is done before the other exam. So the last exam you did 13 days from that. Okay, I hope that's useful. Let me know if you have any questions in the Reddit for this section or in the Q&A for this section. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the first of a number of videos where we'll be looking specifically at the different task types in the IELTS reading exam. And the reason I'm doing this is just to give you a little bit more information about different tasks that you'll be expected to do, and they are in a particular order so that the most common task types come up first in these videos and then the least common later on. It's still worth obviously watching every single one because they will give you some tips and tricks of how to deal with each task. Okay, let's start with the first one, which is quite a common, or very common one in fact, where you have to match the paragraph headings, and this often comes up in section 2 as it's written here. The difficulty is somewhere in the middle. It depends on the text itself. This is never in order, so for obvious reasons you need to try and work out which paragraph refers to what piece of information. So you need to read the rubric very carefully for these. Which paragraph contains the following information? And this is very important. You may use any letter more than once. This is why the rubric, following the rubric, is very important, because if you didn't read that, you might end up choosing the incorrect paragraph or incorrect question at least. So NB stands for very important. I think it's Latin, and so obviously very important. Okay, and so what you need to do then is to read each of these and find out which paragraph contains this information. Okay, so as I said, this is section 2 and it's never in order. Okay, all right, so that is matching paragraphs, paragraph headings. Okay, welcome to this first video of the tips and tricks series of videos. The tips and tricks videos are relatively short. They're designed to give you some ideas, tips of how to deal with certain things in the exam. They don't require that much practice. They just require you to change a technique or a system that you've been using to this one so that you're able to do or to get a better grade in the exam. So let's start with the first one, and this one here we'll be looking at is working out the context. Now, what do I mean by context? Well, a reading may be, for example, about the search for extraterrestrial life, another word for alien life. And so the context of that reading would be generally about space and exploration outside of our solar system, the Earth, for example. So what I need to be able to do is to try and work out the context of this reading before I start reading quite quickly. And there are 3 ways to do this. First of all, well, it says take advantage of condensed information. When I say condensed information, what I mean is 2 things here. Pictures. If there are any pictures, they are going to be there for a reason. And we say in English, a picture tells 1,000 words. And I'm sure that's a similar phrase is used in many other languages as well. So the idea is that because we are humans and the way our brain works, we are visual animals. We rely a lot on our sense of sight. And so pictures provide us with lots of information at a very efficient rate. So very quickly we gather a lot of information from straight away I can see that this is talking about space. We've got planets, we've got a meteor, we've got stars in the background here. And then the second source that I can rely on is this here. Is there anybody out there? The search for extraterrestrial intelligence, and that's the heading and the subheading of the article. Some articles don't have this either, so some articles are just the text, which makes things a bit more difficult, and I'm going to talk about how to deal with that later. But first of all, we're looking at the pictures if they are, or diagrams, and we're relying on the heading and subheading if there's one. That will give us a lot of information, condensed information, before we start reading. And what is the purpose of that? Well, we need to do this. We need to activate our schemata. Now, this is a technical term. That's another example of jargon, which is a word that is specialized for a certain group or job. And in this case, the job is for teaching English. So English teachers will know what this means, but the average person on the street wouldn't. And what it really means is that it's you need to get your brain ready to receive new information. Activate your schemata, or schema means get your brain ready using the world knowledge that you have already in your mind about a certain subject. Now, what is the purpose of this? Well, this will get your brain ready to read. Reading is an unnatural process. Humans 150,000 years ago were not reading anything. There was no written language. They were relying entirely on visual and audible stimulus to get their information. So, for example, if a child the age of 11 is learning to hunt, he certainly wouldn't be opening a book and reading the 3rd chapter on hunting techniques. What he would be doing is following his father or his uncle into the forest with a bow and arrow and practicing and physically doing the action and failing probably, but sometimes doing well. And that is the learning process. It would be a lot more practical and hands-on. And that's how humans and animals learn, right? But in this modern world, or in this world since the written word has come out, we've had to make the learning process into quite an unnatural thing. And that is unfortunately the case right now. You are learning for an exam that you will be required to do, which is quite unnatural, really, for the humans. That's why we spend 12 years at school. It's because we are being forced to learn how to read and to write and do things that are unnatural and not instinctual. Okay, so that is coming to my third thing. The first one was look at any pictures. The second thing is to look at if there's a title and a subtitle. But the third thing is to use your imagination. Any of you who have been doing the IELTS step-by-step vocabulary course, you will see that I use this technique in every single unit. So let's just go over here and I'll take you to a stock photography website. One of them is called Unsplash. This is Photos for Everybody. It's completely free. But it's also available. You could use, for example, Google Images or whatever you prefer. And this is an example of what I would do in the IELTS step-by-step mastering vocabulary course, is to activate your schemata before learning words and phrases related to that. So the context for that reading was space. So what I've put in here is just the word space. And you can see all these images that come up for the idea of space. Okay, and you see obviously nebula and rocket launches and solar eclipses and things like this. Now, obviously you will not have access to unsplash.com in the exam, but what you would be doing is trying your best to visualize these things before you start reading, getting a mental picture in your mind. If you dive straight into reading, if you jump straight into the reading, you're going to find it difficult to, let's say, your brain will be less receptive to the information that is sitting on the page. That's why when you've got an image, when you've got a text like this, where you've got an image and you've got a very clear title, take full advantage of it. Some texts, as I said, don't have images. Some texts don't even have headings. So what you would have to do is look at the introductory paragraph and try to visualize or imagine what image would be best if, for example, they wanted to put an image with that text. Try and visualize that image first. It only takes about 10 to 15 seconds, but that's all you're doing. You're just trying to visualize as much as you can and getting yourself into the context of that reading. Because, as I said a number of times now, humans, when we do exams, when we're sitting in a classroom, we are in an unnatural setting. And the only way we can make our brains sort of understand a more natural way of doing things is to visualize that we're in this place at this time, and we're surrounded by stars and planets, and we're looking up in the night sky, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and we've got a telescope, and we're looking for alien life, for example. Okay? So use headings, use subheadings, use especially images, and the third thing here, which I didn't write but I would like to have written, it is use your imagination. Okay, that will get your brain ready and much more receptive to reading what you need to read, and in the shorter time that you get. Okay, I hope that's useful, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, in this video I'm going to be looking at three main types of reading strategies. There's a fourth one called reading for detail, but that's essentially what we are doing in the rest of the course, and that's reading very carefully and finding the answers. And that's what most people know how to do. What I thought would be best to do here is to focus on these three other underutilized strategies that will certainly help you to be faster when it comes to completing the answers in the reading exam. So let's start off with previewing and finding out what that is. So previewing in an everyday example, as in not in the IELTS exam. Here's an example, a newspaper. You wouldn't read everything. You would flick through the newspaper and find, perhaps even just only looking at the pictures and perhaps the heading of each article to find if you're interested in reading it. I, for example, am not particularly interested in sports, so if I come across the sports section, you'll find me flicking through the sports section and getting onto something that I find more interesting. In an IELTS example, you do this to activate your knowledge about the subject. Another way to say it is activating your schema or schemata, which is a phrase I use a lot in the IELTS step-by-step mastering vocabulary course, and that is to just make use of your world knowledge of the subject. So previewing uses this a lot, and obviously the more widely read you are, the more you read, the more you'll be able to do this. And for this reason, the first task, maybe if you find the first task not to your liking, you might consider going in fact to the second or the third reading, simply because if your word knowledge is more suited to the text from the second or third reading, then why not start with what you know and skip the first reading, or skip the middle reading and go straight to the third reading and come back to the second. You don't have to follow the order that the texts come in, unlike in the listening exam where you have to follow the order. So for previewing and contextualizing, let's just have a look at this word contextualizing. Basically, it means putting what you're reading into the context of the time. So you could talk about, why am I reading this? What do they want me to think? What historical period are we talking about? Is it modern day? Is it in the past? Is it technical? Is it scientific? Is it for reading for fun? So this is all related to stuff you would see in the real world and not in the IELTS exam. And so you may, for example, be in a shop and you can see all these different magazines available for you to buy, and you would be naturally gravitate toward the one that you find the most interesting. And then once you've opened the magazine, if you've bought it, you might not necessarily read every article, like I said with the newspaper, but you might find bits that you find interesting, and you might want to read a little bit further into it. Okay, so previewing and contextualizing relies a lot on your world knowledge,
relies a lot on images, relies a lot on just the heading of the article. Now, unfortunately, in the IELTS exam, you have to answer every single question, so you don't have the benefit of saying, okay, this is boring for me, I feel like only answering this question. But it's still useful for you to know that this is what's happening in your head when you are flicking through the exam. So let's have a look at how previewing can be used in the IELTS exam. So as I said, you can't skip questions, but you certainly can choose which questions you would find most interesting, and therefore go and complete those questions first. So this is, out of interest, this is an example from, I think this is book number 9, but I can't be sure, I can't exactly remember. But this is the first text, this is the second one, and the history of the tortoise is the third one. Now, I've never heard of Mr. Perkin and synthetic dyes. I have a general idea about planets and things, but I do know tortoises because I used to have one when I was growing up. So I might even start with this because that I find interesting. Just bear in mind, however, that the third task, or the third text, is a lot more difficult than the first and the second, even though it is worth the same number of marks. Okay, so even if you do start with the third text, bear in mind the text will be more difficult, so still limit yourself to spending only 20 minutes per text, certainly on the third one if you start with it, because you may well finish this in 15 minutes, but you're not going to, I wouldn't suggest you rushing the third task. Okay, so now let's have a look at the next strategy, and that's called skimming. Skimming basically is just reading or running your eyes over a text very quickly and getting the general idea of what's contained in that text. In this case, for everyday use, for example, a newspaper, you've used previewing to identify which article you are interested in, but then when you start reading more carefully, not carefully, but skimming it, is it still something you want to read? And you may say, actually, that the picture looked interesting, but the text itself is not, and you would skip or go to another article. In the IELTS, there are certain questions where skimming is necessary. You don't want to spend all your time reading for detail when you can simply just match, for example, a paragraph to a summary, and I'll show you what I'm talking about later on. And you'll be skimming non-topic sentences, and I'm going to talk in more detail in another video about topic sentences and how important they are. Okay, so let's take an everyday use example. Maybe I found this interesting because it's an image related to my country, but then, okay, it's something about sports, which, as I said, I'm not particularly interested in. So I might say, okay, well, they've managed to get 43 medals. That's all I needed to know. I'm not particularly interested in reading the details. I don't know these individual people. But that's enough for me, and then I turn the page. In the IELTS, this is a typical type of example which would require some skimming. So list of headings that would go above each paragraph, and then where would it, to which paragraph could it match? So I've got C here, for example, and we can very quickly just see that it's something about, there's a lot of numbers here, 10,000 stars, the Milky Way, 100 billion stars, carbon-based life. So very quickly, just looking at that, I can get a general idea about what heading could fit with this. So seeking transmission, I don't think so. Appropriate responses, I don't think so. Distances to Earth's closest neighbors, we've got 100 light years away, but they're still talking about numbers here. Assumptions underlying the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. That's possible if I looked a bit more detail. So I might put a little star here and say this is worth reading in more detail. Reasons for the search, I don't think so. I haven't read properly, but I don't think so. Knowledge of extraterrestrial life forms, I don't see it here. And then the likelihood of life on other planets. Now there's the word life, and here we've got life-bearing planets, carbon-based life. So I would put a star next to this. Now using just skimming, I've managed to remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible answers, and I'm only going to now look quickly at these two here, number 7 and number 4. And then if I look a little bit more detail, now I start using reading for detail. I might read a little bit further into this. So using little that we know about the conditions for carbon-based life leads us to estimate that perhaps 1 in 100,000 stars might have a life-bearing planet orbiting it. So I think we've got 7 here. So skimming is useful to eradicate or to cancel out ones that might not be related to what you're looking at. Okay, so yeah, the answer for this is C. C is number 7 here. Okay, now let's have a look at scanning. Now scanning involves finding specific words or numbers or names, places that will provide me with the answer. And scanning often comes with, in the IELTS, it's one of the more useful strategies to use in the IELTS exam. Let's just first of all have a look at the everyday use. It's for finding specific information. So say, for example, you get this leaflet in the post and your friend is interested in SUP or stand-up paddling. Like this, you can see the man here standing up on his board and paddling. And he phones you up and says, hey, do you know what time it's on? Because he wants to go. And I say, oh, hang on, I've got to fly here. It says it starts at, and then I can look very quickly. I just need to find a number. And it says starts at 1 p.m. and it goes for 1 hour. And is that today? No, it's Wednesday, June the 11th. All right, does the event have a website? Oh, and I'm looking very quickly and I find, oh yes, it says don'tchangemuch.ca in Canada. Okay, so we use scanning all the time for stuff like this. I don't want to read all the details. I don't know who Chad or Lena is or Mike is. I'm not interested. I'm only interested in helping my friend to find these details. Now, let's use that in an IELTS context. And something I'd like to just point out first of all, before we do this task, is that often the answers are found in 4 places. I would say a good 33–40% even of answers are found in these with these words that I'm going to underline now. They are capitalized words, for example, young person's rail card, or Britain, or London. Numbers such as 16 and 25. Terms that are explained in more detail using brackets. Now, there's no examples of this in this text here, but you get the idea that if there's brackets, then they're explaining something over here. And often the word, in this case, this is just an example, but the word here would be more important than what's inside the brackets, and so it'd be worth underlining this word and the brackets, at least the first bracket, because there's a chance that the answer is sitting here. And then words that are in quotation marks, and we've got one down here I found. It says, here it is, a quotation mark, full-time education, close quotation mark, and there's a good chance that that might be an answer. Okay, so let's look at the questions itself. It says railcard applicants over 25 need to be involved in. So here we've got 16 to 25, and here we've got under 26. Okay, so they need to be involved in something. All right, and let's just look at the second one. For mature full-time students, one of the photographs, so we need to find the word photograph, submitted must be signed, and we can also look for the word signed and something. So I need to look for a number, and I need to look for the word photograph and signed. Now, if I underline these 4 things, I don't even have to look at the questions. I could possibly find an answer here. So we've still got 16 to 25, under 26 years old. So we're looking for over 25. And there's the word alternatively. Now, this word is an example of something called honey lexis, where I have an entire video about it. And I'll be explaining what honey lexis is. But this word here should give you a clue that the answer might be hiding after this piece of honey lexis. And it says here, alternatively, if you're a mature student over this age but in full-time education, there we've got full-time education, you can also apply. Okay, so you can apply for a rail card. We're talking, all of this is related to young person's rail card. So over 25 as another word for mature student you need to be involved in, and then the answer, full-time education for number 1. For number 2, for mature full-time students, remember we're looking for photographs and we're looking for the word signed. And let me see if we can find, there's a photo, another word to say photo, and there's the word sign. So sign the application, and the word photo, it must also therefore be stamped, signed and officially stamped. And there's your answer for number 2. Okay, so let's have a look at some more practice. So we'll start with some skimming, and skimming, remember, is just getting the general gist of the text, and then we'll move on to some scanning. Okay, so for this one here, what I'd like you to do is to get a general idea of each paragraph and see if you can find essentially where these might be hiding. Okay, please ignore A. A has been done. The answer is number 32. So just look at B, C, F, G, and H. By the way, this is not the full text. I've just selected the texts that are related to these questions here. So just have a general quick look and try to take a guess where the answers might be hiding from a very quick read. When you're ready, press play and we'll check the answers. Okay, so I've underlined words in the question, so sorting, looked, how it looked, improvements made, selection of people related to repairing, and how people reacted. These are the important words that you would be underlining, and there's a video on underlining keywords or highlighted important words in this course, so I encourage you to look at that. And then to give you a general idea of where the words related to the underlined words in your questions are hiding. So this obviously now requires a bit more detail reading. So you've got your general idea of where it's going to be, and now you're using detail to find the answers. So again, pause the video, and then when you think you have found the answers, press play. Okay, now let's see. There we've got the word sorting related to paragraph C, and they mark the site into a grid and salvage everything. So marking the site, sorting through the remains, because everything salvage, you should know salvaging is collecting up damaged stuff. Number 29, how it looked after the fire, we said that was B because they're related to the word scene. So how it looked, the scene of devastation. And then improvements made to the rebuilt park, we said is G, and improvements related to the word upgrading. And then a selection of people to carry out the repair work, F, to ascertain, I'll put the word up here so you can see what it means, but it's related to working out what would work and what won't work in this context. And then the last one, how people reacted to it, and they were visibly moved. To be moved, to react in an emotional way, therefore is related to H. So we used skimming initially to get a general idea of where the text would be, where the answers would be, and then we used detailed reading to actually connect the underlined words from the questions up here with the texts themselves. And that, of course, required some scanning. But you started off with skimming, so that's important. Okay, let's have a look now at some scanning. There are 4 questions here, but only one answer can be done. So what you need to do is try to find the name of the person and then any words that could help you to find the answers. So the names you should easily find. So there I can see straight away we've got the word Edmund Halley here, and then Halley again. And we've also got the word Venus up here, and we've got Venus, witnessed a Venus, but it was witnessed a Venus transit, but unable to make any calculations. Well, in this paragraph, it doesn't say anything about him not being able to make any calculations, so we can safely remove 21. So we've got 18, 19, and 20. What I'd like you to do, there's Venus again. Calculated the distance of the Sun from the Earth based on observations of Venus with a fair degree of accuracy. Okay, so read now. Try to find any underlined words in 18, 19, and any words in 18, 19, 20 that are important, and you should underline them, and try to match them with words in the text itself that might help you. So pause the video now, and when you're ready, press play. Okay, so I've underlined Edmund Halley for you. I've underlined different latitudes, and I've underlined Earth from the Sun. Okay, and this should give you some idea about whether it's 18, 19, or 20. We agreed that 21 doesn't fit here because this word unable does not appear, or a synonym of unable does not appear in this paragraph. And the answer, in fact, is here. Number 19A. He understood the distance of the Sun from the Earth could be worked out by comparing observations of a transit. Here's the word comparing. That's very important because he observed a transit of the innermost planet, Mercury, from the desolate island of St. Helena in the South Pacific. Okay, so already we know that it's nothing to do with Venus because he was the one looking at Mercury. So we can take away 18. So we've got 19 and 20 left. And if we look at 20, you realize that the time taken by this planet to go around the Sun depends on the distance. There's nothing about the time that the Sun takes to go around. So the only possible answer left here is 19. And it was talking about comparing observations. He talked about looking at Mercury and its transit of the Sun from St. Helena. By the way, St. Helena is not in the South Pacific, it's in the South Atlantic, so that was a bit of a mistake. But anyway, so the South Atlantic, and then here, from 2 widely separated locations, comparing 2 widely separated locations. Okay, and you can work out this angle. So the answer, therefore, is 19. Okay, so I hope that those gave you some idea of what you need to do. Remember, to recap, previewing is looking at images, diagrams. Remember, pictures tell 1,000 words, so take full advantage of them if they do come up in the exam. Then skimming, that's getting the general idea of the text. The most common type of task which benefits from skimming is matching the headings
with the paragraphs, and that is a very common task and often comes up in the first text that you will be reading. And then scanning is trying to find specific words or phrases from the question itself and matching it with the answer. Okay, so let me know if you have any questions about skimming, scanning, and previewing. And remember, when you're reading for detail, that's obviously very useful, but it is a lot more time consuming, and you've got a limited amount of time to do this exam. So don't use reading for detail unless you absolutely know where you are reading, where you should be reading, and you're not wasting time. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, in this test we're going to be trying to complete test number 2 from IELTS book number 14. And as with all these tests, I've never seen the test before, I've never seen the questions, so we're going to be just going through the test and seeing what we can answer as best we can. Okay, you feel free, you are welcome to follow along and watch me complete this test, or if you prefer, at this stage of the course, you may want to start doing this by yourself. So just download the PDF for this, print it out, and then you can complete this yourself. And then make sure you watch the next video where we'll be checking the answers. Okay, so let's begin. Landscape photographer. Born in Scotland, 1943. Son of a merchant. Scotland. Praise Castle. Okay. Stayed, didn't like the prospect of business careers. Canada. Settled in Montreal. Okay. Serious amateur. Scottish Canadian. Brand. Okay. Oh, 6. Art Association, Montreal. Chairman, studio. Not one. Romantic images. British landscape. Study. Okay. Studio. Landscape photography. Okay. So, childhood. This one is family. This one was first exposure to photography. This one was Not Man versus Henderson. Okay. Palmer Woodlands Tree, steam modes. Okay, so subjects. 1880 souvenirs. Stock photography. Okay. Montreal, London, Edinburgh, Dublin, Paris, New York. Okay, so this is exhibitions. Travel to Quebec, Ontario, Canada. Okay, so today. Now let's have a look. So his father was no, his father was a. Oh no, sorry. Do these ones first. True, false, not given. So Henderson rarely visited the area. Area around processing. Rarely. The key word here, rarely. It's not true. He spent much of his childhood in the area, so that's false. He pursued a business career because it was what his family wanted. Okay, yes. He never liked the idea. He stayed with it to please his family. Okay, so that's true. He pursued a business career. Was surprised by the results of the 1865 experiment. Okay, looking for 1865. This is Notman. And 1865. The keyword here is surprised by the results, and I can't find anything about him being surprised. I think that's a not given. There were similarities between Henderson's early landscapes and those of Notman. Similarities, many similarities. So this is a contradiction. While his were noted for the bold realism, Henderson, for the first 20 years, produced romantic images. The styles of photography were quite different. Okay, so false. Early landscapes, let's just double check. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. The studio that opened was close to his home. 1866 was down here. Opened a studio. That's not given. Henderson gave up portraiture so he could focus on taking photographs of scenery, landscape. Yes, I remember that somewhere here. He dropped portraiture to specialize in landscape. Yeah, so that's true. When Henderson began work for the had been finished intercolonial railway. It's down here. Here's intercolonial, of the construction of the intercolonial railway. He took some photographs. Almost completed line connecting Montreal and Halifax. So almost completed, not completed. So false. Henderson's last work was with the Canadian Pacific Railway. Last work. He retired completely from photography. He continued at this post. He was working as a full-time position. Yes, so that's true. Okay, now we were here. His father was a successful merchant. So only one word. So merchant. Okay, start. Preferred landscape. People bought Henderson's photos because photography took up considerable time, and the bought his photos, and the something was heavy. The equipment was heavy. Time-consuming. Weight of the equipment. There it is. Yep. Photographs sold were something or souvenirs. Or as gifts. Souvenirs of a trip or as gifts. Okay, traveled on Eastern Rivers inner. Okay, so Eastern Rivers. Travel by canoe on the Eastern River. Okay. Work for CPR. Photograph the what? And the railway at Rogers Pass. The bridge. What would it be? Rogers Pass. Mountains and the progress of construction. Okay. Right, happy with that. Now we're going on to 2. Back to the Future, skyscraper design. Answers to the problem of excess of electricity use. Ingenious but forgotten architectural designs of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Okay. Recovery of natural life. 30 years of recent drawing. Short colleagues. Architecture, engineering, applied maths, earth science at the University of Cambridge. Solar energy. Okay, so this is basically about reducing power consumption. Okay. And the reliance on sealed buildings, which exists solely on the life support of the vast air conditioning units. Instead, natural ventilation. Looking into the past, so natural ventilation from the past, the same system that they used to use. Okay. Most contemporary buildings are air conditioned, sealed. Buildings in the West account for 40 to 50% of electricity use. Okay, so waste of energy. So, ventilated hospitals. John Hospital. Okay, so looking at how they used to do it. Okay. Final designs. We put passengers airport. Would have kept other pages. Okay, so Billings designs were safe even with TB patients, tuberculosis patients. 24 air changes an hour. That's similar to modern day computer controlled. Single room's not appropriate. Okay, so it's as good as modern systems. Okay, but buildings that could protect against lethal threat of miasmas, toxic air that spread disease. Hospital fever. It's been disproved. Short has. So using the same. So miasmas was the reason for the design. Okay. Now to air conditioning. Okay, so space and construction, all for air conditioning units. Okay. So low carbon, low energy, high. Okay. So demo for University Master, 3,000 staff. Naturally ventilated, passively cooled, naturally lit. Seating 150 people, award-winning, fractional electricity. Okay, so glass skyscraper is a problem. So one building already uses this. Okay. Natural environment. Beijing, Chicago, hybrid systems. Switched off. Okay, so feature. Okay. Let's check. A-H, why some people avoided hospitals in the 19th century. That's that miasmus one. That's F. Popularity of topics links to prestige. Don't remember seeing that. Symbols of status. C. Comparison between the circulation of air and modern. So that was the one that says almost the same. As good as modern systems. That's E. Tested the circulation of air in the 19th century building. So he modeled it somewhere here. Digitally modeled it. So that's D. And advertising led to large increase in the use of air conditioning. Advertising. Trying to remember that. Aggressively marketed, so that's B. Okay. So who influenced the architectural design of hospitals? design, yes. Calculate that something in the air coming from suffering. Okay, will suffer from tuberculosis. Tuberculosis. Okay, that's the correct spelling, yes. Tuberculosis. So the air streams, calculate the air streams in the air. No, that can't be right. The pathogens in the air, these are microorganisms that cause disease. So the pathogens in the air would not have harmed other patients. He also found that the air could change as often as modern operating theatre. The air flows, the air in something in hospitals. So the in rooms, wards, that's it, that's all I need. So the air in wards in hospitals. A hospital ward is another way to say a room. He suggests that energy use could be reduced by locating more patients in communal areas. I seem to remember them. People with communal. Okay. Major reason for improving was the demand for protection against bad air. So the demand from something for protection against bad air. There's this miasmus thing. Public. Demand from the public. Panicked public. Protect against what they thought was this toxic air, known as miasmus. Miasmus. Let's just check the spelling. Miasmas. Sorry. Always check the spelling. Miasmas. Okay. Were blamed for spread of disease 100 years, including epidemics of something in London and Paris. Okay. Epidemics of cholera. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now we're finally on to, this is reading passage number 3, why companies should welcome disorder. Big business. Wow. How companies are structured helps us to meet this need. It's talking about structure. Strategies for time management, project management, self-organization. Tells us how to organize our company, even our sleep, more productive. Countless similes, workshops to structure their lives and all this rhetoric is kept. How to organize. So organization equals good. That's modern thinking. Modern thinking. Okay. Ironically, however, so that's going to be in the opposite, a contradictory thing. Businesses that fail has increased. Stress has increased. All demographics, so all different groups of people are dissatisfied with the way the work is structured and how they are managed. What's gone wrong? Drive for organization should be sure shot for productivity, but it's actually false. Okay, so the irony of the above. Okay, problem for a while. Okay, Frederick Taylor, design number principle. Principle to improve efficiency. Improving efficiency. So, okay, and this is Frederick Taylor. Suggests that this obsession is clearly misguided. It's not necessarily management theories or strategies we use to organize work. It's the basic assumptions. Basic assumptions, how we work. Order is necessary for production, so therefore disorder is detrimental or bad. They spend time on organizing themselves for the sake of organizing rather than actually looking at the end goal and the usefulness. So, organizing for the sake of it instead of looking at the goal and usefulness of the effort. Reasonable. Order has diminishing returns. It does increase productivity for a certain extent, but actually reduces productivity at a certain point. Cost of structuring something outweighs the benefit, so it should not be better used elsewhere. Okay, so useful only up to a point, like solving traffic in Istanbul. Talk about that later. Okay, in fact, research shows that when innovating, the best approach to create an environment devoid of structure involved is one organic group. Bottlenecks in terms of information flow, power structures, rules, routines. Okay, so what's it? One organic group. Like a beehive. Okay. Recent times starting to realize this disorganization. For example, Opticon, Danish manufacturer of hearing aids. Spaghetti structure, reduced. Scrapping formal job titles. Staff ownership over their own time. Highly successful. Worker productivity. General Electric. Boundaryless organization. Flexible working, virtual collaboration. Google. Flexible structures. Facilitated by technology. Okay, some examples. Word of warning. So disorders has diminishing utility. It can also have detrimental effects if overused. So it should only be embraced and so far as it is useful. Continuing question. Okay, so only until it's useful. Okay, let's go back up here. So section A, we said, was the idea that organization was good in modern times. Fundamental beliefs that are in fact incorrect. That's A. Oh, sorry, that's I. 2. B, this is the irony of the above. Evidence that a certain approach can have more disadvantages than advantages. So that's evidence, hang on. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, section C. This one is this guy called Frederick Taylor, improving efficiency. Been a problem for a while. Early recommendations concerning business activities. Early, I think they meant, the first half of the 20th century, so that's C. 3. Then we have section D, which is organizing for the sake of it, so not really useful. Okay, well, let's just do this one. Neither approach guarantees continuous improvement. That's right at the bottom down here. Only both of them. So that's H, neither. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do an easy one here. These are examples. Organizations that put it into practice. One organic group. Best approach is to create an environment devoid of structure, but everyone can engage at the same time. Complaints. New research suggests that obsession with efficiency is misguided. Ooh. So evidence, I think that's the problem. X over here. Because that's the word evidence research. Okay, so let's look up at B again. Oh yeah, here it is. Claim to be dissatisfied with their work. So that's complaints about the way things are, so that is the better one. So now we just got E and F, and useful only up to a point. How to achieve currently impossible. Let's do F. One organic group. Okay, would never be reached, so there's new solutions. Okay, that's for this one here, currently impossible, so that's Okay, so we have this problem with E. What's more, recent studies show that order actually has temperature. Order does increase to a certain extent, but eventually the usefulness reduces it. Some argue that in business it ever costs then the thing ought not to be found. Should be better used elsewhere. Evidence that is certain. Again, this word evidence, a recent study, so I think in fact that this is section. Okay, so let's come back to this one. So D. Assumption foster the idea. Result is that businesses and people tend to spend time and money organizing themselves for the sake of an organization rather than actually looking. Okay, I think expected to do, the assumption, what people are increasingly expected to do. So people spend time organizing themselves. Okay, I think that's it. So this one is VI. Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. Wow, that's a bit of a tricky one, that one. So one word only. Numerous training sessions are aimed at people who feel they are not something enough, organized enough. Training sessions, let's just check. Yeah, training sessions are aimed. Productive. Structure their life. Countless seminars which tell us achieve this. This means productivity, so productive, yes. Productive. Being organized appeals to people who regard themselves as perfectionists. There it is. Perfectionists. Many people feel something with aspects of their work, feel depressed, feel something dissatisfied with the way their work is structured. Satisfied. Okay, that's IED. Right. Now, last one's true, false, not given. Both businesses and people aim at order without really considering its value. Without really considering its value. Both businesses and people aim. What do you mean, all people, or people who have read this article, or people who have never read this article? Well, yes, I mean, the whole thing is about this. Innovation is most successful if people involved have distinct roles. No, that's what they said here. They said they got rid of formal job titles, so that's false. And Google was inspired to adopt by the success of General Electric. No, I don't think so. There's General Electric. it does. That's a not given. Okay. Pretty happy with that. Okay, yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Just remember one word, so yes, everything's okay here. Yep. Okay, so look out for the next video where we will be checking the answers. Okay, thank you. I'll see you soon. Okay, now we're going to be checking the answers according to the official answer sheet on the top right hand corner. Okay, remember this is for reading passage number, reading test number 2 from the reading book number 14 of the academic version. Okay, so please don't check the answers yet unless you have actually attempted this test or at least looked at the previous video. Okay, so let's start with the first one, and the answer is false, because Henderson rarely visited the area around Press Estate. That's not true, because he spent much of his childhood in that area, so that's false. And number 2 is true. He pursued a career in business because it was what his family wanted. So he started off in business, and it was he never liked the prospect of a business career, but he stayed with it to please, there's the key word, please his family. Okay, and the next one is not given. They were surprised by the results of the 1865 experiment. Not given is true. 1865, this is a case of a scanning technique, so you just need to find the number 1865, which is somewhere down here. There it is. But there's no mention of anybody being surprised about the results. And then the next one is, we've got false, which is also true, which is also correct according to the official answers, saying there are many similarities between Henderson's early landscapes. So there were, many similarities between Henderson's and Notman's, and we can see that the word is exactly the opposite. In spite of their friendship, their styles were quite different. Okay, and then they were talking about realism, whereas the other one is more romantic, etc. Now, number 5, that's not given. Again, this is a case of looking for this number, 1866, and it was close to his home. We have no information of where the studio is. He mentions the studio, but not whether it's close to his home or not. Okay, number 6 we've got is true. That's right. Henderson gave up portraiture so he could focus on taking photographs of scenery, and that's correct, because if we look over here, we see that he dropped portraiture to specialize in landscape. Landscape photography is another way to say scenery. Okay, when Henderson began to work for the Intercolonial Railway, the Montreal to Halifax line had been finished, and that is false. It's correct, because you can see here that so there was the photographs of the construction of the Intercolonial Highway, and the progress of construction. Is that? Oh, so there's the word, not that one. That's talking about a different project. But this one here, almost completed line. Okay, so therefore it's not finished yet. And then number 8, we said this one is true. His last work as a photographer was with the Canadian Railway, Pacific Railway, and this is over here. He said he continued at this post. This post refers back to CPR, which is over here. CPR refers back to Canadian Pacific Railway over here. Okay, so we finally get back there, and we see that that was the last one that he did, and he completed when he finished working as a photographer. So that's true as well. Okay. Now we have, we're moving on to the gap fill. Remember, only one word per gap, so we have to remember to do that. So the first word is a merchant. He was born in Scotland, and his father, not him, his father was a merchant. So we look back up here. He was the son of a successful merchant. Okay, then the next word is equipment, and the equipment was heavy. We're looking for the keyword there, heavy, and the reason why souvenirs. Where was it now? Yes, there it is. The time-consuming techniques involved and the weight of the equipment. There was little completing hobby here. Not many people wanted to do this because it was very, very time-consuming and extremely heavy to carry everything. Oops, sorry. So down here, because there were so few photographs, people were interested in buying them because so few people wanted to do it. And then next one is gifts or souvenirs. So the ones that he sold were, where am I now? I keep on. Yes, there it is. They bought them as souvenirs, or there's the word as gifts. Okay, and there is the word or. Okay, then we went on to the word canoe. Check the spelling, that's correct. Took many trips along eastern rivers, and the eastern rivers were along here. Eastern rivers, and he traveled by canoe. So there's the answer. And then number 13, we've got mountains. So he photographed Rogers Pass as well as mountains, and over here he took photographs of the mountains and the progress of construction at Rogers Pass. Okay, and so we've got the answer, mountains there. Okay, so far so good. Now looking at section 2, the first answer is F, why some people avoided hospitals in the 19th century. And if we look over here, F, we wrote on the left-hand side, this miasmas was the reason for the design, and people were concerned that hospitals were places that would spread this weird, hypothetical toxic air, which in fact turns out is actually quite correct. If we find the word hospital, so the prosperous steered clear of hospitals. Prosperous meaning the rich, but people in general would avoid it if they possibly could, not just the rich people. Okay. Some people, so rich people. Then 15 is C, the suggestion that the popularity of tall buildings is linked to prestige. The key word there is prestige. And if we find this word, a symbol of status. Okay, so we had to find that rather far down the paragraph, but it didn't take me too long to find the answer. I suppose it's related to the reasons why everybody wants to have air conditioning, because it's prestigious. A big company will have a tall building to show off its power and might. Okay, 16 is E, comparison between the circulation of air in the 19th century building compared to modern standards. And if we look on the left-hand side here, we can see as good as the modern system, so comparison is clear. Then we've got D, how short tested the circulation. Okay, and if you look over here, what's written on the left, looking at how they used to do it, and then design, there's the word design. So he digitally modeled the buildings using computers. Okay, and then number 18 is B, implication that advertising led to a large increase in the use of air conditioning. Another word for advertising is marketing. If we look at, it's B, right? So we look over at B, we can see here that this word, the air conditioning systems were relentlessly and aggressively marketed by their inventors. Okay, and because air conditioning systems are the ones that are required, at least in modern thinking, to deal with large buildings. Okay, so large increase in air conditioning. Okay, and then we move on to another gap fill, and the answer is design or designs. And this man, we're talking about Billings here now. He was he influenced the design of hospitals to ensure they had good ventilation, and this whole thing is talking about Billings down here. Where is he now? Yeah, this Billings here. He talks about how he designed all these hospitals in the 19th century. Okay, and then he calculated that pathogens in the air coming from patients suffering from tuberculosis. So I saw this word here, suffering, so I knew straight away that it was tuberculosis. And we've got the word where did I see it? There it is, tuberculosis. So suffer from a disease, so tuberculosis was the answer for that. And we've got the word pathogen, so both of these come in. And notice this is a word that has its own little star, so it can sometimes be the case that that is in fact one of the answers. If they've got enough time to give you, not enough time, enough effort is put in to make you understand a word, then it might actually be one of the answers. So both of these, pathogens and tuberculosis, are correct. And pathogens in the air, so it can only be diseases like bacteria and things like that. Okay, now 22, we had the word wards. He found that air in wards in hospitals could change as often as modern operating theatres. Okay, so there was the word room over here. Yeah, there's the word room, but we would need to have an S because he found that the air in, we can't just put room in hospitals, so we needed to find something that had the same meaning as a room, but as a plural. And so we found the word ward, but I just need to find it now. There it is, wards. So coughing in the wards, and we found ventilation system in the room would keep other patients safe from harm. So there's the S there, which allows us to put a plural noun in this case here. Now 23, communal areas. This was talking about people who had dementia. It would be better for them to be in communal rooms, communal wards. Older people with dementia, for example. Okay, so the word there, communal. And then 24, we've got public. So there was demand from the public for protection against bad air. Okay, known as this, and then known as, again, we know that this is a word that most people don't know, so we introduce it with this phrase, known as, and check the spelling, it's with an A, miasmus. Okay, so both of those are going to help us to get the answer, because we found this thing here, miasmus, and this little hyphen here, well, it's not a hyphen, it's a dash, gives us information about what it means, and so that gives us an idea that this is not a common English word. Most people wouldn't know what this is, and it's something related to this old style of thinking about what caused diseases. They thought it was this miasmus. Okay, so we've got the answer there for miasmus, but we need to find the word public. So there was demand from the public for protection, and panicked public clamoring for buildings. Clamoring meaning desperately wanting, asking for. Okay, clamoring for buildings, known as this. Okay, and then the last one is 26, which is cholera, and these were blamed for the spread of disease such as cholera. And we look over here, cholera outbreaks. So this was used to explain the spread. This miasmus was used to explain the spread, and they give an example, cholera. And then the word example is synonymous with this idea of including. Okay, then we go on to reading passage 3, and this one was about why companies don't need to necessarily have order all the time. So this one, 27, I got incorrect, and this should be VI. Okay, section A, VI, what people are increasingly expected to do, apparently. So if we look at this, organization. So modern thinking is that organization is good. We're expected to do this. So initially, and I said this is section D. Huh. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. So what people are expected to do, and we've mentioned all these things. They ought to. We are told that. So all of this sort of these phrases tell us that we're expected to do things. Okay, so I see the point there. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I'm putting it. A tick mark there. Okay, section B is 1. This is complaints about the impact of a certain approach, and yes, this is some of the problems. A lot of people are dissatisfied with the way work is. Okay. Number 3, early recommendations concerning business activities. Section C, early recommendations. This was writing in the first half of the 20th century. So this is relating to the word early recommendations. Then section D, I said was VI, which obviously is incorrect. So that's the danger of this type of task. If you've used it once, you're guaranteed to incorrectly use it again. So section D30 is swapped around. And so fundamental beliefs that are in fact incorrect. Section D, this assumption that order is a necessary condition for productivity, and then they go on to say, but it's in fact not the case if you look at it. So I can see why, in fact, that should be number 2 here. Okay, section E, this is number 9, which is correct. Evidence that a certain approach can have more disadvantages than advantages. Okay, and this was talking about it's useful only up to a point. So it's fine until it starts to reduce productivity. And most people think it's the opposite, but in fact it's not. Okay. Then a section F, that is correct, number 7, and that is how to achieve outcomes that are currently impossible. The word there, impossible. So section F down here would never be reached. So current situations would never be reached because of bottlenecks in terms of information flow, and so that's related to this word currently impossible. Okay. Then section G is number 4, and that is organizations that put a new approach into practice. And this we talked about all over here, lots of examples. Okay, and then section H is 8, and this is neither approach guarantees continuous improvement. Okay, and it's only useful up to a limit. So over here was mentioned useful up to a point, again useful up to a point, but now it's mentioning both of them rather than just that single one. Okay, so this approach where you need to have disorganization is also correct, but only up to a certain point. So there needs to be a mixture of organization and disorder. Okay, now again we've got some gap fills with one word only. So the first word is productive. Numerous training sessions are aimed at people who feel they're not productive enough, and I think that's up here. Yes, all these training sessions are becoming more productive, and they ought to structure their lives. Okay, oh there it is. Workshops and seminars talking about this word, referring back to productive. Okay, so we've got that one correct. Then the next one is perfectionists, people who have to have everything perfect. This being one appeals to people who regard themselves as perfectionists. Okay, and so self-proclaimed perfectionists. There it is. People that think everything should be perfect, and they get very dissatisfied if they don't carry on in the perfect way. Many people feel dissatisfied with aspects of their work, which is correct. There is the word dissatisfied. We've already underlined that because it related to something in B. A large proportion of workers from all demographics claim to be dissatisfied the way the work is structured and the way they are managed. So a large proportion relates to many people. Okay, and then last three questions. The first one is true, false, and not given. So that's good. Only 2 mistakes this time. So both businesses and people aim at order without really considering its value. Yes, basically that's the entire we don't need to find that answer specifically. The entire text generally talks about this being true. Innovation is most successful if people involved have distinct roles. We see this is false because we've got this idea here that something about power structures. I can't really find it, but it's something about people not having a specific job or specific role in their job. I'm checking this test 3 days after doing it, so now I'm a bit lost. Okay, I don't want to waste your time, but this gives you a little bit of information. Oh yeah, there we go. Formal job titles. Okay, so getting rid of formal job titles relates to distinct roles, and that's false because it's not successful. And then Google was inspired by General Electric. No, that's not given. We just say that General Electric was one of the companies that did it, and Google as well started doing it, but not necessarily because of this specific company. Okay, so we've got not given there. So total is 38 out of 40, which gives that's one more to go. 38 out of 40. Okay, which gives no, go away. I'm not interested. Thank you. Bye bye. Okay, so 38 out of 40 on the academic gives an 8.5 out of 9. Okay, so not too bad. If you got 39, it would give you a 9 out of 9. So you can make one mistake on the academic and still get a full marks. But 38, oops, not 33. 38 is good. Okay. So if you have any questions, let me know at the bottom of this video, in the comment section down below. Otherwise, I hope that was useful for you, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to this video where we'll be looking at completing the reading for test number 3 from book number 13 of the general training variety. Okay, and I haven't seen this test before. I haven't seen the questions. I haven't seen the texts. So I'll be in the same boat as you when you do this test. You can choose to follow along and do the test with me here, or you can try and do this test by yourself if you prefer, and then simply go on to checking the answers in the next video. Okay, so let's begin. Okay. Amateur.
Okay. Basic reading skills. Okay. How we work. Busy people. It's fine if you miss an entire rehearsal period. 2 minutes, disrupt the function. Okay. Professional coach. Okay. Sorry, I missed this one. Friends and family. It's important. Okay. Right. Self-supporting. Collective. No other funding. Cost is $80. Materials. Instrument. Music stand. Okay. Alright, I've looked enough there. True, false, not given. Based on another orchestra, we know that's true. We've got this L, so ability to read it is essential. Basic reading skills, so true. Hang on. Not required to audition. So it's not required to audition, but so what does R refer to? Participants should have basic music reading skills and a willingness to commit to the group, but are not required to audition. What does R refer to? Participants or skills? It must mean skills, but that's a bit rude. So ability to read is essential. It must be false then, if you can audition without it. Maybe you'll learn later. It might be unsuitable for very advanced level musicians. If you've ever been paid to play your instrument, recently graduated with a degree, or you've been paying continuously, you may decide you're not the appropriate group, so that's true. So here, that's true. And number 4, are free to members' families. Here, we've got it over here. Okay, it doesn't say anything about that, so that's a not given, because it's not, the key word here is free, and the word free or any synonym for free is not given on here. Okay. Always involve full orchestra playing together. No, that's not true. Full orchestra playing together. Okay, so they're joined to teach different sections, providing groups of players with valuable. Okay, so that's false because of the word always. It's not the case always. The conductor provides the service for free. Sorry, the conductor, not the tutor. Let's find the word conductor. Yeah, there's the word fees. So that's false. Because if a fee means money, right? It gives advice on what instrument to purchase. Okay, this is usually in order, so there's no point looking up here. We've found the word fees. There's no mention of what advice is given here. There's no advice, so this is a not given. Okay. Best running watches. Now this is a case where I wouldn't bother reading first. I go straight into the questions because this has already been done for me in a certain way. I might look at least at the numbers and the capitalized words quickly. Huffington Post, that's the newspaper. And the strange name of this. Okay, so alright, that's enough. So this would be suitable and not too expensive for a runner. So we're looking for a runner and not expensive. Okay. Pace, speed, talking about athletes, any general athletes. Urban runners. Suitable for off-roaders rather than urban runners. Running watch. Lightweight watch. Okay, the word here is not too expensive. It doesn't specifically say. We found the word runner over here, the word pace suggesting here. So we need to find something about not too expensive. Well-priced entry-level watch. There might be the clue in the name, but that's not fair. Entry-level watch. Entry-level means priced easily. First watch. First watch. Okay, that's important as well. Well-priced entry-level watch. I think they're trying to be a bit tricky there. They don't actually say it's for runners, but you can look at the name. An entry level meaning good for somebody who's just starting in terms of price, well priced, so that sort of matches, but okay. Number 9, care has been taken to make this watch very attractive to look at. So we found this one here where it is futuristic jewelry. Okay, so that's more F. Then this watch can be programmed to let the runner know when it's time to get some refreshment. Okay, so it's talking about nutrition. It alerts you when it's time to hydrate, get water, or top up nutrition. Okay, so that is D. Recharging at frequent intervals. Usually that would be that's a negative thing, right? And in reviews, the negative things usually happen at the end of the sentence. So look here, battery life is limited. So that's the C. Experienced and inexperienced runners will find this watch. Oh, I see, this is all running watches. Sorry, that's confusing me for number 8. So this is every single one of them is a running watch. Okay. Experienced and inexperienced runners will find this watch useful. At any level. Okay, so that's D. Remember here, more than one letter is possible. Runners will find all the features on this which are useful. Everything you need, nothing you don't. So that's A. And then people who do most of the running in cities, it's not appropriate for them. So this is off-roaders. So that's G. So notice B does not appear here at all. Okay, now on to section 2. Health and safety. Your rights, so what your company should do for you, your responsibilities, what you need to do personally. Okay, you have rights and responsibilities to your own well-being and that of your colleagues. Okay, this article explains your responsibilities and how you can meet them. Okay, let's look for any. There's health and safety capitalized there, but no numbers, no words that are maybe here. That's quite useful. Okay, all right. So looking at rights, which are just this part here, established by, set down in law by your employer. One word only. So set down in law, so established by law, and include the following. Employers should manage any potential dangers to their staff's health and safety. Hazards, dangerous. Okay, so it's anything from here downwards will be number 16. Any should be free. Personal or protective equipment, safety equipment without being charged. Okay, so equipment. May inform management of any relating to health and safety. So may tell management, inform management of any concerns that you have. So tell concerns. And number 18 are entitled, allowed to have while they are working. Breaks during the time you're at work. Okay, take off jewelry if you find anything about jewelry. Okay, so the answers are going to be from down here since for number 19. Avoid putting colleagues and others at risk. I think that's the answer. I just know that from a collocation, at risk. To do any that the employer offers. Training, there's the word. You offer training, you must do it. Inform the employer of any received while working. So any injuries, I would say. Any injuries, there it is. So you receive injuries, collocation as well. Make sure the employer knows of any that you are taking. So you take medicine, I know this for a fact. So medication, not medicine. Okay, so you take medication. All right, good. Now, this This one is about our company notices. Advanced warning. This is Monday the 22nd of May. Perkins Buildings, June. Friday. Jane Phillips, Finance, 12 and 1. Oops. 15th of March, room 5. 31 of March. Purchasing manager. Okay, this is all general stuff. 30th of March. Production manager. Okay. Rodrigo Perez. Okay, nothing there. April, Dev Patel. Marketing. Contact Maggie on this number. Extra pay, of course. Bill Sinclair there. Okay. So, for which company notice are the following statements true? Staff are needed to work in internal communications. Okay, we'll look here first. Any of these? So, communications. And marketing. Company intranet. Good. That's internal and an internal internet. So that's F. People need to improve an internal system. Okay, hang on. You cannot use more than one letter here, so this could also be F. Okay, let's look out. This is dangerous. 23 and 24, very similar. Internal system. Let's come back because this is an opportunity to, there's only one possible answer for each. That means we can use deduction here. So 25, staff are asked if they want to take part in an internal competition. Recommendations for changes, raising quality. Okay, there's no competition. There's championships. There we go. Company tennis championship. So that is G. So G is done. Okay. Then 26, volunteers are asked to work overtime for a limited period. Additional 3 hours each evening through the week from that. So volunteers, okay, so that one is D. Staff will be told where to work temporarily. This looks like it should be something here, where they'll work for that time, individually notified. So that's A. So we've got A, we've got D out, and we've got G out. So the options for 23 are B. Financial, no, it's not that one. Jeff Bridges is taking over. So it must be these two then. So ways to help improve an internal system, quality and recommendations for changes about quality. But why did they say internal system? That's very strange. Okay, well, that's E then. I think they mean by. Yeah, okay. Right, section 3. Now I'm going to put all my efforts into this one. So vanilla, the most powerful flavor in the world. And yet vanilla is only grown in a few countries. Discover why these countries are ideal, what makes them different. Okay, so we start with Mexico. And because this is individual sections, I'm going to read the first paragraph for each section in full. Conquered by the Aztecs, conquered by the Spanish forces, Cortez to Spain, wonderful pots. Okay, and then the first sentence or the first 2 sentences per paragraph. So Mexico, 300 years. Okay, that's fine. Something called a melipone, top of B. Okay. Turn yellow. Okay, brown color. Again, Mexico, 24 to 48 hours. Nothing else there. Okay. Creamy tones, deep spicy character. Okay. Now let's look at Madagascar. 1793, smuggled from Mexico to the island of Reunion, east of Africa, 50 years. Production struggled. Without the special bee, they weren't being fertilized. 1836, Charles, Belgium. Okay, he discovered the link between the bee and the plant. It's 1841, developed an efficient method. Fertilizing the flower by hand. So now they choose the best flowers to pollinate. Interesting. Okay, and then hand pollination started off really in Madagascar. Similar to Mexico. Okay, anything else? No. Sweet, creamy, mellow flavor. All-purpose vanilla. I guess that's what they mean in Madagascar. Then Tahiti. Tropical. It's a different type of species. It's a hybrid. Create the plump Tahitian vanilla pods. Okay. Curing process different. If they're first stacked. Okay. Right, that's enough for that. Okay, 40 days. So Tahiti's advantageous climate and soil, fruity and sweet. Okay, and then we've got Indonesia, second largest, quantity over quality, picked only when ripe. Sorry, so that's unlike other regions. They're picked only when ripe. Indonesia will harvest all the beans at once. Okay, the quality is not so good. Burns off the flavor. Okay, all right, that should be enough studying of this. So match each with the correct country. The grown here is created by more than one. Okay, so we know that this is done in Tahiti because they have this word hybrid. So that's Tahiti, which is C. Okay, this is an example of some people mistakenly writing the word. Remember, only the letter. Do not write the word when you transfer your answer over to the answer sheet. This vanilla is often mixed with other types of vanilla. Okay, so this is a hybrid. It's created from more than one plant, but this is mixed with other types. So let's see. Did we find this one with mixed? Okay, Yeah, thought so. It's something because they're trying to save money, labor saving, they also mix vanillas together. So blend with other vanillas. So that's Indonesia. So that's D. So people claim the country produces the finest or the best vanilla. So we're looking for the word best. Probably Madagascar. Yeah, here it is, exceptional. Many people's first choice for a wide range of, so this Madagascar is correct for this one. Goes well with sweet and savory. Savory means got salt in it. This vanilla goes well. I think it might be Mexico. If we look here, I saw the word tomato. Cinnamon, other warm spices. Yeah, tomato sauces. Interesting. So Mexico for A. Okay. Then which prevented countries, apart from Mexico, from growing vanilla? 17th and 18th century. So apart from, I think it was that bee situation. I remember them. It was only recently this man, Charles Morin, discovered there's a relationship between a bee and plants. So suitable pollinating insect, so that's bee. What does the writer suggest was the main reason for the success of vanilla cultivation in Madagascar? So the main reason was suddenly understanding that you could use your hands. Isn't that right? They could choose the best flowers because they were doing it by hand. So a particular agricultural technique, the other ones don't fit. Yeah. The writer believes that Madagascan vanilla is so popular because, now, without looking at the A, B, C, or D, I don't know the answer, so I'm not going to let these distract me. Madagascan vanilla is so popular because it can be used in a wide range of sweet recipes, I think. It works well in a wide variety of main courses and puddings. Cooking and baking to ice creams and buttercreams. Cooking and baking, cooking in general. Pod is less likely to break up when it's cooked. No, I think this is the answer, 34A. Now, how they cured in Tahiti. So we need to look at Tahiti now. Tahitian farmers start by leaving the pods to turn something all over. I think that's yellow. They're stacked in a cool place until they are completely brown, 5 to 10 days. To turn brown, so turn, I should know that it becomes a different color. So it starts off yellow and it's brown all over meaning completely. They then wash them quickly before the main stage of the curing process begins. They place the pods in, that's the important word, during the early part of the day. So where do they put it? During the early part of the day, so that's morning sunlight. For the next month, expose the pods to the gentle morning sunlight. So they place the pods in the sun. I was looking for a receptacle. Okay, in the sun. During the early part of the day, cloths are then wrapped around them and they are left in boxes overnight. Okay, cloths until the next morning. This process encourages something. What does it do? To promote transpiration. So the liquid leaves the pod. Transpiration.
Gradually the something starts to decrease. What starts to decrease? The weight. While this is happening, the farmers continue to work on the pods. They use their to flatten them out. What do they use? Their feet? Smooth and with their fingers. Okay. For the last stage in the curing process, the pods are kept in a cool place which is open to the air so that the amount of something in them is reduced. Kept in a cool place open to the air so that the amount is reduced to lower their moisture content. So moisture. Okay. Now technically I should be checking my answers because I've still got a long time to go. I've still got about 20 minutes or even 30 minutes, 28 minutes left. So I should be checking my answers, especially the easy stuff here. So remember, this one was a bit tricky for me. I wasn't quite sure what they meant by number 2. An ability to read music is essential. They're not required. So these skills are not required for audition. I think the word essential is a very strong word, so I'm going to say that as false, not a not given. And I could, next time, if I do the real exam, I would put a star next to the ones that I seem to remember having a trouble. And remember, I had trouble with 8 until I realized this is all of these are running watches. The rest I'm quite happy with. Okay, so in the next video we'll be checking the answers and giving step-by-step reasons for the answers, as well as any new vocabulary that might have come up. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so here we'll be checking the answers for IELTS step-by-step. Okay, so here we'll be checking the answers for the IELTS book number 13. And this is test number 3 from the general training. Okay, so the first one is true. The idea behind NYLSO is based on another orchestra. Yes, because we saw this over here. Okay, number 2 is true, not false. So the ability to read music is essential, but not required for the audition. So, okay, so when you do the audition, so say for example they say that you've got a chance to join, but you can't read music. What's the point of going to the audition? I don't really understand why anybody would go to the audition if they're automatically going to be rejected. That's why I don't really understand why this claiming that this is true. In fact, they should have a basic reading. But R, I think the problem is this word. I don't know what R, does it R refer to the participants or the skills? Okay, I see. So participants don't need to audition. Okay, so that's an example of what we call it's ambiguous. Okay, it's not very common in the IELTS exam to see mistakes like this, but I believe this to be a mistake. So the skills are not required to audition, but okay, so it's referring to participants and not the skills. Okay, so there we go. True, all right. Number 3, the NYLSO might be unsuitable for very advanced level musicians. We said this is true because down here they said that it's not appropriate for you if you've been playing for a long time, because this is more basic stuff here. Okay, then they are free. The keyword was free to family members. We don't know that, so the answer is not given. Then they always involve a full orchestra. This is false, because over here it said we would teach different sections, providing groups of players with valuable experience. Okay, so not every single one is the whole orchestra, the full orchestra. Number 6, conductor provides her services free. This is false, because we've got the word conductor's fees down here, so it doesn't work. And then the last one gives advice about which one to purchase. That's not given, because there's no mention here of giving advice. You are expected to know which instrument you like from the beginning. Now let's go down to this idea, this one about running watches. The first one is E, not too expensive, because we said it was well priced, and it's the first watch, very important word actually, entry level watch, so E is correct. Then we've got F, because it's very attractive. F down here, we've got this word like jewelry. Okay, and then number 10, this watch can be programmed to let you know what time to get refreshment. We had here D, refreshment is not only food but also water, and so we found this word, the word hydrate, to drink water and top up the nutrition, that means food. Okay, this watch will need recharging at frequent intervals. We remember this is a negative thing, so that tends to be at the end of the review, and there it is. So the battery life is limited, often with words like although, however, unfortunately, words like that that introduce a contrast to the positive part at the beginning. And then number 12, we've got D, because it's athletes at any level. Okay, so D is fine. Then runners will find all the features on this watch are useful. 13A, and everything that you need and nothing that you don't, so everything is useful. And then G, we have that as correct as well. It's not appropriate for people who run in the cities, because there's the word urban related to cities. It's better suited for off-roaders than people who live in the city, so correct there. Okay, now we had the word law here, so that is set down. A law is set down or established, similar meaning. Okay, then number 16 is equipment, because it should be free, and we've got here without being charged for it, so safety equipment, protective equipment is correct. Then we've got the word concerns here, to inform management of any concerns, and tell is related to the word inform, so concerns is correct. And then number 18, entitled to breaks, we've got that one correct as well, because we've got the word while they're working, and if you look for this, during that time they have breaks. Okay, and then put somebody at risk. This is a classic example of why collocations are useful. Collocations, because co-location, words that often come in the same place. Together, place. Okay, and so I knew straight away the answer was risk. I didn't even really need to look. There it was. And they use the word expose people to risk, put others at risk, similar meaning. And then do comes with training, and the word here offers, so you need to cooperate with your employer. That is provided, so provide means offer, training is the correct answer here. And then injuries, check the spelling, IES, so you need to tell or inform your employer of any injuries that you receive. So you can receive injuries, which happens over here. You suffer injuries, and the word report instead of inform happens here, so that's correct. And then medication, it is another reason for collocation. You take medication, and we can guess that idea from your world knowledge that some types of medication will affect your performance, your ability to stay awake, for example. So medication is correct here, and that's down here, by the way. Okay, now we're looking at the company notices, what's happening between these dates, the 22nd of May and something in the future. Okay, and so the first one we said was F, because internal communications, you need to know what an intranet is. So it's not the internet, but an intranet. It sort of functions a bit like the internet, but it's only for an internal use within a company, a big company. People are needed to help improve an internal system. This was one that I was a bit confused about, but they're talking about raising the quality of a product. Why internal system is used for this, I'm not really sure, but luckily we got the correct answer. Okay, staff are asked if they want to take part in an internal competition. Now that was about tennis, and somewhere tennis championship, so we got G for that one. And their volunteers are asked to work overtime for a limited period. Okay, so over here, additional 3 hours throughout the week. So just 1 week. So there's the word there's the limited period. So there, and we've got overtime, to work overtime. Over here, work for additional 3 hours, okay, per day. And then the staff will be told where to work temporarily, okay, and there we've got A. They've used the exact same words. They'll be told where they will work for that time. Okay, and it's just between May and June, so 1 month approximately. Okay, now let's have a look at section D. This is where I spent a lot more time on the text itself. I spent a lot of time on the first paragraph, certainly the first paragraph of each sentence, of each section as well, and then what is called the I've forgotten the word. The first two sentences of each paragraph will introduce you to the idea of the paragraph. So make sure you read that. Okay. Now, 28, we had C was created from more than one type, which is correct, because we've got the word hybrid. So if you know the meaning of the word hybrid, you'll get the idea. And then this vanilla is mixed up with other types. I had an idea it was Indonesia because they're trying to reduce the quality. They don't care about quality, and I got the idea that they would be blended. So I looked straight away down here, and it was correct. So if you blend things together, they're not. Hybrid is different in that they're grown at the same time together. Two types of different species joined together somehow, whereas this is just simply blended with others. So that one is D. And then people claim this is the finest vanilla. This is world knowledge. I've heard that Madagascan vanilla is the best in the world, so I looked there automatically, and I found this many people's first choice. So for me, this text was relatively easy. And this vanilla goes well with sweet and savory. Savory meaning it's got salt in it. Okay, so we had this for A. If you look over here, we've got tomato sauces, and tomatoes tend to have salt with them. They're in savory dishes usually. Okay, now we go on to 32, and this is a lack of the suitable pollinating insect, so that's correct. And this is talking about this bee, which we underlined somewhere there. The special bee called the melipone was, of course, an indigenous or local bee, so everything carried on growing perfectly. But when they pulled the vanilla plant over to another country, there was no bee there, the special bee, to pollinate the flowers, which meant that the growing of the vanilla was not very easy to do. They were trying, but it wasn't working very well. Okay. And it worked a little bit in Reunion, they say, somewhere here. Reunion, a very small island in the Indian Ocean, So it worked for a little bit, but it struggled. Okay, and the word struggled means it was battling, finding it difficult. Okay, now 33 we had A, which is also correct. This was this discovery that bees are related to plants, but if you use your hand, maybe a little paintbrush, you can brush the one flower to another and you're doing the same job as the bee. And so here they were able to choose the best flowers to pollinate, resulting in healthier and better quality vanilla. Okay, and then 34 we had, oh, that's a mistake. Okay, so this was me rushing a little bit. The writer believes the vanilla is so popular because it's the standard taste. Okay, so we've got here main courses, which I assumed was cooking, but I think the keyword, that's one of the keywords that I shouldn't have ignored. Cooking doesn't mean it's a main course. And anyway, if we look back up here, a main course tends to be a savory course, such as something that has tomatoes in it. So that can't be it, actually, now that I think about it. So it's the standard taste of vanilla. Let's see. Okay, the sweet, creamy, mellow flavor is the one that most people identify with vanilla. It's an all-purpose vanilla. Okay, so most people identify with the keyword there is C, so that's a mistake there. And then I'm pretty confident that these are all correct. If we look back at Tahiti, turns brown. If something turns brown, it becomes brown, and it's often used, the word turn, with a color, so turn brown all over. Then they put them in the sunlight. Notice a stupid mistake. Clearly it says sunlight. This would grammatically work perfectly to place something in the sun, but this is exactly why you need to double check, okay, which is not something I did. So learn from my mistakes. So sunlight is the correct answer, not sun. You must take exactly the same word over. Silly. Okay, 38, transpiration, promote transpiration is correct. And to transpire it's to breathe out in a way. But for a plant, that means just to release the air inside it. I'm not really sure how it works. And then the weight, I thought the weight was correct. Yes, it is. So the weight, they lose weight, and the weight decreases. Then they use their fingers to flatten them out. I thought this was best for here. They carefully smooth and even out the pods, so flatten using their fingers. And if you use your something, it's almost always a body part, so that's the only one I could think of there. And it turns out, no, I think I used feet, I said initially, but there it was, fingers. And then the last one is moisture. So the amount of moisture is reduced because over here we've got the lowering of the moisture content. Okay, so the total out of 40 is 37 out of 40. Once again, a really poor score for something that should be a general training score, a native speaker. And almost always it's because, I think this first one is a little bit unfair, but the other two were silly mistakes that I was doing, rushing to get through this exam. So don't make the same mistake as me. In a second, I'm going to just pause this video and I'm going to go onto the website that will give us the grade here. Okay, I'm on IELTStutorials.online, the score calculator. This is this is for general, not academic, and I got a wonderful total of 37, which is only 8 out of 9. 3 mistakes will result in only 8 out of 9. Okay, so once again, learn from my mistakes. Do not rush through the exam. Do your best to double check your work, especially when you're moving your answers over to the answer sheet, which is something else I haven't done, obviously. Something never to forget is to move your answers over to your answer sheet. And let me just show you what that looks like. Okay, it looks like this. So you would do what I've been doing here, write all the answers on the question paper, but then make sure that by the end of the exam you have written in all the answers from number 1 to number 40. And remember, never leave a gap missing. You can always take a guess. You will never get a grade removed if you make a mistake. So never, never, ever, ever leave a gap. Just try and put any word you can think of there. There's a good chance you might get it correct, especially if it is a multiple choice question, A, B, C, or D. If you don't know, just put one of them in. Never, ever leave a blank space. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, now we're going to be looking at another task type that's very common, and that is true, false, not given, or sometimes yes, no, and not given. And you can see here that the difficulty is quite high, and I'll talk about the reasons for that in a second. And this is usually in order. I put the word here usually because I want to be on the safe side. Let's say almost always in order, which means that the text, the questions that come up will be in the same order as the answers in the text. So if you've already answered questions 1, 2, and 3, then you don't need to look above where the answer is for question number 3. For questions 4, 5, and 6, you can just carry on reading down, and you'll find the answers in some place anywhere after where the answer for question 3 can be found. Okay, so the reason the difficulty is quite high is a lot to do with this not given. It can be quite confusing. What you'll end up doing is reading all over the place, trying desperately to find the answer, and then eventually you realize actually the answer is not in this text at all. The reason for the not given is to test your speed or your reading speed. You should be able to read through the whole text quite quickly and scan for where the answer might be. And as you eventually come to the end of the text, you realize that the answer is not there. Okay, there is a whole video about how to deal with this not given, true, false, not given. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the techniques and tips for this task because I've dedicated quite a substantial video just to this task type, and it's a very common task type. So obviously, for obvious reasons, it's worth spending time understanding how best to answer these questions. Okay, so we'll be back looking at this in another video later on in this course. Okay, welcome to this video, tips and tricks video, where we'll be looking at this idea of should you read the distractors. Now let me just show you what a distractor is so that you can get an idea of what it is. Okay, so these are multiple choice questions, and you'll see the number is written on the left and then A, B, C, and D. So you have to choose one of these answers which will be the correct one. Now you'll see that there's 4 options, but obviously only one will be correct. So that means there are 3 distractors, and the name distractor comes from the verb to distract. The point is that it's trying its best to take your eye away from the correct answer and to make you confused, basically, so that you actually end up getting or choosing the incorrect answer. Often what happens in the reading test, at least, where there's 3 distractors and 1 correct answer, is that 1 is quite close to the correct answer, 2 might not be very close to it, but they can be quite close to the actual correct answer. So you need to be very careful, and that is why vocabulary, having a good vocabulary, is very important, especially for this type of question, because the distractors will rely on synonyms and words that have similar meanings but not in the right context, for example, or they don't quite fit in this case. And if you don't know the exact meaning of that word, you might end up choosing a distractor instead of the correct answer. Okay, so the question was, should we read the distractors. Now, initially, that means at the beginning, try your best not to look at the distractor. Those of you who have been doing or are doing the IELTS step-by-step listening course will know that I've advocated the exact opposite. In the listening exam, you have a limited time, and that is why initially I did in fact tell people to do the same as this, as in read the question here, try to formulate the answer here without looking at any of the options. But in the listening exam, you have very limited time, and so that is why I've gone back on that and said, yes, in fact, please do read the distractors. And also the fact is, listening exam, you only have 3 options, not 4 like in the reading. So anyway, going back to the reading test now, yes, do not look at these A, B, and C or D unless you have to, and I'm going to explain what I mean in a second. Okay, the reason I would recommend you not do this is because the distractor will obviously take your eye away from the correct answer, and also because you've got time to look at the possible answer already. Okay, so look at number 31. Compared with today's museums, those of the past. Now the answer is sitting in here. In number 32, the answer is sitting over here. And number 3, the answer is sitting over here. So what I'd like you to do is to pause the video. Do not look at the distractors A, B, C, and D of all of these, but obviously have a read of that and try to write, or on your own piece of paper obviously, try to write your own words about how to answer these questions, okay? Or to complete these sentences essentially. So number 31 is compared with today's museums, those of the past, the museums of the past, okay, in your own words here. Number 32, according to the writer, current trends in the heritage industry, and tell us what's happening at the moment. Current trends means things that are happening currently or at the moment or in the modern times. And then number 33, the writer says that museums, heritage sites and theme parks, what? And the answer is sitting in C for number 33. Okay, so pause the video now, and when you're ready, press play. Okay, so you should have had a chance to read through A, B, and C. And what I'm going to do is just give you the areas where you'll be able to see the answer related to this. Now, I haven't read A, B, C, or D yet. All I've done is underlined where I think the answer will be hiding based on the information I get from these questions here. And then what I'll do is write in what I think the answer is without looking at A, B, C, or D. And so this is what I've done. This is what I think. So compared to today's museums, those of the past were just storage rooms. So there were big rooms where you would keep artifacts and things that you've got, and they're not designed for beautiful displays. They're designed for scientists to go inside and reference back something that they wanted to look at. So it's not really designed for the public, okay, according to this. Good for scholars, but not for the ordinary visitor public, okay? And then over here, 32, according to the writer, current trends in the heritage industry focus on an experience. The key word in the heritage display is now experience, so that's my idea of what it means. And the writer says that museums, heritage sites and theme parks are becoming similar because I said this, the sharp distinction between these 3 things is evaporating, is disappearing. Okay, and this is sort of a metaphorical sense of disappearing. Now, number 33 might have been a bit more tricky to work out what they wanted to write here, because these 3 things, it's very broad. So there are going to be cases, for example 33 perhaps, where it would be beneficial to read the distractors if it's such a broad idea. Although you could argue that this one
Yeah, they mention three things: museums, heritage sites, and theme parks. And because it's mentioned here, museums, heritage sites, and theme parks, I can pretty much guess that's what they're referring to. But there might be a case where this is a lot more broad. They might only mention museums and theme parks, and the entire paragraph is about museums and theme parks, in which case then I would need to look at the distractors. But for these two, certainly 31 and 32, you should be able to write your own answer here before looking at the distractor. Okay, now let's have a look at the benefits of this before we go and check the answers. The benefits of this is that once I've got a solid idea of what the answer probably is, then I'm not going to be easily distracted by these other three that are there to pull my eyes away from the correct answer. All right, now let's check and see if we were, how close we were. Okay, so the correct answer is B. And compared to today's museums, those are the past, which are storage rooms, not primarily intended for the public. Yes, now that's what I said, isn't it? Good for scholars, but not for the ordinary visitor. Okay, so that works out fine. I wouldn't have. Is there anything else about storage rooms here? Detailed way, more clearly organized? No. Preserved items with greater care? No. Okay. You could say that C is quite close, or clearly organized, because objects packed together in showcases. But the main point is actually after this, that good for scholars, bad for ordinary visitors. Okay, so I would have got B, even though I didn't perhaps have the exact answer that they wanted here, but it did lead on to the correct answer. This one here focused on an experience, emphasized personal involvement. Yes, so a personal experience involving all the senses. Okay, so there's the senses, so individual human senses, taste, touch, smell, sight, and sound. All of those relate to A, being personal involvement. Have their origins in York and London. Good examples of this approach, okay, but those are just examples. They didn't start in York and London. Computer images, virtual reality there, maybe, and reflect minority tastes. Suggest that the majority of the public does not share this opinion. So this would have been this is the closest distractor to the actual answer, because over here, such developments have been criticized. Okay. Intolerable vulgarization, but the success, but there's the word here, but the success of many historical theme parks and similar locations suggests that the majority of the public does not share this opinion. They do not agree that they are vulgar. Vulgar means crass, and for the not so intelligent public. Okay. And let's look at number 33. The writer says that museums, heritage sites, and theme parks are becoming similar, meaning, the distinction is disappearing or evaporating. And here the answer is very close to what I had, are less easy to distinguish than before. Okay, and A, B, and C, they work in close partnership. They borrow ideas and concepts from each other. Okay, that's again one that would be very close to the correct answer. They borrow ideas and concepts from each other. Okay, but they work in partnership as in they phone each other every day? No. But one might see, for example, a museum has done that, and they go, "Ooh, that looks like a good idea," and then they copy that idea, but they don't actually phone each other and have meetings about it. Try to preserve separate identities. No, that's the exact opposite. We're talking about this evaporation. And have similar exhibits. Well, that's going to be very difficult to do, because a theme park is not, this is using my world knowledge.
There's no way that a theme park could have the same exhibit as a museum. It doesn't make sense. So it can only be D. Okay, so these distractors can be defended against, let's say, by using your own wording without looking at them and then coming back. This does take a little bit longer in terms of time, but it certainly guarantees that you are going to have a higher mark at a later stage. So it might be worth spending a little bit more time doing this instead of looking at the distractors straight away. Okay, I hope that's useful for you, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to this video where we'll be looking at speed reading, basically techniques that people use to increase the speed at which they read. And the techniques that I'm talking about here are applicable not only in English, obviously, but in your own language as well. So you should be able to use this to your advantage, not just in the IELTS, but in everyday scenarios. Now, I would not recommend you use some of these techniques in the exam itself. This is more about practicing before the exam, especially in terms of this one with vocalization. These sort of things are not suitable for the exam itself, but as I said, useful as practice before the exam. So let's start with this vocalization, and this is something that many people do when they are reading. They actually vocalize the words, and that vocalization means you actually say the words not necessarily out loud, but they're in your mind, they're in your head as you read, and this slows down the speed at which you can read. And so there are three ways that we can stop this from happening. The most common way that speed readers do this is by humming, and humming is just like this, so making a sort of vocalized noise as you read, and this will prevent you from vocalizing the words. And this allows your eyes to move across the page a lot quicker. And a lot of research shows that we are actually capable of reading a lot quicker if we stop the vocalization process that happens as we read. Some people do this. A lot of people do this. Most people do this, and I do this, I know, unless I'm applying this technique myself. So humming is the most common. Some people say that counting to 10 in your own language is a great way to stop this from happening. So you read, but a count to 10 you've been doing since you were very young, and you should this will stop the vocalization process. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As you're reading something, and this will force your eyes to read a lot quicker. And because your brain is not really thinking, the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 are so easy, especially in your own language, that you don't need to think about what comes after 4, what comes after 5, what comes after 6, and you can focus your attention on the text on the page and still read quickly. And then some people who do in fact move their mouths or their lips when they're reading, it can help if you simply just place a finger on your lip like that, and this will stop you from vocalizing the text and help you to read quicker. Okay, and as I said, these are techniques that I do not recommend you use in the exam itself, but just when you're practicing to read faster. Okay, so let's go on to the second one here. This is about eye movement. Now, a lot of the problem with a reading is that people's eyes are not they're not paying attention to where their eyes are. Some people who have been diagnosed with reading problems, it's been shown that in fact it's just a muscle problem. It's not that they can't understand the words, it's not that the words are inverted or that the letters are upside down, but the fact that they just simply can't control their eye movement and their eye muscles. And we're going to be looking at some techniques to solve this problem later on in this video. Okay, but one thing that can help people who do have overactive eyes that tend to move around a lot, is that if you've got a piece of paper, you just cover the portion of the text you've already read. This will force your eyes to not look up and not to get confused with words above it, but just focusing on the line itself. So in the exam, this is something that you could do if you find it easier, if it helps you to read, is to take a piece of paper, a spare piece of paper, and just hold it over the text you've already read, and that will force your eyes to focus on that line that you're reading, and therefore make you read quicker. Another thing that some people do is to follow a pen or pencil as they read, and the key thing here is to not stop the pen or pencil when you get to a difficult word, but just to keep the pencil or keep the pen flowing at a constant speed, so that you're forcing your eyes just to simply follow where the pencil is, and this will help you to get used to reading quicker and allowing your brain to process more difficult words as you read, not stopping to process difficult words. The idea that you would use a skimming and scanning technique with the pencil or pen technique together will help you to read a lot quicker. Now, research has shown that the average reader is able to identify 8 letters to the right of the word they're looking at and 4 letters to the left, which basically means that your eyes should, in practice, be able to read 2 or 3 words simultaneously. And there are online tools that will help you to practice doing this, and I'll show you that later on. Okay, so here we are, we're getting to it now, the RSVP technique, which stands for Rapid Serial Visual Representation. So basically, Spreeder.com, for example, this app, has an option for you to paste in a piece of text that you want to read, and then it will provide you with a chunking of that text, forcing you to read it at that speed. So let's have an example. Let's have a look at it. So that's what it looks like. Spreeder.com/app.php, and we can let's take this piece of text here. This is from New Scientist, talking about the new golden rice that has been developed and approved in the Philippines. So we can just copy some of this here, for example, copy that, and then we'll put it into the Spreeder. We'll take away that and paste it in, and there it is here. We can get rid of read more. We just leave that there, and then we press Spreed. Okay, and basically you press play, and that is running at 300 words per minute. You could decide to change the settings so that you have 2 words at a time, and you can make this bigger if you wanted to. 300, we'll keep it at 300, and then we press play. Whoops, we have to save that, and then okay, hang on, 2 words per minute, save. There we go, modified to prevent the deficiency. Save you now. Okay, and this forces you to read at that speed. Okay. Now, okay, so let's go back over here. So that's Spreeder, and that will force you to use this rapid serial visual representation. However, somebody's pointed out to me that as great as this Spreeder is, there is a Chrome extension that will do the same thing, and I'm going to show you that now. Okay, so we'll go on to practice, and what we'll do here is, this is taken as a text source from New Scientist. Let's just have a look at what they've got here. Frankincense, a type of spice, I think, that was used in biblical times, and it used to be very expensive. In fact, apparently it still is. Okay, and this is just an example of a New Scientist article that may well end up in an IELTS exam. You'll see it's not the whole thing. It's just the first part. In fact, when I first started reading this, it was the whole article, and something I've just noticed now is perhaps that New Scientist articles, when they first come out, maybe the first day or two, are completely free. And then if they're 2 or 3 days older, then they start asking you to pay for that. That's something I've just noticed now. Anyway, so what we'll do now, that's the text source, and then here it is. Okay, so there's the text source. Okay, and what we'll do now is have a look at ways that we can practice this. These are just screenshots from that same text that I've made, but we're going to do this with a different text that I've just found, and we'll do it live. Okay, so the Sprint Reader I've already spoken about. Basically what I did is copied and pasted that text from the about frankincense, and I pasted it here, and I did exactly the same thing that you've just seen. But I'd like you to have a look at this new option here, which is called the Sprint Reader Chrome app. This text here is actually related to the one above it. So if you've got Google Chrome, what you can do is go onto Google and just type in Sprint Reader Chrome. It's the first one at the top. You click on that and it will give you an option to install it. Okay, it looks like this little hamster running on a wheel. I've got it installed already, so it's given me the option to remove from Chrome. But it should say something like install on Chrome for yourself. So let's see how it works. What we'll go and do is have a look at this GM crop again, talking about this golden rice, genetically modified golden rice that's got approval in the Philippines. And now that I've installed the Sprint Reader, it now sits over here, up here. It's got that little icon that's actually the hamster running in the wheel. And because that's now installed, I can click on it and double check. How do I use Sprint? Okay, there it is. I can now right click on this text and it says Sprint Read Selected Text. So it's this one here with the little hamster running, and it pops up with a new window, and then you can press play, and that speed forces me not to the vocalization is not possible because I have to read at that speed. Now if I click on this, oh no, not this one here, if I click on settings, something I prefer to do is to have at least 2 words per slide. 2 words, because remember, we can see on average 8 letters to the right hand side of where the eye is looking, and 4 letters to the left. So in total 12. And so that would cover any long words. 2 words per slide would cover any long words. If I went to 3 words, it starts getting a bit too long. But you can try with 3 words and start with something a bit lower, say 250 words per minute. That's very impressive, even by IELTS standards, if you can do it at 250 words per minute, because you need to read slightly slower than most native speaking English people can, simply because you've got to answer tricky questions. Okay, so let's put it to that, press save, and now we go back to home, and now let's see, we'll move this back to the beginning. Okay, and now what I'd like you to do is just see if you can follow this. We will do this as a practice, one second, but we'll just press play now and see. Okay, we're going to stop there because we're going to practice a little bit more. Okay, so hopefully you managed to get this first part about the Philippines being approving the use of this genetically modified food. Now, going back here, you can see that these are very similar, but now we're looking at this thing called Quillians. Quillians is a brand new website that's just popped up. I've been trying to find something like this for a long time, and it's only recently been invented. So basically what it does is it's the world's first AI-powered question generator. AI means artificial intelligence. So basically you put in some text and then it creates questions for you. So let's have a look at how it could work. And I've already created an account for myself, so I'm just going to log in. Okay. With Google. Okay. Now you'll see here that there are 3 things you need to do. First, you need to add a title, then you need to decide what domain this text is in, and then paste in the text, which is over here. So what we're going to do is take in this text. Let's do the whole thing. Sometimes it says there's not enough, number of words is not enough, but we'll just see if this is enough. So copy that. We'll get rid of this read more because that's something we don't need. And let's just put GM rice in the Philippines. Oh no. Okay, and the domain is, let's say, technology. Okay, and we'll get rid of that because we don't need it. Okay, and we don't need that either. Now sometimes it says that, oh, I've just got enough. Look at that. Word count must be between 300 and 3000. So I just got over it. All right, so we're going to proceed now. Okay, and see what it does. Technology, yes. Processing. Okay, so it's processing the text, and it says help Quizleon just generate better questions by selecting important words and deselecting others. So I don't think I need to know who Sharon is. We can deselect her, whoever these people are. They're not that important, but we might say carotene is important, deficiency is important, lack is important. Okay, and we proceed. And then some of the things it asks you to do is decide what do the pronouns refer to. It is safe. Now this is it's called a dummy it in English. Dummy it means it doesn't refer to anything. It's just for grammatical reasons it needs to be there. So I'm not going to, it does not mean Philippines. I'm just going to dismiss that. In fact, most of the time this just needs to be removed as dismissed. But it says it could reduce deaths among children by 1/3. And none of those are correct, so dismiss that. And these claims are rejected. Again, dismiss it. So sometimes it's good grammatical practice to try and work out what the pronouns are. So it's not a waste of time that putting this in here, but oftentimes it's not possible to relate to anything. And then here that says lengthy sentences needs to be removed. Okay, not removed but edited. So it could reduce deaths among children by 1/3, says Adrian Duboc. Okay, and he's on, he's on the board of, and because I've just mentioned it, the, okay, that's, so I've fixed everything. Okay, now we get to see what questions it generates. Okay, and this may take a few minutes. You'll see this is the free version of the website. The paid version gives you a lot more complex questions, but we don't need to do those. We can just work on these 3 questions. Okay, now let's see what it can produce for us here. So these are the questions that you need to have you pay $9.99 a month, but you can still see them behind the white, so I'm not really sure why they do that. And sometimes they're a bit strange. What is the first country with a deficiency problem? The Philippines. What is the major part of diet of the Philippines? Rice. Okay, so those are correct. And then again, this is the case of subscription related questions, but here are the possible questions, right? Now what I would do is, without looking too hard at the answers, so just use this page by itself here, I would then sorry, not save, I would export that as just a text file. take away the answers. Oops. Take away the answers without looking at the questions too much. Take that away. Take that away. You get the idea, right? And then what you're going to do now is read the questions, maybe the first 7. Let's do these ones here together. According to who it is safe, it is as safe as conventional rice varieties. That's your first question. Number 2, because rice is a major part of the diet in Taiwan, if children eat golden rice instead of brown, it should substantially reduce vitamin A deficiency. This is talking about Taiwan now. So this is a true or false question. According to the Philippine Star, Greenpeace has said that the approval is unwarranted due to and lack of transparency. So due to what? And number 4, this is also true or false. In the Philippines, many children under 5 years old are severely vitamin A deficient, according to the World Organization, even though most of them are given. True or false? Bangladesh, which also has a vitamin A something. There's 2 words here. Describe rice and something, which has a long campaign against golden rice, has asked the agriculture to overturn its decision. Okay, so let's just imagine we've got those 7 questions, and now with these questions here, what we're going to try and do is answer them by just going as quickly as possible using this sprint reader. Okay, so I'll have those questions up on the video, so you should be able to see them. And we're going to try and answer these questions just by reading this. Okay, so right click, sprint. Sorry, yeah, that's right. Sprint read. I just want to double check that I've got the right, settings. So yeah, 250 words per minute, 2 words per minute. Okay, save that, home, and here are the questions up here, and let's go see if you can find the answers. Okay, and did you manage to get the answers? We just double check them here. So according to a government report, there's the answer, it is as safe as conventional rice varieties. Because rice is a major part of the diet in Taiwan, true or false? Well, that's obviously false because they're talking about Philippines here. Taiwan is not mentioned at all. Number 3, according to the Philippine Star, Greenpeace has said the approval is unwarranted due to what and lack of transparency. Okay, so we know that it's down here. Incomplete data is the answer here, and lack of transparency. Number 4, in the Philippines, many children under 5 years old are severely deficient in vitamin A, even though most of them are given vitamin A as supplements. Yes, that's true. It's, here it is, even though they are given supplements. Bangladesh, which also has a vitamin A deficiency problem, I assume. Deficiency problem, there it is, yeah. Is expected to make a decision soon. You have to describe rice, which is not so easy to do. We'll come back to number 6. Number 7, you have to choose between these 4. Has long campaigned against golden rice. Asked the Agriculture Department to overturn its decisions. The answer there is Greenpeace. Okay, over here the word Greenpeace. So it's not the best way. I mean, it's not the most difficult questions, but it does seem to identify where a good question might be hiding. Remember, this is really about practicing speed reading. So working in conjunction with this rudimentary question format, with a text that you found yourself, that you found interesting, you're able to copy and paste it using the sprint reader technique, and then you get to test yourself and see if you can improve your reading skills and speed. Okay, so sorry. I hope that's useful for you. And it would be great if you could remove those, wouldn't it? Remove the answers instead of manually doing it. But maybe if you play around with this, sign up, see if you can work it out, and then if you've worked out a way to remove the answer from the question, please share that with us in the comment section of this video, so that you can you can help others as well as me to improve on this speed reading techniques. Okay, so let's just recap what we were looking at. So vocalization is bad. It doesn't, it slows us down. So do as much practice as you can before the IELTS exam, and reducing the amount of vocalization you use in when you're reading. Be aware of your eye movement. Use those techniques for example, from the piece of paper to the pen and pencil technique to help you to prevent your eyes moving too far or too much away from the words that you're supposed to be focusing on. And then we've spent a lot of time on this, having a look at ways to improve the speed at which you read by forcing your eyes to only focus on 2 or maybe 3 words at a time. Okay, so let me know if you have any questions, and I hope that was useful for you, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, it's 13:51, so we've got 1 hour to complete this test. So at 14:51 we will stop. Okay. missing factors. Tea and beer fueled. Two missing factors. One interesting factor. Explanation. Burst population growth. Anything else there? Roy Porter, sorry about that. Population. Boom. Okay, 20 years. Listers revolution. Listers best artists, anti-Semitic. Okay, 19th century. Change unlikely. Change. Provide labour. Living close together. Labour. Living close to English. Okay. Looser grip. Tea. Tea. Reduced bacteria. Trade China, 18th century. Nation. Tea is a factor required in Japan, Portugal. Labour saving devices in Japan. Okay, so choose the correct paragraph A. This is one. Let's do the easy ones. Easy ones first. So paragraph B. Things required. Things that are required. Conditions required for industrialization. Paragraph C. Two missing factors to change VI. D. Population boom. Increase increase in population. Okay, I, E, labour living close together. Human waste. Changes in drinking habits there. Poor turn to water and gin. I think so. It's VI. So paragraph F, this is tea-reduced bacteria. Boiled. Stomach purifying properties. Okay. So F it is. Comparisons with Japan lead to the answer. Comparisons with Japan, development of cities in Japan. No. So it must be IX or 9. Paragraph G. Why no labour saving devices in Japan? Fear of unemployment, yes. Put people out of work. So this one is I. So what's A then? Time and place of the Industrial Revolution. Time and place. So IV. China's transport system was not suitable for industry. China's transport system was not suitable. Where did I see China? China's there. China's there. Okay, easy transport to move goods around. Da, 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 da. Netherlands met these criteria but were not industrializing. All these factors must have been necessary but not sufficient to cause revolution. Holland had everything except coal, while China also had many of these factors. Most historians are convinced that one or two missing factors you need to open up, but the key word is many. Transport system was not suitable. Many of these factors. So we don't, that's not given, because it says many. Tea and beer both help prevent dysentery in Britain. Yes, I know that because dysentery. Drink beer, produce antibacterial agent in hops. Tea, boiled. Well, yes, true. Roy Porter. Where did I see Roy Porter? Porter disagrees with Macfarlane's findings. Favorable appraisal. So favorable means agreement. Disagrees, that's false. After 1740 there was a reduction in the population in Britain. Yes, 17. Mortality rate began to rise again, then suddenly dropped again. What caused this? Here we go. By about the time that infant mortality was dipping, the drink was common. Tea was quite expensive. Early, but in the reduction in population in Britain. So the mortality, that's the death rate is going down. So it's the opposite. It's false. Infant, specifically baby death, was going down. So it must be the opposite. People in Britain used to make beer at home. We drank beer from telling everything, which were added. Not given. Tax on malt indirectly caused a rise in the death rate. Okay. But the tax was introduced in malt. The 1970s mortality rate began to rise. Okay, so indirectly caused, true. All right. Gifted children and learning. Okay. Internationally giftedness is most frequently done by a score on general intelligence test, known as an IQ test, which is about a chosen cut of point using around 2 children's educational scores of environment. For example, close home educational close positive relationship with IQ score, especially over 130, the better the quality of the educational backup measured in terms of reported verbal interactions with parents, number of work activities in the home, because IQ tests are designed to learn age number, which is learn to acknowledge and okay. Excellence is not a matter of sorry, okay, so relationship between IQ and surroundings. Without appropriate help does not emerge without appropriate region. Means to learn, ways to learn, which includes material to work with, focused, challenging tuition, encouragement. Okay. High achievers. When they need ways to learn. Okay. Self-regulatory learning strategies. More effectively than large, able to deal with unfamiliar tasks, so self-regulation, self-regulation. Okay. Yet in order to learn by themselves, do need some support from the teachers. Conversely, tendency to over-direct can diminish the pupil's learning autonomy. So teacher support versus over-support. Spoon feeding. So scientific progress is not theoretical. Performance, it's not theoretical. Vital to performance. Characteristics such as independence contribute more to reaching the highest levels of expertise than intellectual skills, due to the demands of effort and time needed to practice and learning. Creativity and all mixed with high levels of motivation, expertise. Okay, so independence better than intellectuals, so intelligence. And creativity. Creativity and independence better than intelligence. Some of learning is affected by emotions of the individuals and significant others like parents and teachers. Limit the development of curiosity, fear, because it motivates. Curiosity, strong force and advance, motivates problem-solving behavior. Curious, strong desire to control their environment. Increase their own learning resources. Okay. Alright, we've done 13, so 14. Write the correct answer. A to F. Has 6 paragraphs, okay. A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay. A reference to the influence of the domestic background on a gifted child. Domestic background. So the child's educational environment. Domestic, that means at home. So not the school. Home educational provision. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so 14a. Reference to what can be lost if learners are given too much guidance. Yes, and that was teachers over support, so that's D. It's over here, over direct. Reference to the damaging effects of anxiety, and the word is fear down here. anxiety and fear, that's F. Examples of classroom techniques which favour socially disadvantaged children. So I saw for a second there something about something deprived areas. Some I found to be particularly useful for bright children in deprived areas. And deprived areas, socially disadvantaged. So that is D. What? That can't be D as well. Oh no, it does say you may use any letter more than once. That's fine. Okay. So with the correct person or people, 8E. Less time can you spend on exercises, reduce accurate work. If the gifted merely think more quickly, then we need only teach more quickly. Make fewer, then we can shorten the practice. So that's Shaw and Kandinsky. So that's B. Self-reliance is a valuable tool that can help children to reach their goals. So self-regulation. Self-reliance. Don't know, I'm going to come back to that one if I see it. Okay, gifted children know how to channel their feelings to assist their feelings as emotions. I saw something about emotions here. Positive emotions facilitate creative aspects of learning and negative emotions inhibit. How to channel their feelings to assist their learning. Emotion, yeah, that's book arts. Very gifted child benefits from appropriate support from close relatives. Interaction, important in terms of verbal interaction with parents, books, appropriate support. Home, educational provision. Freeman. A. The really successful students have learned a considerable amount about their subject. Know a great deal about a specific domain. Achieve higher level than those who do not. L-sharp. C. So it's not B, it's not L-sharp, it's not book arts. We've got Freeman. So is that right? Simonton. Independence, of course. Okay, so self-regulation comes down similar here to independence as Simonton. D. Okay. Write no more than 2 words. Write your answers. One study found a strong connection between a child's IQ and the availability of something and something at home. Okay, well, that's something. Books and activities. Books and activities. Children of average ability seem to need more direction from teachers because they do not have more direction from teachers because they do not have learning autonomy. Although spoon feeding can provide extremely high examination results, not always followed equally impressive life successes. Too much dependence on the teacher risks loss of autonomy and I would say learning autonomy. It's because average ones need direction from the teachers. Metacognition, I highlighted that, there it is. Metacognition involves children understanding their own learning strategies as well as developing own learning strategies, their own way of learning, as well as developing emotional awareness is also part of metacognition. Aware of their feelings around the area to be learned, feelings of curiosity, confidence, for example. Okay, so it's emotional awareness. Just before I go anywhere, I want to see this word feelings. Sorry, not here. The word feelings. Give you a chance to assist their learning. Teachers who rely on what is known as often produce sets of impressive grades in class tests. What is known as often produce sets of impressive grades. What is known as, okay, well, I'm looking for things like inverted commas. Oh, spoon feeding, there it is. Spoon feeding. Teachers who use spoon feeding can produce extremely high examination results. Okay, there we go. Museums of fine art and their public. Anywhere leads us to questions of assumptions about the role of museums of fine art in today's So, origin of viewing, or viewing of the original, but you get it. Okay. To read the writer's actual manuscript rather than a printed reproduction. It doesn't give me enough for the topic sentence. Let me go to the next one. Up to here. Precisely because of the technological developments that made it possible to print out huge numbers of text, whereas oil paintings have always been produced as unique objects. Okay, so unique objects versus things meant to be copied, things designed to be copied, i.e. books. So paintings versus books. Okay. Might be explained by the precisely because it made it possible to print out large numbers of text, whereas oil paintings produce as unique objects. Okay. Yet it has always been possible to make. Okay. Always been possible to make accurate facsimiles of pretty well any fine. Okay, so copies, good copies of artwork, painting, etc. Always possible. Okay, Mona Lisa, 16th century, bread and butter worked. Okay, right. But despite an implicit recognition, special status of original work can be cultural valuable. Okay, so museums promote status. Okay, this seems to place severe limitations. Experience offered. So limitations on experience. One limitation is related to the way treasure houses. Security guards, attendants, ropes, display cases. Okay, architectural style reinforces that notion. So that's one limitation. Another one, in addition, number 2. Difficult not to be impressed by the one's own relative worthlessness in such an environment. Any of one which like to be more than the average visitor possesses. Okay, so reinforcing. What is it reinforcing? The idea of treasure. Furthermore, so it tells the viewer that these are originally produced. So show of power. Yeah, okay. created. Okay, so art works not designed to be displayed like this way. Nothing else there. Case because time seems to be a crucial factor in the time appreciation fundamental. No prescribed time, so time is unimportant for our appreciation. By contrast, let's see that. Okay, opera or a play, yeah, that's time. Okay, got it. All right. Consequently, let's go up to here. Dominant critical approach. Discovering the meaning of art within the cultural context of its time. Dominant cultural critical approach. Okay, so spontaneous part of literature, so readers make up their own mind, but art historians tell you what to think. Okay. Oops. Let's just do that there. Right. Now, displays of art museums serve as a warning. Critical practices can emerge. Spontaneous, like on the spot, by viewers. The museum public, like experience art, more warning when given the confidence to express their views. Confidence to express their views. If appropriate work could be rendered permanently accessible to the public by means of high fidelity reproductions, such in the way that books and music already are, the public may feel somewhat less in awe of them. Interesting. Fortunately, there may be too much to ask for those who seek to maintain and control the art establishment, so people are scared to say what they really think. Or they're not scared, but they're unable to. Because time limits in museums. Time and location limits. You have to go all the way to Paris to see these. Okay, right, I get it. Okay, value attached to the original works of art. So people go to art museums because they accept the value of seeing an original work of art. But they do not go to museums to read original manuscripts of novels, perhaps because the availability of novels has depended on something for so long. And also because with novels, the are the most important thing. Okay. Dependent on technology, some sort of technology. How many? Oh, sorry, here. Mechanical processes. Let's see. Dependent on mass production. Availability. Can you come back to this one? And also with novels, the most important thing. underlying ideas. Huge numbers of texts. Technological developments, huge numbers of text, that's mass production, so B here. Also because we'll know something on the most important thing. The meaning of the words rather than the way they are printed. The reader of painting must adjust to the closely just as closely to the material form of marks and shapes. Okay, so the meaning, underlying ideas. H. Yeah. However, in historical. So that's that. Happy to instruct others to produce copies of their work. Yes, something about this. Bread and butter. To apprentices, assistants. Assistants. To produce copies of their work, and in these days new methods of reproduction allow excellent relief features as well as colour and paints. Faithful colour values, duplication of surface relief of the painting. Surface relief. Picture frames, no paints, artist basic technology, mechanical. Surface features, surface relief features. Reproduction techniques that allow high quality prints made to the original scale. Reproduction of relief features as well as colour and size. Size or mechanical processes. Original scale, colour values. Colour. Replication of the use mechanical processes. Methods of reproduction, mechanical processes, that's already done, so it must be size, so G. It is regrettable that museums still promote the superiority of original works of art, since this may not be in the interests of the public. D. Okay. The writer mentions not to illustrate. Okay, this is, I remember it being something about it being each piece of work very expensive, and individuals will not be able to even buy one of those paintings. So negative effect of the visitor's opinion of themselves, yes. Worthlessness, yeah. C. The writer says that today viewers may be unwilling to criticize a work because they don't have time. Then they're scared. Time to appreciate. Scared, I don't know why I put scared, but you got the impression, their confidence, lack confidence. So they lack the knowledge, they
financial, no. No real concept of the work's value, possibly. Personal reaction is of no significance. Ooh, that's all three of them quite close. Nothing about the viewer, what he thinks will alter the value. So today's viewer is deterred from trying to extend that. Deterred from trying to extend that kind of reading, which would originally have meant the work. Like the knowledge, no. No real concept, that doesn't matter. Unwilling. No real concept of the work's value. Real or true, slight difference. I'm going to go with D, but I'm not really sure why. I think it's not A, not B, but C. No real concept. Go with D. According to the writer, the displacement effect, I just saw that there. It is caused by this visitor may be struck by the strangeness of seeing such diverse paintings, drawings, and sculptures brought together in an environment which they are not originally created. This, so that's relating to what's said above, is further heightened by sheer volume. Okay. So they're all in the wrong place. All in wrong place together. Inappropriate nature of individual works. The variety of work on display and the way that they are produced. So it's not inappropriate. It's just variety in the way they are arranged. I think it's inappropriate. It's not B and C. It's A. The writer says that unlike other arms for painting does not so time limit, something but time limit. Have a specific beginning or end. Yeah, because they talk about opera and play, specific time, so D. Okay, do the following. Agree. Yes, no, not given. Okay, this time I'm going to get it right. So, art history should focus on discovering the meaning of art using a range of media. Art history should focus on discovering a range of media. Discovering the art within the cultural context. Art history. But it is absent from most art history.
So we should have spontaneous participatory criticism, which happens in books, but is absent from art history. Should focus on discovering the meaning of art using a range of media. Focus on discovering the meaning of art through a range of media. Well, it's not mentioned, not given. It could be, but it's not mentioned that specifically. The approach of art conflicts with that of art museums. That's false. No. Because this word here is perfect harmony with the museum's function, so that's no. People should be encouraged to give their opinions openly on works of art. Yes. And that's basically this whole thing here. Reproductions of fine art should only be sold to the public if they are of high quality. Sold. Permanently accessible to the public by means of high fidelity. Less in awe of them. Should only be sold if they are high quality. High fidelity. Well, he wants people to feel less in awe. So that, and the only way to do that is high fidelity. And so there's the word should. And so yes. In the future, those with power are likely to encourage more people to enjoy art. In the future, those with power are likely to encourage more people to enjoy art. So perhaps, but it's not mentioned. There's nothing about the future. Okay. I think that's it. Let's just check. All done. All done. Okay, right. And obviously this is when I would move all these answers to the answer sheet, which comes with the exam. Okay, so answers on the right, official answers on the right, and the answers I gave myself on the left here. So let's have a look. So the first one we said was 4, and 4 is the time and place of the Industrial Revolution, and we had 18th century, and it happened in Britain. And then 8 over here, paragraph B, conditions required. So these are all these things required, and they mention about 6 things here. And then this one is 7, paragraph C, 2 keys to the Britain's one, and 2 missing factors I wrote here. One of them was tea, and the other one is beer. Tea and beer. Okay. And then paragraph number 4 is just I. The first one, the search for the reasons for increase in population, and that was D, population boom increase, and there were a number of reasons that they mention here. And then 5, it's VI, that's 6, and that means changes in the drinking habits of Britain. And that was talking about what started off as beer, but then there was some tax introduced to what was in the beer, so people went to water and gin, and that increased the death rate, so drinking habits. Then F is number 9, and that's comparison Japan lead to an answer. So F here, look to Japan. They were comparing it, so comparing Japan to Britain, and he discovered that tea had stuff that was in it that was stomach purifying, as well as the boiling process that killed the bacteria. And then paragraph G is industrialization and fear of unemployment, yes, down here. So Japan didn't have any labor-saving devices. At least they got rid of them, such as animals even, because they were worried that it would put people out of work. Okay, so that was very short-sighted of them. All right. Now we go on to China's transport system was not suitable. We don't know. That's 8, not given. Good. Tea and beer both help to prevent dysentery. True. So as I mentioned here, stomach purifying and dysentery, by the way, is the type of sickness you get. Stomach, you just can't stop vomiting. So it's boiled, all of these things, and I'm trying to find the word dysentery itself. It's somewhere around here. Where is dysentery? Dysentery, dysentery. Sanitation. Waterborne disease. There it is. Dysentery. Okay, and so that was tea and beer. It sort of doesn't all. It started there with beer, but it goes on to the next paragraph talking about how tea also stops it. Roy Porter disagrees with Macfarlane's findings. That's false. Because he, what did we say? He wrote a favorable appraisal of his research. His research is referring back to Macfarlane over here. And then number 11 is false. In 1740, there was a reduction in population in Britain. We said that there was a mortality rate. Oh, sorry, here it is. But then there was a burst in population. So growth going up. So that's the answer there for false. And I saw 1970s as well here. The infant mortality rate was dipping, going down as well. So 2 reasons why 1740 is an important date. 12 not given. No mention of whether they did or did not. They probably did. And then the tax was resulted in a death rate increase. That's true because of this tax here. Here the tax introduced on this malt, and which is a basic ingredient of beer, and then the poor decided to start drinking water and gin, and that eventually increased the death rate. Okay, now we go on to 14, and the answer is A. Domestic background, influence of domestic home. A, that was Freeman, and something about home. There's Freeman, home, educational provisions. So Freeman is A there. Reference to what can be lost if learners are given too much guidance, and we said that was Simonton. And Simonton. Well, we got stuck on this one, didn't we? No. Reference if given too much guidance. So that was something about too much over directing. But where is Simonton in here? So characters like independence, there he is. So if there's independence, they need to have autonomy. And then F, damaging effects of anxiety. F was something about fear. And there it is, fear, and that was book arts. Sorry. Why am I looking at... Okay, sorry, I was getting confused. This is about the paragraph letter. Sorry, so forget about this. Okay, so D is this one, spoon feeding, and therefore we got the correct answer there. A reference to the damaging effects of anxiety, there's the word fear, that's F, so F is correct. And then D, socially disadvantaged children, and we spoke about deprived areas for these children, so D correct. Then we go on to E, then we go on to 18. 18 is B, sorry, so B, Shaw and Kanevsky. Less time can be spent if they produce correct work, and that was down here. So it was down here. Oh, there it is. Shorten the practice, okay, so therefore B. And then D, self-reliance is a valuable tool. That's D, Summerton, and yeah, so that's over here. This is this independent self-reliance, and I was looking also at this one here, so obviously these are connected. Gifted children know how to channel their feelings to assist their learning, and we have for this one 20E, and that was book arts, and it was about emotions and feelings, so book arts down there. Then the very gifted child benefits from appropriate support from close relatives. That was the word parent that helped me there, and it was something up here. Parents, and that was talking about, that was Freeman. So Freeman was A, and then 22 up here is C. They've learned a considerable amount about their subject. So they have expertise and intellectual skills. I'll shout. Know a great deal, sorry, know a great deal about a specific domain. Highest level expertise and intellectual, no, that's something else. Okay, so that's up here. So therefore C. Okay, and then we had books and activities, because that comes up here. If they have their own books and activities, then there's a connection or a correlation. Learning autonomy, self-regulation, internal regulation, self-regulation. Just look at this here. Okay, self-regulation, internal regulation. More direction because they do not have. They do not have internal regulation. Self-regulation, there it is. Children of average ability need more direction routines because they do. Oh, there it is. Okay, hiding. Okay, more average ability, older pupils. External regulation by the teacher often compensates for lack of internal regulation. Okay, so for this one, it's wrong. This should be internal regulation for number 24. Okay, 25, emotional awareness. Okay, so there it is. Emotional awareness, part of recognition. As well as, so there's two things. They mention what it is. Also a part, also, so as well as. And then spoon feeding, known as set of impressive grades in class. You don't have to do that in the exam. You don't need to do inverted commas. Okay, and the answer is spoon feeding because here it is rely on what is known as spoon feeding. Often produce sets of impressive grades in class, and we had high examination results. So that's correct. Okay, now we go on to 27. That was B. The availability of novels is dependent on mass production for so long. And mass production, we used the word huge numbers of text, so that phrase there makes B possible. And then, whereas in novels, the underlying ideas are the most important, and we spoke about this being it's the meaning of the words rather than the way they are printed, which is more important. Then 29 is L. They have assistants. It was over here. They used apprentices. People like Michelangelo used apprentices or assistants to do their bread and butter work that would actually bring in the money, not what they really wanted to do, not the truly creative stuff. And then G is the size, so replication. So the methods of reproduction allow excellent replication of the surface features as well as so the surface relief, colors, and then of course the scale there. So therefore we've got G for size, and then 32D. This one is promote the superiority of original artwork, since this may not be the interests of the public. D. Okay, and like I said, this whole basically the entire article is saying the public need to be given a chance to criticize the work. Okay, now 32 we had C, which is correct. Negative effect of the museum can have opinions of themselves. Yes, opinions of themselves, because the National Gallery is just chock-a-block full of very expensive works, and it makes you feel worthless compared to all of them. So negative effect on them in terms of their opinion. Then 33 we have D. They feel their personal reaction is of no significance. Yeah, this was the one I wasn't quite sure between C and D. And it's correct. The problem is this word real. No real concept of the work's value. No, yeah, anyway. But I chose right with D. It's the most logical one from what this man is trying to say. And then 34 is A. The way they are arranged is not inappropriate, and B and C is not possible. But the word inappropriate suggests that it's unacceptable to be displayed. It's not that. It's the fact that the way that they are arranged is a bit unusual. So that's 34A is correct. 35D has a specific beginning or end. Yes, so they mentioned here that operas or plays have a specific time range, so that's correct. And then we get on to not given. 36. Yeah, I was lucky with this one. I wasn't quite sure. Discovering the meaning of art using a range of media, maybe, but it's not mentioned, and it's certainly not refuted. The fact that they don't even mention anything about this range of media says that it can only be a not given. The approach of art historians conflicts with that of art museums. We said no, because this is something about this is in perfect harmony with the museum's function. Okay. People should be encouraged to give their opinion openly on works of art. Yes, they should. They should be allowed to. Because, well, that's basically what he's saying here. Readers should make up their own mind, not readers. Readers can make up their own mind, and he's saying that it's book readers should not be the only ones who are allowed to make up their own mind about pieces of work. Viewers of art should be able to as well. 39, not given, should only be sold to the public if they are of high quality. I think the word sold is the problem here, because this says the opportunity for them to be accessible, as in put up in smaller museums all over the place. That doesn't necessarily mean sell, so I can see why this is actually NG. And I should have said not given, because the word sold is the problem here. And then not given here, people with power are likely to encourage more people to enjoy art. Ooh. That may be too much to ask for those. Wait, hang on. If appropriate, works could be rented permanently. If conditional, if they could be rendered permanently accessible by the public. Unfortunately, this may be too much to ask. Maybe, so maybe, if this is all talking about future, even though they don't mention specifically. Okay, so I can see why that is no. Future, those with power. Those with power. Those who seek to control the art establishment. Maintain and control, that's power. So yeah, the key word, the problem here was the word future, and I need to read into this with if and maybe, talking about the future. Okay, so that's 37 out of 40, which is an 8.5. So total would be 37 out of 40. Two mistakes coming right at the end, unfortunately, and that gives 8.5 out of 9 for this reading. Okay, I hope that was useful, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, welcome to this video where we will be doing the general training test from book number 14 of IELTS. This is test number 1. And as with every single video that we do together, I have not seen this text, I have not seen the questions, and we're going to try and work through this together so that any questions that come up I will have already seen. And so the problems that you might have faced are likely the similar problems that I might have faced. Okay, so let's begin. It's 10:13 now, so at 9:13, sorry, it's 8:13 now, so at 9:13 we will stop. All right, let's get going.
directly from the hospital. Individual goals, therapies, limited time. Physiotherapy, social worker, nursing support, personal care. Non-governmental organizations, daily care for organization. Calculate on a daily basis. Own home, live-in setting. Okay. Already receiving. But you need to give someone else. Place will be held. Okay, subsidized old age. Okay. True or false not given. Only hospital patients can go on to have transition care, yes. So you can only access transition care from hospital. True. Transition care may be long-term or short-term. This is only short-term, limited time only. Time to make a decision about the best place for them to live in the longer term, but that's, yeah, this is only short-term work. Okay, so that's false. Limited time, yeah. Everyone receiving transfer must contribute to the cost. Now this is mentioned down here about the fee. Should explain these fees to you. The amount charged should form part of the agreement. There's a possibility that the fees will be completely free if you are eligible. So I would say this is an NG question. Answer, sorry. Transition care at home is only available who live alone. Transition care is provided in your own home or in a live-in setting. It's always in your own home. It's only available for people who live alone. No, this is always the case, so that's false. Transition care may be given on a hospital site. It can be part of an existing. It can be such as a separate wing of a hospital. So yes, can be. May be given, that's true. And you may lose your place. And no, we know that straight away. Your place will be held in the care home. So that's false. Okay. Right, I'm happy with that. Now, cabin bags for air travel. I want a small bag with wheels. Small bag with wheels, okay. So that's the flyer. Ultra lightweight. Okay. External pockets. Easy control on most surfaces. External zip pocket. Kept in place with 2 adjustable straps. Okay. Nothing else there. And then travel available in a huge range of fabric designs. Leopard print or lipstick kisses. Okay. So in B, more than once. The zips may be difficult to use. Okay, remember this is a negative part of a review, so that usually stays at the end of or is found at the end of a sentence. So we're looking at the end. Zip, there's zip, but difficult to use. Oh, here it is. That's actually quite close to the top. The zips don't always run smoothly, especially around the corners. Okay, so especially if the case is full. So zips over here. This is C. This cabin bag may be
damaged, badly damaged if it's dropped. Okay. We test each bag by letting it fall onto a hard floor. Our results show that you'll have to treat this bag with great care if you want it to last. The fabric tore so badly at one of the corners it was unusable, so that's E. The handles of this cam bag have a number of different problems, so we're looking for handles. And there's a choice of two heights, and plastic grip doesn't have any sharp edges. Okay, so that's a positive thing about the handles. Okay, so we've got handle. So the first one is thin and flimsy. Flimsy is a useful word to know. And the top carrying handle is hard and flat, so it isn't easy to grip. So the handles have a number of different problems, at least two. So A, resistant to water. Just saw that down here somewhere. So lets water in, so that's a negative thing. We need something about positive thing about water. Okay, it remains dry even when given a good soaking. So that's B. It's a good choice of patterns. Huge range of fabric designs, leopard print, lipstick kisses, so that's E. Isn't very easy to move around, not easy to move. Hard to steer compared to some of the other cases. Heavy to pull, but on smooth floors it was hard to steer, so that's D. Coming back at just one internal zipped pocket. Just one internal. Yeah. Oh, there's a zip somewhere else here, I seem to remember. It says there are two handy zip pockets in the lid. This has two external pockets, both of which are zipped and lockable, but the inside pocket, no S, does not zip. Okay, so that's B. And then the trolley handle of this cabinet is adjustable. Trolley handle, choice of two heights. That's B again. Huh, so B's been repeated 3 times. Trolley handle is adjustable. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that one. Okay, section 2, car parking policy for staff. Parking tickets. Permits are required to park a motor vehicle between 8:30 and 4 p.m. during term time. College website. Services Administrator, telephone extension 406. 20th of September, 1 academic year. June. Okay. Enforcement, penalty charge notices. Recruitment activities. Charge notice. Okay, the PCN, £30, £60 7 days after issue.
Okay, appeals must be dealt with in the company, not the college. Disabled parking, disabled badge permits, okay, domestic services department, issues arise, availability, what is temporary solution, okay. No more than 3 words and or a number. And a number from the text. Where can you buy permit? At the college. So you can buy them purchased from the hospitality department. Okay, 3 words, so let's just do hospitality department. Okay, check your spelling. That's an R, by the way. Okay, which document shows the dates of term time? Dates of term time. So the permits and tickets must be clearly displayed in the windscreen available during. Oh yes, so the academic calendar, as published in the academic calendar. Okay, what is the start date of annual parking permits? Start date starts the valid 1 year from this time, so 1st of October. 1st of October. Okay, I'll take away that of because it doesn't. 1st October is there, so 1st October. Who is responsible for giving up if you park in the wrong place? So, who's responsible? I think this is the parking enforcement company. Okay, what does it need to show when parking? Visitors. I know this should be an order, but I can't find anything here for visitor. Visitors. What? I'm not going to waste any more time here, but this is crazy. I cannot find anything related to visitor. Maybe you can see it. I'm stupid.
Where can the nursery pick-up point be found? Oh! Oh, man. Oh, God. Okay. Where do we need to show when parking? Displayed on the vehicle, so pre-arranged permits. Okay, where can the nursery pickup point be found? Outside Concord building. Okay, wasted too much time there. Let's go straight on here. Maternity benefits. Expecting maybe number of schemes benefit. Each eligibility differs for each individual scheme. So you may be entitled to statutory weekly payment paid for 39 weeks for at least 26 weeks by the end of the 15th week before your baby is due. Earning an average of 87 before tax per week. 90% of the average per week for the remaining 33 weeks. Maternity. People who are employed or self-employed but not eligible for SMP. 26 weeks, 60 weeks, 66 weeks. Don't have to work for the same employer. Paid for 39 weeks. 90% of your average weekly earnings. Same as SMP or whichever is lower. Okay, conform, right? If you're on low income but over 16, you're responsible for one child tax credit. This means that it will not take any child benefit will not be classed as income. Not take into account. Restart. Help towards the cost of a new baby. Okay. Write no more than 2 words and or a number. So what is the minimum period you must have worked for an employer in order to be eligible for SMP? So minimum period. At least 26 weeks. For how long is payable every week as a percentage? Okay, so you will receive 90% for 6 weeks. 6 weeks. What sum is payable every week as part of the SMP entitlement? As the second part. Okay, second part, the sum is 11275. What is the maximum length the MA is payable? Up to 39 weeks. Oh, sorry.
2 words, right? So we need 39 weeks. Okay. Where can they be obtained? You can get them at antenatal clinics. Antenatal means after, and natal means birth. So after birth clinics. Apart from income, what else is considered? Apart from income. Okay, so the amount you get paid, will depend on your personal circumstances and income. So personal circumstances. What are maternity payments from Sure Start? They are individual grants, help towards the baby, 2 words, individual grants. Okay. Right, papyrus. Used by the ancient Egyptians to make paper. The plant has helped to shape the world we live in. Alright, so this is a case of, it's not even, okay, that's section 3. Usually it says section 3. Okay, section 3. Oh, there it is. Okay, alright. So libraries and archives are cultural crosswords, knowledge exchange. Past transmits information to the present. The present has an opportunity to inform the future. Bureaucracies become the documents we possess. Okay. Documentation requires a writing tool. So this is basically how important documents are. Okay, writing tool. Fatal news against Sumerians. Read the sticks on the mud blocks when baked, despite difficult to store. Okay, so the history. Okay. More flexible. I'm looking now for Honey Lexis. Not only, they can also, okay, right, so then all the ancient civilizations used it. Tall grass-like plants, shallow water, banks of the Nile River. Okay, so of writing, then how papyrus is made. You can see that there was cut, covered, soaked. You can see all those related. Was then crushed. Okay, so papyrus is made. Now most climates readily decay, covered in mold, full of holes, but in dry climates it's stable, rot resistant writing surface. Okay. So discoveries of papyrus documents. Docs. Okay. Julius Caesar's father-in-law, Heraclian by Ash. Mount Vesuvius was protecting it. Capital of Egypt, Mecca, Memphis. Okay. However,
Famous came from rubbish dumps on southern southwest of Cairo, desert to the west of the Nile, regional administrative capital. That documents protected by sand. Okay. Oops. Collections of documents. So what is this about? Discovery of papyrus documents. Yes. Okay. Collection. Potentially dangerous. Burning libraries. Get rid of inconvenient evidence of overhead cultures. They're politically, morally, religiously unacceptable. Burning the Great Library. Okay, so the destruction of documents. Now here, record keeping, the stems, boat construction, ropes, sails, baskets, even a source of food. So he managed to go across from Morocco to America on Ra, across the Atlantic Ocean, bundles of papyrus stems. Okay, it stabilizes soils, reduces erosion. So uses, other uses of papyrus. And then, okay, water purification, sewage treatment even. True paper was probably invented in China. Constructed from a meshwork of plant fibers from the mulberry tree. Tough, flexible material. Soon rendered papyrus obsolete. Okay, so this is about alternative paper source. Okay, paper-free societies, enormous quantities of paper, inconceivable for papyrus. Niche product for the tourist market. Service recorded the last. Okay, so it's really just the conclusion. Okay. Right, so that's it, yeah. So right, no, we gotta go back here. List of headings. So section A, how important the documents were. Let's just do this destruction. I can saw that there, which was the burning of libraries. So destruction of the papyrus scrolls. So I know straight away that's C. So that is, yeah, done that one. Okay, so how important documents are. Importance of written records and different ways of recording them. Yes, so writing tool, marks on mud, so that's 2 here. Then section B, how it's made, process of papyrus production, so this is B, 2, 3. Then D we said was other uses of papyrus, a range of purposes, so that's 3. Okay, then section E, so the decline of papyrus use. Decline. China made it obsolete.
think that's right. How it was calculated, different manufacturing methods. There were no different manufacturing. Suggestions for future possibilities, no. And solving the puzzle, no. Okay. What was the problem with using animal skins and wood strips for writing on? Okay, it's over here. Animal skins and wood strips, but less permanent surfaces. Okay, so less permanent. Less permanent. So it did not last for a long time. Okay, why did papyrus manufacturers hammer the papyrus? Okay. Hammered together. The sheet was. Why? Why? Well, I can take a guess, but it's not answered here. Covered with soaked and hammered together. It's not answered here. What? Okay, well, this is okay. The sheet was then crushed to extract water. Was then dried. And then polished to create a higher quality writing surface. So these are the things that happened after the hammering. So it must be deduction. So remove water to extract water. So that's not the hammering process. Join the layers of strips together so just easily cut. Okay, then be glued together and rolled up. To allow the pith strips to be easily cut. Pith was cut, so that's a process that happens before that. So it's not cut. Join the pith strips together. Join the sheets together. Position the layers of pith strips at the correct angle. They were laid at right angle in the water and then soaked in water and hammered together. So the angle were put by hand. So the only possible is B based on deduction. Okay, when referring to burning libraries and books, the writer is suggesting that, so this was here, it symbolized the global loss of cultural knowledge. Loss of knowledge. Okay. The writer is suggesting that those in power may wish to keep others in ignorance. Obliterate cultures and ideas they found politically unacceptable. Yes, those in power wish to keep everyone in ignorance. No. Cultural independence. All the written text. No. Okay, so D. Then 36. The writer refers to this person.
To illustrate the point that rafts, papyrus rafts, could sail over the Atlantic. That's an L. Okay. So the ancients had advanced navigation skills, not navigation. Environmental benefits, no. Build boats for long sea journeys, yes. Food, definitely not. Okay. And then the last, or second to last section, 37. What does the writer conclude about papyrus today? Today it's basically a tourist, tourist niche product for a tourist market. Significance is restricted to its role in the past. More efforts are needed, no. Still the best writing surface, no. Better for the environment than using paper. Okay, so what makes it noteworthy is its use as a surface upon which our ancient ancestors recorded their lives. So that is the correct answer. Its significance restricted to its role in the past. Right. How they have survived. Okay, it's over here. Here, attacks by insects, covered by mold, full of holes from attacks by insects. So molds are those things here. Molds, consumed by insects. However, it can survive for long periods in an environment that has dry has been found in 5,000-year-old what in Egypt? 5,000-year-old. There's the word 5,000. It's found in the tomb of an ancient official called it's around 5,000 years old. So in the tomb of an official. And in here, many parts were preserved following a huge volcanic eruption, one word only. Preserved following a huge something in 7-9. Protected from ash from an eruption of Mount Vesuvius. So, a huge eruption. Okay, I'm pretty confident that everything's okay here. Okay, and in the real exam, obviously, I would now be moving my answers over to the orange answer sheet. Okay, so in the next video, we'll be checking the answers to see if how many we got correct. Hopefully more than 37, which is my record so far. Okay, here we're going to be checking the answers for this IELTS Book 14 General Training Test number 1. If you haven't already tried to complete this test by yourself, or at least watched the video of me doing it together with you, then please do so before you read this, because this is just giving you the answers, and it's always best, obviously, to practice as much as possible. Okay, so let's have a look. Alright, so the first one I said was true, and hospital patients go
go on to have transition care. Yes, only, sorry, there's the keyword, only. So only, they can only access this directly from a hospital, okay? Then the transition care can be long-term or short-term, and this is false, because we've got the word limited time here only, okay? And then here, everyone receiving transition care must contribute to the cost. This is not given, but, I mean, this is false, not given, apparently. So apparently this is everyone must contribute. Everyone receiving transition care must contribute to the cost. Substituted by the government. Oh, I see. I missed that one. If your circumstances allow, it's expected you will be contributing to the cost. So that means if you're relatively wealthy. So the key word here is everybody, so that makes it false. I didn't look at that properly, so that's incorrect. Number 4, transition care at home is only available for patients who live alone. So this one is not given, not false, so NG. And only available for patients who live alone. Okay, and apparently, why did I put this as false? I can't remember now. Only available for patients who live alone. Yeah, that's, of course, that's not given. It's not. Why did I think that? Oh, I don't know. I'm a bit tired today. I've been working all day. So if we made this into a question, so is transition care only available for parents who live, patients, sorry, who live alone? The answer is I don't know. So yeah, not given, obviously. Don't know why I put F there. Okay, transition care may be given on a hospital site. We said that's true, because over here you can, similar to this may, can be part of an existing care home facility such as a separate wing of a hospital. And then you may lose your place. No, we said your place will be held until your return, so that's true. So 2 incorrect in the first instance. And remember, this is the easiest side of things, so again, making huge mistakes in the easy stuff. Okay, next one. C, that's right, difficult to use. We said that it was, they don't always run smoothly, these zips. Okay, then E can be badly damaged if it's dropped. Yes. So take great care if you want it to last. The fabric tore so badly, it was unusable. So it's talking about when they did this test, we test each bag by letting it fall onto a hard floor. Okay. The handles of this bag have a different number of different problems. Okay, so the handles the handles are thin and flimsy. Okay, and also the handle isn't easy to grip. Okay, then this one is very resistant to water. Okay, it can be given a good soaking. The word soaking means related to rain. If there's a lot of rain, it'll be soaking wet. So that's B. So good choice of patterns for this one. We said that's E. And that is a huge range of fabric designs, leopards, print, lipstick kisses, that's right. So this one apparently is D, not B. Has one internal zipped pocket. Internal zipped pocket. Over here I said it was B. The inside pocket does not have a zip. Just shows how tired I am. So that should be D. If we look down at D, has a single external, sorry, we need internal, and another located inside the lid. Okay, and they're zipped, so that's D. And then this one is B as well. Trolley handle is adjustable. B, we've got the word adjustable. It means it is okay, there it is. Choice of two heights. Okay, so adjustable. All right. Now we go on to this one here. The first answer is hospitality department. Where can you buy it? Okay, and this word purchased will give you that. Then, which shows the dates of term time. We saw the dates of term time are published in the academic calendar, so that's correct. Then we've got first or just one, both of them are correct. Remember, if it's in brackets like this, it can be 1 October or 1st October, both of them would be correct. Then who is responsible for giving out the parking fines? You can say the parking enforcement. Okay, so parking enforcement company I've got here. Nominated contractor. Parking enforcement company. The nominated contractor is responsible for a collection of unpaid PCNs. Okay, who's responsible for giving out fines? And if you want to make an appeal, you need to talk to the parking enforcement company. Okay, I assumed that the nominated contractor and the parking enforcement company were one and the same thing, so I thought that could be both. But technically, I suppose if you follow it absolutely correctly, you should be looking at this. This individual, this company, is the one responsible for collection, and here giving out. Wait, who's responsible for the collection of unpaid PCNs? This one says giving out. Oh, here, and they may use legal action to recover. Okay, so that's wrong, and that should be. So let me do it over here so it's clear. This is nominated contractor. Okay, and then what do visitors need to show when parking? It says just permits. They're allowed 3 words. Pre-arranged permits. Just down here. Pre-arranged permits. That's 2 words. So I don't know why it doesn't say that. But that, I don't know why. That's not fair. That is completely correct. Where can the nursery pickup be found? Outside Concord building. Again, this doesn't say outside, but I would be very angry if they didn't accept this as an answer, because it's not at the Concord building, it's located outside the Concord building. That's the answer, so I'm giving myself a correct answer, even though that claims that it's incorrect. That's not fair. Okay, now next one here. What is the minimum period you have worked for an employer in order to be eligible? We said 26 weeks because the minimum here, it says at least 26 weeks. Okay, then the next one is 6 weeks. you can write 6 as a word or as a number. Both of them would be fine. And how long is it as a percentage? Here we've got 90%, so 6 weeks is correct here. Then what sum is payable every week as the second part of this SMP entitlement? And I've said that 112.75 cents, which is correct. And it's payable every week as the second part. So if we look here, you will receive for the remaining 3 weeks. So that's the second. The maximum length is payable for 39 weeks, which is over here. And it said a maximum of paid for up to 39 weeks. Okay. Then where can they be obtained? They can be obtained from antenatal clinics, which is what's written here. You can find them at these clinics throughout the country. And then apart from income, so not just income, but apart from that, you will be assessed. It will depend on your personal circumstances. Okay, and which is correct there. So the amount will depend on your personal circumstances and income. And I said income's already mentioned, so we just talk about this last one. 2 words. Again, this is a problem. I would be a bit upset. I don't know what's going on with this answer sheet, but I would be very upset if I was a student and I got this incorrect. What are sure start payments? They're individual grants. That's exactly what it says here. These are individual grants, and only says grants here. That's correct. I don't know. That's very strange. I don't know what's going on. Today is not a good day. Okay. Now we're looking at Section 3, which is Section A. We said it is the importance of written records and different ways of recording them. Number 2 basically. And the different ways of recording them. So the importance of written records, not papyrus. So this is general, like we do business transactions, we keep track of population, so that's important, right? And then the different ways of recording them. We talked about how the Sumerians first used mud blocks and things, and then papyrus by the Egyptians, or at least those people around the Mediterranean. And then Section B, we said that's 8, so triple I, and that's the process of papyrus production. That's very clear because they talk about these different things. It's soaked, it's hammered, it's polished, it's cut, it's crushed. Okay. Then Section C is 7, which is correct, and that's talking about the preservation and destruction of papyrus documents. So how it was preserved in ash, for example, or sand. So they were buried under sand there. And then the destruction, which was what happened here, this massive burning of the Great Library of Alexandria, which is very famous. Okay. Then Section D, which we said was 3, and that's also correct. That's the use of papyrus for a range of purposes, and that's what they spoke about here, using it as a boat, using it even as a source of food, making ropes. Okay, and then Section E, which is 6, and that's one, the decline of papyrus use. Yes, because in China they started using these Chinese were using mulberry trees, and when that technology spread to the West, papyrus became less important. Okay, now 33, we had A. They didn't last for a very long time. So if we go over here, we can look at the problem with sorry, let's go back. What was the problem using animal skins? Like I said, there is less permanent surfaces. Other cultures use animal skins and wood strips. Okay, and less permanent is the issue here. So A is the only answer. Could be destroyed by fire, yeah, but that's also a problem with papyrus. Okay, now number 34, we said that's B. Join the layers of pith strips together. Remember, we used all this deduction. So this was a rather unusual question. I've not seen this before, where they ask you to work it out based on cancelling A, C, and D. So all of the different things that they mention here are processes that happen after or before the process of hammering. So the water is removed before, positioning of the layers is done before, allow the pith strips to be easily cut is actually done before as well. I think all of it's done before. Okay, so the only answer there is B, which is correct. Then 35, we had as D, so those in power may keep others in ignorance. Okay, and this was talking about the burning of Alexandria. So global loss of cultural knowledge, yes, that's the general idea. But basically what he's saying is that thousands of years, governments, despots, conquerors have resorted to burning libraries and books to get rid of inconvenient evidence. Okay, so that's the only one that can fit here. Okay, now 36, we said that's C. It could be used to build boats. Okay, the food mentioned here, source of food, is not for when you're at sea, it's just food in general. So that's the problem. That long sea voyage just doesn't fit. The only one is building this boat because this guy managed to buy it, build it, and then sail it across the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, and 37, we said that's B. What does he conclude about papyrus today? Its significance is restricted to the past. And here we've got it's noteworthy nowadays only because it was used as a surface by our ancient ancestors to record their lives, their art, and their science. Okay, so 37 correct. Now the last ones, we've got insects. Talked about molds up here. So the problem with moist climates for papyrus is that the mold would form on it and mold would dissolve it, and there were holes because insects were eating it. Okay, and so insects is correct. Consumed by insects, they were eating, making the holes. Okay, now 5,000-year-old tomb, they don't use the number, they use it written out in full. Here you got the word 5,000 years old. They do that on purpose so it's not easy for you to spot that 5,000. And they were talking about a tomb of an official called Hemeka near Memphis, and this particular scroll that they found was 5,000 years old, so that fits in there. This you can assume that the tomb was made very close to when the papyrus was made, so that's the tomb itself. And then eruption, a volcanic eruption, it's a huge eruption in 79 CE, and that's easy to find because we can see 79 CE was these scrolls were protected at this place by ash from the huge eruption of Mount Vesuvius, which is a famous volcano. Okay, so even worse than I usually do, but I must admit it's quite late and I've been working since very early this morning. So 36 out of 40, which let's just see what that translates to out of 9, because I've never had such a bad mark. Let's see. Okay, so usually it's 37. That's my record so far for general training, which is pretty bad. So 36 will give you a 7.5 out of 9. Whoa, and I'm a native speaker. So don't know why you've signed up to my course. That is really, really bad. Is that right? How can that be right? 36. Let's just double check.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, I understand if you want to get your money back. It's a joke. Hopefully this course has given you something. But yeah, that is really bad. Okay, so let me just... Okay, a 7.5 for reading out of 9. I am a teacher. I've been teaching for many years, but oops, that is possible if you don't pay attention and if you're very sleepy and tired. Okay, anyway, I hope that was useful for you. And by the way, any of these unusual, you know, I don't really understand why. It could have been a horrific mark if I'd followed this explicitly. For example, the word grants instead of individual grants, or outside the outside Concord building instead of just Concord building. Permits, what did I say for number 19? I wrote pre-arranged permits instead of permits. So I don't really know what's going on with these answers. But if you were marked incorrect for this, for example, 19, and you'd written pre-arranged permits, yeah, that would not be fair because you clearly understood what it is. That makes sense. Yeah, for the same for number 20. So I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I've never seen such a situation before. But anyway, that's life. All right. If you have any questions, please leave them down below in the comment section for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so we've looked at matching headings and true, false, not given, or yes, no, not given, and now we're going to be looking at categorization. The difficulty for this is not particularly high, and this is never in order. Never in order for obvious reasons. So you have a look here, for example, which information corresponds to each era of history. You can see that there are 3 options, A, B, or C, and the questions are down here. So you would choose A, your answer would be A, or B, or C in your answer sheet. Please remember these, NB, remember that stands for very important. You may use any letter more than once. For obvious reasons, you can see there's only 3 options here, and yet there are 4 questions. So that's clear, but it might not always be as clear as that when if, for example, you had 6 options here but only 4 questions. You may end up having to use a letter twice, and that would be if you didn't, you would obviously get the wrong answer. So always look out for anything that starts with NB, which means, as I said, very important. Okay, so that's categorization, and you'll find it in both general training and the academic exam. Okay, welcome to this tips and tricks video where we'll be looking at underlining the key words in the questions themselves and some of the problems that people might face when they underline too much. So let's have a look at this one. Okay, so the idea is that we need to work out which words assign the most relevant meaning to the question. So I've seen when I've told students to underline important words, what they've often done is underlined words like consumers, theme parks, avoid serious issues, which is all very good, and those are important words, obviously. But what I would suggest is a different approach. So if you did this every single time, what you're doing is essentially underlining everything. And so what's the point? People tend to underline the nouns, so consumers, theme parks, and then the verbs. And my point is that those naturally jump out at you anyway. The nouns and the verbs tend to jump out at you anyway. And so is there really a point in underlining them if they already sort of, let's say, make an impression in your mind as you read the question? What about words that don't jump out but have relevant meaning? Okay,
And these are like the word prefer. Okay, that's a verb, obviously, but people tend to see this word as the more important verb of the two. But in fact, in the exam, this is the one. It's a comparison. And comparison words are really where a lot of information hides, because a lot of the questions are comparison style questions. They're comparing two things or three things. Okay, so really look out for words like prefer. Another word, also a type of comparison. More people visit museums than theme parks. Okay, and so again, comparison here. Look at this one here. Changed little. Again, comparison. Okay, and the last one here, have a look at this, to give a false impression of how life used to be. Okay, this is not so much a comparison, but it has a lot of meaning is condensed into this these two words here, and you'll probably see that it's one you would naturally have underlined anyway. But now, if I've taken away those red lines, you'll see that I'm only underlining really single words or two words at a time, but those are where the most information is hiding. And so now what we see is customers prefer theme parks, which avoids serious issues. Okay, so now I'm looking for a true, false, or maybe a not given about this. In the text, I'll be looking for, a theme park that is more fun related, so space travel, and Disney is a classic example of a fun theme park that doesn't focus on negative or serious issues. Okay, and we have to decide whether that's the truth or not. Again here, more people visit museums and theme parks. I would not be bothering to underline museums and theme parks because those already jump out at me as I'm reading. Then moving on to this one, the boundaries of Leyden have changed little since the 17th century. Yes, maybe 17th century is important, but it's already jumped out at you. The key words here is changed little. And then the last one, museums can give a false impression of how life used to be. This is what's most important, because words like museum and how life used to be have already jumped out in the sentence itself. Okay, so this is a short video, but I'm hoping that with practice, focus essentially on comparison style words, but also words like this. And you'll find that when you do that, your understanding of the question, or of the statement in this case, when it's true, false, or not given, is much clearer than if you underline basically the whole sentence. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, in this video I'm going to be talking about collocations and how knowing collocations will help us to improve our score, especially in certain parts of the reading exam. So first of all, let's have a look at what they are. Okay, so read these sentences, the ones over here. Can you understand what the person is trying to say? So, I did a mistake in question 5. The new advert created a real impact on the car sales, and he gained some money doing up and selling old bikes. Did you understand what the person was trying to say? I certainly did, but the problem is that the words used, the verbs in particular, are not appropriate for the collocates that come with it. So have a look at this. These three here, the verbs, should be in fact made. So in English we say make a mistake. In the past, I made a mistake, or make an impact, and then here make some money or earn some money. But it works perfectly well here. So all of these are in fact the word make in the past. So knowing which words collocate with each other will be helpful in the gap fill or close questions. So these are types of questions where you have to fill in the word. They typically come up in the second and third sections of the reading exam, both in the general training and the academic. Okay, so let's have a look at some examples of collocations and how knowing them will help us to improve our score. So the first one here, the language debate.
This is a type of question that might come up where you need to choose the appropriate word to go into the gap based on a more expanded form of the text. So this is obviously a summary of maybe 1 or 2 paragraphs from the actual text. So let's have a look at the first one here. According to something, so we need to say according to a person. So experts, if we look at all these options, experts, or IST refers to a person, a job particularly, and of course it must be plural because according to experts, according to descriptivists or linguists or prescriptivists. Okay, so according to is always related to a person and usually somebody in authority. So we could also say research, according to research, but there's no research available here. So it must only be talking about these people. So knowing your collocation means that I can easily remove D, easily remove E, and easily remove C, F, and I if I'm looking for the answer for number 9. So let's have a look at the next one. Grammatical something. Grammatical accuracy. The only one I can see here is rules, so grammatical rules. Now notice here I don't even have the original text, I just know that there's only one possible option here because I know the collocations related to the word grammatical. Okay, the view of, similar to according to, from the point of view of, so this must again be people, and again it refers to experts, could be this one, or ISTS, linguists, descriptivists, or prescriptivists relating to the people's jobs. And then grammar should be based on, so I need something that needs to be based on where we get the ideas from. The grammar of people such as Mr. Priestley is based on what he's heard in popular speech. I know this for a fact because I've studied this, so the answer in this case is popular speech, but according to collocation only and not world knowledge, you could also say formal language. Okay, so the word based collocates with the word on, so it's always based on, and then something that I can, let's say, it would form as a sort of soil that would create the tree, a root, if I think of it in a metaphorical way. So the soil is where I'm basing my ideas from, and then they take root. And so here the soil is the popular speech and the tree is the ideas of Mr. Priestley. Okay, now let's have a look at this one here. This is a text that requires you to fill in the word based on what you've seen in the text itself. So I need to look for the collocations with cases of, and cases of almost always come with something to do with disease. I might mention specific types of diseases or the more general word like sickness or illness. So let's have a look. Okay, yeah, so for example, they might say measles or smallpox, or cancer, for example, and then the more general term for those things, which is illness or disease. And then the word suffer, to suffer from, again, it's going to be related to an illness or a disease. So maybe cancer, liver failure, heart condition, etc. Okay, and if you suffer from something, you don't suffer from illness. You can say cases of illness, you can say cases of disease, but you suffer from something much more specific. I would expect in the text for this to probably be the answer cancer, because I know from my world knowledge that Marie Curie was exposed to a lot of radiation, and radiation causes cancer. So that's my world knowledge working here, but based entirely on a collocation, it must be a specific type of sickness. Okay, now let's have a look at this. This is from a general training exam, and I can get quite a lot of this stuff just from knowing the collocations. So present a, I could say this would be present a positive image to clients. Yeah, positive image. So if you're wearing the appropriate clothing, the impression that the audience or the clients, sorry, are going to get is going to be more positive. So you could also say a positive impression, positive image here, or positive impression. Obviously, you would be referring to the actual text, and you would write in what's written there. Then the state of the clothes, so in what condition are they? And they must be, now this one is a bit more tricky because there's no real collocation other than knowing that it's connected with good condition. So you could say clean and good condition is most likely what would go here. Now this one, number 16, I'm relying a little bit more on my world knowledge than collocation, but they work together. Have a look at number 17. This is talking about accessories. So they must be something and not brightly colored. Without even looking at the text itself, I could guess that it's something to do with simple or formal. Yeah, so formal scarves, formal belts, formal jewelry, nothing too informal, and therefore related to this idea of brightly colored. Now the word cause. So if I use too much if I wear too much makeup or perfume, maybe this could cause offense or cause controversy. These are the words that came up according to the collocations dictionary with the word cause, and I'll show you what I mean by a collocations dictionary later. But this may not necessarily be the words from the text itself. It's just the most common words that come with this verb, to cause offense, to cause controversy. Number 19, head covers in line with religious reasons or something are allowed. Now sometimes collocations are not going to help you. Just the word or doesn't give us much to go on. So these ones, 19 and 20, clothing with the what on it is also recommended. Doesn't give us much in terms of collocation, so it's difficult to fill in anything there. And then the last one, if advice is repeatedly ignored, something is given. So there's the word give. You give a warning. You give a written warning, because from your world knowledge, if you ignore advice from your boss, a written warning is given. So let's see, yes. So warning is correct here. Well, most likely correct without looking at the text itself. Okay, so let's go and have a look now at some practice and what I mean by this dictionary of collocations. Okay, so over here I've got two dictionaries. The most commonly used one is OSDIC, Oxford Dictionary of Collocations, and the second one here is in a way more powerful, but not so easy to follow. So let's have a look at this first one. Let's have a look at OSDIC, and let's say, for example, I'm stuck on the answer here, cloudy what? Here are all the options on the right hand side, but I'm not sure what goes with cloudy. So what I can do is go to OSDIC and type in the word cloudy, and you'll see here it's looked for cloud as a noun, but we're interested in the adjective cloudy. And so the verbs, so it is cloudy, it was cloudy, it will be cloudy, or it will start cloudy. So this is a common phrase that weathermen might say. England will start cloudy, England and Wales will start cloudy in the morning and get there'll be more sunlight later on in the day. Or become cloudy, remain cloudy, stay cloudy, slightly cloudy, very cloudy. Okay, and then the second meaning of not full of clouds but not clear, as in cloudy apple cider. It's not very easy to see through it, so it's cloudy. And so that it looked cloudy, the warm water became cloudy or was made cloudy by adding milk. And again, we've got very similar, very, rather, and slightly. Okay, so that's the use of the word cloudy in the Ausdic. Big again, and let's go and have a look at the word cloudy with the more advanced collocations dictionary. And this one doesn't give you any examples, so you just have to try and work it out from here. So you could say cloudy sky, words with the property cloudy, cloudy sky, cloudy weather, cloudy water. Remember, if you add milk, it will become cloudy. And cloudy eye. Somebody with cataracts might have cloudy eyes. There are, however, sometimes when it doesn't make sense, because Skell is entirely picking up words from a huge corpus of text. A human has not come along and said, this is correct, this is incorrect. It's just based on what it has found. And so cloudy bit, I've never heard a cloudy bit before. So there are cases where it might not be entirely accurate. Modifiers of cloudy, that means partly cloudy, mostly cloudy, slightly cloudy, very cloudy. Nouns modified by cloudy, so again, cloudy sky, cloudy weather, cloudy eye, cloudy day, cloudy morning. Verbs with cloudy, remain cloudy, get cloudy, become cloudy, and is or are or am cloudy. And then with the word and, so overcast and cloudy, or cloudy and overcast, rainy and overcast, rainy and cloudy, or cloudy and rainy. And then with the word or, so cool and cloudy, cloudy and cool, cloudy and cold, cloudy and dark. Okay, so that's how to use these collocations dictionaries. What I'd like you to do now is to just pause this video and see what you can do. Try to match the adjectives or sometimes verbs or adverbs even to these words to make collocations. You will find sometimes that they can be more than one, but practice using these dictionaries. They are linked down below or on the right hand side, depending on if you're using a computer or a mobile phone now, and see if you can match these together. And then if you're battling with anything, use these dictionaries to try and find the answers. And then when you're ready, press play again and we'll check the answers. So press pause now, try to do the exercise, and then in about 5 seconds we're going to check the answers. Okay, so you should have done it all by now. Let's have a look at the answers. Okay, cloudy day, like you had there, alphabetical order, A, B, C, D, loud music or loud noise, chocolate biscuit, filter coffee, coffee that's been filtered, curly hair as opposed to straight hair, a single room versus a double room if you're booking a hotel, classical music compared to rock music or pop music, a soft drink like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Fanta, direct flight, instead of stopping in a town on the way. So I want a direct flight to China. I don't want to have to stop in Istanbul, for example. Or a direct order. This might be a policeman or somebody in the military gets a direct order from his superior to do something. And that's very clearly an order that says, do this, and if you don't, you'll be in trouble. Have a vivid imagination. Vivid comes from the word live or live. So an imagination that's you can easily imagine something happening. Rapidly expanding, getting bigger. So some of the big cities in the world are still rapidly expanding. Exceptionally means another word for beauty. For very. So very beautiful. Major disaster, big disaster. To the bitter end, it means until the last moment. You might say in a war, two sides are fighting, and they don't stop, they don't surrender, they don't give up, they fight to the bitter end. but you could also say bitter coffee. Some bad quality coffee would be bitter. To have a razor sharp mind, it means very, very intelligent. In broad daylight, there was a robbery in Smith Street in broad daylight. Obviously, the meaning there that they've done it while it's middle of the day and everyone can see. Something that is or somebody that is widely read means somebody that reads a lot. So it's actually referring to a person. He is widely read. And then hugely popular, very popular, and narrowly avoid something, a close call, something that almost happened, usually a negative thing that almost happened and you managed to avoid it. Okay, so these are all the collocations. There's a lot more practice of these collocations in my IELTS step-by-step mastering vocabulary course, and I encourage you to, if you do need more practice on this, to subscribe to that course, because it's very useful not only for collocations but for improving your range of lexis in general. It's very important for you to have a wide range of vocabulary in order to get a good mark in the IELTS reading and listening, writing and speaking as well. Okay, so I hope that's useful for you. Let me know if you have any questions about this, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, the time is 10:24, so at 11:24 we will stop. Right, let's get going. Let's just do this one. Difficulty recognize the economic effects. There's nothing there. World trouble in the world, which any economic measure it's a world impact. Social. So there's no social here. Well, maybe. Employment, tax contributions. The weights of the world economy and the educative effect on society itself. Economic and social tourism, world impact of tourism. It's not that one, so it's I. Then D. Negative effects on locals. They can be overlooked and underestimated. Not any negative effects, it's not noticed. Credible. Okay, so it's not negative, it's just effects not noticed, I think. Yeah. So this one is recognize the economic effects of difficulty, so that's B. And paragraph E, it is tourism for everyone and significant earner. Air travel to tourism. Earning foreign exchange through tourism. World impact of tourism. Air travel on tourism. Foreign exchange. Worldwide tourism. Domestic tourism. Significant earner. There's nothing but air travel. Earning foreign exchange through tourism. No, I think it's this one. Foreign exchange doesn't mention they're earning US dollars or British pounds or euros or anything like that, so wrong. So just number 7 there, I think. Okay, trivial's not given. Do that one. Agree with information. Largest employment in the world of tourism and travel industry. The world's largest employer with almost 7% of all employees. So the largest is true. Tourism contributes over 6% of the Australian gross national product. Didn't see the word Australia anywhere. That's a strange thing to put in there. Why would they say you just have to look for the word Australian? If it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. Strange. Tourism has a social impact because it promotes recreation. Because the educative effect of travel affects on employment on society itself. Social impact because it promotes recreation. Hang on, I can see something, but it also produces a means of earning foreign exchange. Well, it's just the ending, so that's not the main thing. It's all about 20th century. Okay, anyway. So tourism has a social impact because it promotes recreation. Let's come back to number 7. Number 8, 2 main features of tourism. Travel and tourism industry make its significance difficult to ascertain. Diversity and fragmentation of the industry itself. 2 main features of it make it difficult to ascertain. Difficult to understand. Yeah. Hidden its economic impact, hidden and obscured, diversity and fragmentation, difficult to work out. So that's true. Visitor spending is always greater than the spending of residents in tourist areas. Since many of these businesses also serve local residents, the impact of spending by visitors can be overlooked. It's not given. It is easy to show statistically how tourism affects individual economies. Make it difficult for the industry to develop any type of reliable or credible tourist information base in order to estimate the contribution it makes to national. So that's false. Social impact because it promotes recreation. It's about education. Social impact because of education. Society itself. Effects on employment, education, so it's false. Okay. Write your answers. Greece tourism is the most important. No more than 3 words. Source of income. Greece. Tourism and travel industry in Jamaica is the major. Jamaica. Number 1 employer. Problems associated with measuring international tourism are often reflected in the measurement of reliable data. Because of the problem definition which directly affects the statistical measurement, It is not possible with any degree of certainty to provide precise, valid, or reliable data about the extent. Precise data, valid data, any of these would work. About the measurement of data. Can I measure data? Can you measure data? You can't measure data, sorry. The measurement of its economic impact. That's allowed 3 words, 1, 2, 3. Oh, hang on. Wait. In similar cases, many cases, similar difficulties arise. International tourism, worldwide tourism, international tourism. Oh wow. Okay, wait. Whew. Valid about the extent of worldwide tourism participation, or it's referring back to tourism participation. Okay, finally we got there. That's a tricky one. Tourism participation. Measurement of tourism participation. Whew. Tricky. Okay, let's go on to this one here. Autumn leaves. Canadian writer. Mystery of why leaves turn red in the fall. Fall means autumn. American English. Okay. Why some trees turn yellow, others red, purple? Long puzzled scientists. So why the different colours? Okay, up to here. So some leaves are green because they are full of chlorophyll. Tree. Small process amount of solar energy available declines considerably. How many trees? Let's go here. How many trees? Exception. Best of abandoned photosynthesis and development spring. Lining up humic air from sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide. Okay. So, why leaves stop being green? And nitrogen. Okay. Source of red widely known. The science. Water soluble plant. So red is understood. Okay, so I don't know what makes sense of manufacturer. Making new chemicals, that's already scanning. Okay. Up to here, I guess. Chemical defense. Fruit eating birds increases tolerance to freezing. So why anthus
produced also been okay, maybe insect lack of proof to support it. Okay, plausible suggestion. Light screen hypothesis. We need to go more to this. Protect chlorophyll from too much light. Why protect chlorophyll at a time when the tree is breaking down to salvage as much of it as possible? Okay, so green light hypothesis. What am I saying? Light screen hypothesis. Overwhelmed by situations of drought, low temperatures. So that's why. Vulnerable to highly destructive rates of oxygen created in the excited. Okay. So why chlorophyll is sensitive clues out there. Red cell on the side of the tree that gets the most sun. Okay. The more north you travel, the colder they're more stressed. Okay, needs more sunblock. More sensitive. Okay. So the clues and then tell not sound. However, this was some trees result in producing orange or yellow hues. What should it turn out to be subtle and complex? So yellow, orange, not understood yet. And this one here, up here, red, comes from these things. The question is why they're produced. Okay. Which paragraph contains the following information? Description of the substance responsible for the red colorations of leaves. There it is. C. The reason why trees drop their leaves in autumn. You may use any letter more than once. Say it's precious. Why they dropped their leaves in autumn. That's B, okay. Some evidence to confirm a theory about the purpose of the red leaves. Purpose. Some evidence to confirm a theory. Okay, and that's down here.
the clues. Evidence to confirm a theory. So that's H. Explanation of the function of chlorophyll. Function of chlorophyll is B. And why they dropped them in autumn, let's just double check. So rather than maintaining the redundancies, save the things and discards them, yeah. A suggestion that the red coloration of the leaves could serve as a warning signal, yes, something about insects. To convince insects they are healthy and robust and easy to convince, a sort of a warning, there's that word convince. Okay, so I would say that is E. Right, one word from the passage. Why believe? Why believe? Facing the sun, I think that is the easiest one. Facing the sun, one word only. Gets the most sun. And the something surfaces of the leaves. The bright on the upper side, sorry, that the red is bright on the upper side of the leaf. Upper surface of the leaves contain the most red. Red leaves are most abundant when daytime weather conditions are and sunny. Something and sunny. Dry, sunny, cool nights. So daytime is dry. Dry, sunny days. Okay. The intensity of the red colour increases as you go further north. I know that because they spoke about Canada. As you get into the redder, the more north you travel in the northern hemisphere. Okay, now let's have a look at this one here. True, false, not given. It's likely that the red pigments help to protect the leaf from freezing temperatures. So need more sunblock. It's colder there. Help protect the leaf from freezing temperatures. Let's come back to this one. It's probably true. The light's going up. Sounds paradoxical. Initially seem to contradict. Protect chlorophyll. Yeah. So that's true. Leaves which turn colours other than are more likely to be damaged by sunlight. Well, we don't know yet because they haven't done enough studies, so not given. So it is likely that it will help to protect the leaf from freezing temperatures. So something about being colder, I'd say yes, true. Okay. A, B, C, or D. Which of the following questions is the right? Offer an explanation. No, this was conifer up here. Green conifers being exception for many trees. That's just saying this, but he's not explaining it. Hard leaves turn orange and yellow. No, because he says he doesn't know that yet. Down here, story. Surely, so we don't know anything yet. Choose which trees to lay their eggs on. Before was insects. Choose which trees to lay their eggs on. Lack of proof. Offer an explanation. It's not yet ascertained whether robust. Okay, so that's not it. So the only option is why are restricted to certain trees. Yes, the ones in the north. So that's D. Okay. Beyond the blue horizon. The importance of ancient seafaring people, distant ancestors scraped open a grave, the first burials 3,000 years old, as old as Syria. Okay, so discovery of grave site. They were daring basic canoes, pioneers, tools. Lapita were adventurers. Okay. Okay. So, preface precious few clues about themselves, but explains. 62 individuals. 6 complete Lapita plots. So not many clues. Sprague, Australian University, head of the theme. Okay. These are rhetorical questions, so I'll have to read the whole thing. DNA tests from this may help answer one of the most puzzling questions in all. Spring from one source. Singapore commercial. Several different points. Closest descendants are today. Okay, so from one source, Taiwan maybe, or many. Then let's talk. Yet to provide ancient equipment many times. No one has found one of their canoes with any rigging, sails. How they were sailed. No oral histories. So, how did they do it? How did they do it? Okay. So
F. Irwin, University of Auckland. Okay. How do they have the courage to launch such risky voyages? So, ocean going canoes. But why risk? But why the risk? Why did they do it? Okay. Safe for days to the unknown as there is secure enough that if they didn't find anything, they could turn about and catch us with on the trade winds. Sail for days, and they know they could come back. They're always going eastward against, oh I see, against the prevailing winds. That's interesting, okay. Coconuts, twigs. Okay, nothing else there. Safety net. Oh, sorry, here we go. So, trade winds equals safety. So, westerly traveling. So they went east, but the westerly traveling trade winds meant they were safety. For opponent, even if they were successful with the geography of the owner. Okay, Vanuatu. Alright, so the geography prevents them from traveling past on the return. Okay. Advanced art of sailing against the wind. There's no proof that they could do any such thing. So, no proof they could sail against the wind. Rather than give all credit to human skill, winds of chance. They've helped scatter them. There's unusually frequent El Niños at the time. The reversing regular east to west trade. El Niños on long, unplanned voyages. Okay, maybe the wind switched. It's possible the wind switched while they were on holiday. Unplanned, okay. Third other way across the Pacific. Called it quits. They stopped. Central. Too thinly stretched to venture further. 1,000 in total, and they encountered more than 300 in Fiji Island. Okay, so here they didn't travel further. Okay, let's see what we can do.
on an abandoned plantation, derelict. So an abandoned plantation on the cemetery, which is a significant discovery, was initially significant discovery, important, significant. Oh, sorry, damn it. It's B. F. Archaeological discovery. Careful. Okay, the Lapita explored and colonized many over several centuries, including something and tools. So they took taro, that's a type of plant, livestock, animals. So I. No taro. Okay. I is done. F is done. B is done. The burial ground increases the amount of Spriggs believes. There's Spriggs. The bones. Important. What's important? Important discovery. Other, including burial urn, which modelled birds arranged on the room as though peering down at the human remains sealed inside. Important discovery. Identifies the remains as Lapita. Okay. So the urn has got something inside. Urn is a burial urn is where you put your remains of a dead person. It's a burial urn. So G, since it confirms the something found inside a Lapita, the bones, human remains. So D, bones. Okay. According to the writer, there are difficulties explaining how the because difficulties explaining, there's a number of them. The wind, direction, technology. So no canoes have been discovered, they said. No one has found one of their canoes. Okay, so it can't be that one. Archaeologists have shown limited interest in this area of research. Rubbish. Little information relating to this period can be relied on for accuracy. Technological advances have altered the way such are viewed. No. So that's amazing. It's like as if they've as difficult for them as landing on the moon for us today. So it's no, that's wrong. So it can only be C. Little information relating to it can be relied upon for accuracy. Well, that's true. It's 3,000 years ago. Not much you can think about there. According to the 6th paragraph. God, do this to me now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one here. What is extraordinary about the Lapita?
They had ocean-going canoes, but why did they risk it? They sailed beyond the point. No, a lot of people did that. Discouraged the expression of fear. How do they know that? They don't even know. That's 3,000 years ago. Don't know. They were able to build canoes that withstood ocean voyages. Yes. Their navigational skills were passed on from one generation to the next. Developed and passed down over thousands of years. What's extraordinary? Ocean voyages. Canoes are capable of ocean voyages, the ability to sail them. Those sailing skills, he says, were developed and passed down over thousands of years by early mariners who worked their way through the making sure the real adventure didn't begin. Sailed out of the sight of land, which with empty hands on every side. This must have been difficult. Certainly it distinguished them from their ancestors. So the ancestors had these canoes, but they were special because they sailed beyond the point where land was visible. That's A. That's what he's saying here. This must have been as difficult because they went out of the sight of land. Okay. So A. What does this refer to in the 7th paragraph? It's over here. This is the wind, westerly travelling trade winds. They could sail for days until no necessary. Work. This belief that they would be able to return home. Secure in the knowledge that if they couldn't find anything, they could turn about and catch a ride home. So not their talent, but this ability using these trade winds. Okay. According to the 8th paragraph, how was the geography of the region significant? So this is 8 down to here. That's number 8. Okay. Okay, so I suppose the island were long, so they couldn't miss it. They're travelling backwards with the trade wind. Stretches for more than 500 miles northwest, southeast. So it would have. Geography played an important role, not in the culture. We don't know anything about the culture. No storms, no mention there. Navigational aid, large number of islands habitable, no. Overshooting the prime, getting lost sailing would have been too easy. Okay. So navigational aid, because they could easily go straight back into it. All right. Last one now. Yes, no, not given. It is now clear that could sail into, no. It's not clear. No proof they could sail against the wind. False.
extreme climate conditions may have helped play a role in Lapita migration. Yes, there's El Nino, super El Nino, so that's true. The Lapita learned to predict the duration of El Ninos. No, because that clearly states that they had long unplanned voyages, so they didn't really know. So that's false. Oh man, sorry. No. No. Yes. It remains unclear why they halted their expansion across the Pacific. For reasons only known to them. So they called it quits, they stopped. No one knows why except them. So it remains unclear, yes. And it's likely that the majority settled in Fiji. Hundreds of islands not given. There's a possibility, but it's not given. Okay. So there we go, and we had 7 minutes remaining. 7 minutes to check your answers. 7 minutes to move your answers over to the answer sheet. Obviously, I would be doing that in the real exam. I would be doing that at the same time, because there would be nothing more sad to spend all your time putting all the answers onto the question paper itself, and then running out of time at the end to put it on to your answer sheet. So make sure you do this as you go. I've got 7 minutes left, so I'll be able to put in the answers onto the answer sheet. Okay, and in the next video we'll be looking at. Right, so the answers on the right, official answers on the right, and my answers on the left. Let's see if we can get a better result than the 37 out of 40 for the last test. Okay, so the first answer is 2 or double I, and that was the development of mass tourism. And we said that this was how it started, so talking about this new major industry, and it's all mass tourism starting in the Industrial Revolution, the 20th century, after the Industrial Revolution at least. So paragraph CI, that's the economic and social significance of tourism, and we decided it was I because of the word society and how that has changed. So tax contributions, employment, capital investment, all these things suggest that it's talking about the development, the economic and social significance of tourism. And then 5 is correct. 5 is the difficulty in recognizing the economic effects of tourism. That was in paragraph D, and it was something about this is overlooked, underestimated, it's hidden, it's obscured. All of these relate to the difficulty in recognizing it. And then in number 4, paragraph E, we said it was 7, which is correct. 7 is the world impact of tourism. And paragraph E then, talking about worldwide tourism, economic impact, mentioned all these different countries, and the fact that it's from well, yeah, he mentions a large number of countries, but why not the others? Wasn't the wealthy? Foreign exchange was mentioned here, means of foreign exchange, but that's B, so that can't be it. So that was out. And so the last possible thing, and we said no, there was no mention of tourism, so the last possible thing could possibly go there is 7. Okay, then we've got this one, which is true. The largest employer in the world is tourism, and we found that because it was world's largest employer. And by the way, you might want to put the question number. When you find the answer, you put a question number next to it so you know where you found it. that's definitely helpful to do. Something you can do so that you can check your answers later on if you've got time at the end of the exam. Okay, C is not given. I said NG, so that's correct. Contributes to 6% of Australia. Now, was not the country, a very unusual question. The country was not mentioned at all. So literally, you just have to look for that country, and if you can't find it, it's a not given. Number 7, I said it was false, and this is not given. This is the one I wasn't quite sure about. Social impact because it promotes recreation, and I said it had a social impact because it was educative. That's one of the things it might have an impact, but it could also have an impact on it could have also got an impact because it's got this idea that people can use tourism to go on recreation holidays. The fact that it's not mentioned doesn't mean it's false. It's simply that it's not mentioned. So I agree with that, and it was a silly mistake, and I should have gone with not given. Just because they mentioned one of the reasons doesn't mean that the other one isn't valid, even though it's not mentioned. Okay, number 8, 2 main features of the travel and tourism industry make its economic significance difficult to ascertain. And I said that was true. And it was these things here, the 2 main features of the fact that it's diverse and it's fragmented. Okay. Number 9, visitor spending is always greater, not given. We agreed that it's not necessarily true. And that was not mentioned in the text. And then it's easy to show statistically how tourism affects individual economies. And that is false because over here it said it was difficult to, it's not possible with any degree of certainty to provide precise, valid or reliable data. Okay, so that's false. And then we went on to number 11, which was a source of income. Which is right, Greece is the most important source of income. Then the travel and tourism industry is major employer, and I'm just looking at 13 now. After all that, we got it wrong. Domestic tourism. Domestic problems associated with measuring international tourism are often reflected in the measurement of domestic tourism. Similar difficulties arise. Reflected. Oh my God. Okay. It's reflected, so there's a mirror. So you've got this situation, and if they're using the word similar difficulties, similar situations, it's reflected in that. So that is the reason why. You've got domestic, you've got international, and they're very similar. And the key word there is reflected, not international. God, okay. Okay, so that's incorrect, domestic tourism. Irritating. Okay, now number 14, description of the substance responsible for the red coloration of leaves. We said that was C, and C, that's that stuff there. So we all know where that answer sits. The reason why trees drop their leaves in autumn, that's B, and we spoke about this because they want to abandon photosynthesis. So that's all there in 15. Discards them, continues down there, so that all of that is related to 15. Some evidence to confirm a theory about the purpose of the red leaves. Evidence to confirm a theory about the purpose of red leaves. So that's H, and we said it was because the purpose was that they want to protect the chlorophyll from the sun, and the reddest on the side of the tree which gets the most sun, so that's why this one is H. And then an explanation of the function of chlorophyll, we said that's B again, which is good. And its function, it is to convert energy into new building materials for the tree. And then the last one is E. It suggests that the red coloration of leaves could serve as a warning signal. This was for the insects, produce vivid colors to convince them to stay away. And defense, sort of a warning and a defense. So E is correct. Then the answer here, the most vividly colored red leaves are found on the underside facing the sun or the sunlight. And they spoke about this here. Upper side of the leaf. Oh no, sorry. Here, the tree that gets the most sun, but we will come to the next one. The upper surfaces of the leaf, yes, that's what I had there. Upper side of the leaf is correct. And then the next one is dry. And we had daytime temperatures. Whereas dry, intense red colors are dry, sunny days, cool nights. Okay, and then the intensity of the red color increases as you go further north. And we've got that one because he speaks about the redder you go, the more north. The much redder they are compared to how northerly they are. Okay, then we go on to true, false, not given. True, this one is wrong and not given. So let's have a look. It is likely that the red paint helped to protect the leaf from freezing temperatures. Oh no, sorry. False, true, not given. False, true, not given. False, true, not given. Okay, sorry. So, it's likely to protect the leaf from freezing temperatures. Well, we said it was the sun, right? Why did I say true to that? That's stupid. So the whole point of this is to protect the sunlight. I don't know what I did that for. Of course it's false. What? Color is more stressed, the chlorophyll is more sensitive, so the chlorophyll is more sensitive, therefore it needs to be away from light. Hang on, so chlorophyll doesn't like being cold, therefore it's sensitive. It's sensitive because it doesn't like being cold, therefore it needs sunblock, which is this stuff that makes the red leaves turn red. So the redness is to protect the chlorophyll and not freezing it. Okay, fine. Seem to contradict what is known about chlorophyll. And there was this word paradoxical. It sounds paradoxical that it should be there to protect the light when chlorophyll actually wants light. But it's only when chlorophyll starts becoming sensitive that it doesn't want light, and that's why the red is there. 25 is not given, are more likely to be damaged by sunlight with turned other colors, and that we said we didn't know because this surely turn out to be as subtle and complex, so they don't know anything about the yellow or orange colorings, but they do know about the red. Okay, and then 25. Sorry, what's this? Question 26. It's B. Okay. 26b. How leaves turn orange and yellow in autumn. How? Offers an explanation. Where? Such as maple or sumac. The tree does matter. Shows the fact of this crime depicted other colours. We can reveal this unmasking explains the autumn colours of orange, yellow, but not the brilliant reds and purples. As Clara depleted, other colours that have been dominated by them have begun to be revealed. This explains, there's the word explains, the autumn colours of orange and yellow, but not the brilliant red. So this is talking about red here. Okay. Restricted to certain trees. What? Why not? Okay, I can see why that possibly is. Certain trees? Do you mean certain species of trees? Because it's trees that are in the north. Trees that are in the north have this, with the exception of evergreen conifers. Okay, I suppose it doesn't mention why some trees turn orange and yellow and some trees turn red. Okay, fine. Damn it. Okay, that's not good. Alright, let's go on to this one now. So hopefully there's no more mistakes, otherwise this is starting to get embarrassing. 27 is B, plantation, and we saw this here. We found this plantation. And then F28 is F, and we have it here, archaeological discovery, and this was important archaeological discovery, significant for important. 29 is I, which is correct. That's the animals, talking about livestock here. And then 30G, burial urn, important again. There's this word burial urn. It's an important discovery. And then 31D, bones found inside, and they don't actually say the word bones, they say the word remains, but it's 3,000 years old, so human remains, 3,000 years old. The only thing possible left are bones and teeth. Okay. Now 32 is C, because we used deduction here. We got rid of the ones that are impossible. So no canoes have been discovered. They said clearly that no one has found any of their canoes. Shown limited interest. There's a lot of interest in that. We can just tell by all these different people. Technological advances have altered the way such achievements are viewed. No, we are so amazed by them, we're saying that it's as good as, or as amazing as, landing on the moon for us these days. Okay, so the answer is C. And then 33A, yes. They said beyond the point where land was visible. We spent some time on that one because the key word here is what was extraordinary about the Lapita. And this is paragraph 6 up here. So their ancestors were amazing because they had
ability to sail on canoes that could go on the ocean. But the most amazing thing was the fact that they would happily go out of the sight of land. Okay, so the ancestors were amazing, but this was phenomenal. Why would they do such risky voyages? Okay. Then 34 is D. Good. This refers to the belief that they'll be able to return home, and we spoke about this. The fact that there were these trade winds that went westerly, and because they could travel westerly, because they were traveling to the east, if they decided to come home, they could easily just take that trade wind back home quickly. Okay, and so then 35 is C. Good. It provided a navigational aid. We spoke about A not being possible because there's no history of their culture. It meant that there was relatively few storms. They're not mentioning storms at all, so there's not B. And a large number of islands habitable. It doesn't say that. There are a lot of islands, but it doesn't say that the way that they are organized, their geographic location makes them easier to live on. It doesn't say that at all, so it can only be C. Right. And then we're on to the last. Let's see if we can get these right. So this is no. It is now clear that how they could sail into prevailing wind. Prevailing wind means wind that's coming towards you, and here there's no proof they could do such a thing as in travel against the wind. Then we had 37, which is yes. Extreme climate conditions may have played a role, yes, and we spoke about this. El Nino, super El Ninos here. Then this is a not given. They learned to predict the duration of El Ninos. Might have taken them on long, unplanned voyages. Yes, okay, not given because we don't know. Maybe initially they didn't know how to predict the duration, but after a while they possibly could have learned, and so the long unplanned voyages were for the people at the beginning of the period, and then they later learned not to do that. But it's not specifically no, it's not given, so I can see the reason for that mistake as well. It remains unclear why the Lapita halted their expansion across the Pacific. Yes, we said this is because they have said something like they decided to call it quits. Call it quits means continue doing something, stop doing something, and it's known for reasons known only to them. Okay, and then the last one is not given. The majority settled in Fiji. No, we have no information about where they decided to settle mostly. Okay, so quite shockingly, I think that's 5 mistakes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 mistakes. Five mistakes here, there's one there. 5 mistakes, so that's 35 out of 40, which gives quite a shocking result. Of 8 out of 9, getting worse than before. Anyway, there's the answers, and I found this one a bit more tricky than usual, especially here. Usually these difficult questions don't come up, these sort of questions don't come in the first section. It's quite tricky, this one. I thought, at least, you needed to know this word.
or really focus on it rather than this. Okay, I hope that was useful, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to this video where we will be trying to complete test number 4 from IELTS General Training book number 13. I have not seen these tests before. I've not seen the questions. I've not seen the texts. So I'm in the same boat as you, and we're going to try and complete this at the same time as you are. If you, however, prefer to do this by yourself without watching me at the same time, then by all means do that and skip ahead to the next video where we will be checking the answers step by step. Okay, so let's begin. It's 12 minutes past 7. So we'll be finishing it at 12 minutes past 8. Travel competition. Trip to Swedish Lapland. Okay. Camera. Annual. Guardian. Winner. Shot mount displayed. Offices in London. Okay. Swedish Lapland. Okay. To enter. Different theme. Overall winner. 4 nights. Return flights from the UK. 4 nights accommodation. Cold weather clothing. Okay. To report the trip. Photographs. Travel section. Okay. True or false not given. Okay, so that's our first year, our annual travel competition. Okay, here it is back. So that means false. Any photograph for the competition must be made taken on an overseas trip. Capture the essence of your journey, whether far afield or close to home. That could be in the UK. So that's false as well. End of year exhibition in London. Free for the public to attend. Free. End of year to public. Also see the shop mounted and displayed. End of year exhibition for the public. Not given. It doesn't say. The judging panel is made up of a group of journalists and a professional photographer. Group of journalists, professional photographer. So, members of the trip will judge. Okay, so members with S of travel writing team, group of journalists, that's done, and a professional photographer. And a photographer of photoview.com will judge. Yes, true. Trip to Lapland will only be offered to one winner. Okay, so we saw Lapland. And the overall winner, no plural, chosen from the 12 monthly, will go on an amazing 4-night trip to Lapland. So the winner. Okay, so that's true.
only. Every activity on the trip is focused on improving photography techniques. The key word here is every. It's unlikely, but let's try. So he will assist the winner plus other participants in a wide variety of winter subjects. Each day has a specific focus. Winter light photography, image editing workshops, so editing, night, action photography, so improving photography techniques, true. Anyone going on the trip may take some of the cold weather. Take some of the cold weather home, take it home at the end of the trip. Cold weather clothing. Including the cold weather clothing for the duration of the trip, thermal over winter qualified guidance. Okay, not given. Doesn't say if we can take it home. Articles written about them changed before being published. Yes, I think I saw that here. We reserve the right to modify your report as necessary. May be changed. Yes, true. Okay, I'm happy with that. And I'm going to move on. Again, running. This time headphones. Interesting. So I'm not going to waste too much time on this, except just look quickly at anything that's got a number in it. So nothing there, nothing capitalized. 2 meters here, MP3 over here. Okay. NB more than once. Okay, these headlines would suit someone who doesn't mind spending a lot of time. Spending a lot to get good quality. So spending a lot. If money is not an issue, they're worth considering. Not an issue. Okay, well that means that they're expensive. So this one is G. The battery on this is surprisingly long life. So where do we find the battery? Remarkable 8 hours on a single charge. So that's A. It's possible to keep in contact with while using these headphones, so you can phone people. A handy remote and mic for phone calls, so that's B. Although these headphones are cheaper than most, music sounds quite good through them. And I saw this down here. It's always feel risky buying the bottom of the market pair, but you don't need to worry. These profess fair sound quality, meaning relatively good sound quality. Okay, sounds quite good, fair. So that's E. These headphones are very strong, do not require gentle handling. I saw this about here. Where did I see this? Oh yeah, really tough. So you don't need to worry about just throwing them into your bag after a workout. So that's A again. And allows you to move around their playlist of music easily while they're exercising. Okay. And you built to skip and pause songs. Skip and pause songs while you work out. While you're exercising. I think that's F. This says before, so it's not C. Okay, F. Alright, I'm happy with that. I'm not worrying about that too much. Now section 2 with a flowchart. So in order, risk assessment office cleaning. That's a very exciting text. Case study. Before sending. Risk assessment provided by the Health and Safety Executive. Okay, so before sending. Manage. Noting things that might pose potential risks. Okay, da 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 da. Okay. Meeting. These included the client's own standard of housekeeping, immediate clearing of spills, keeping walkways clear, and the action if there's a fire. Okay, anything else? E.g. damaged doors. No. Okay. Discovered by cleaners. Okay. Risk assessment document. And describe what controls are in existence to manage these hazards. So what controls there are. Cleaning staff, making sure they understood the risks. So he understood the risks and how these would be monitored. Okay, anything else? No. Not English. Okay. Alright, so he visited the offices. He talked to health and safety. About the risks. So he spoke to the people there. Health and safety representatives. Okay. At a meeting, he talked to the client company about the policy of the company regarding. There's the example. Clear walkways. So keeping walkways clear. Policy of the company regarding housekeeping, such as our example. So there's your example. So housekeeping. Procedures to be followed in case of a fire. I'm pretty sure. Action to be taken if a fire broke out. In case of a fire. Facilities available to cleaners. For example, space available for. Okay, now. Storage. What equipment would be available, including the amount of storage space available. So space available for storage. Way of something, health risks and hazards. Way of reporting near miss accidents. Okay, so reporting. Okay, now created a document. Compared these to information that it's compare. The keyword is compared. Good practice guidance on its website. Okay, so its website. Displayed a copy of the risk assessment insider available to all teaching cleaning staff. Insider what? I would think it would be a folder. Translation? No. Copy. So inside a cupboard, pinned a copy in the cupboard where cleaning equipment was kept. Inside a cupboard. Available to all cleaning staff. Okay, I'm happy with that. That's pretty clear. All right, again, one-word answers. Virtual job interviews over Skype, for example. The video or Skype interview. Need to travel far, despite the convenience it does unique challenges. Okay, how it's the same. Screening, 30 minutes. Technical skills would fit the organization. Okay. Anything else there? No. How it's different. They would have to travel. So, appropriate location, appropriate equipment. Right, let's do this. Follow the same steps, so you don't need to focus on the same core. Identify what the critical topics are based on the job description and prepare to talk about them. Inside information. Okay. So monitor modern technology, webcam, test the headset, what the camera can see looking professional, messy or cluttered room, not good. Turn everything first as a step you can. Rehearsal, how to behave in front of the camera. So as much preparation as a traditional interview. Okay. Right, some companies prefer to interview job applicants digitally because of lower costs, I would say. Reduce costs. As with the standard recruitment process, virtual recruitment opens with, starts with screening first. Screening. Okay, applicants should read any details about the advertised post carefully and pick out important, so look for important, which they can discuss if necessary. Topics. Talk about them, so important topics, critical topics. Got critical there, so related to important. Good idea for applicants to check if they can be clearly understood when they use some microphone to find out how intelligible your voice sounds. Okay, so headset. Okay, applicants may not be familiar with that, so that person can try it out. That the person will use. Okay, it's also wise to establish what software the interviewer is going to work with and give it a trial run. So software. Okay, it's very useful to go through a rehearsal of the interview. Where's the word here? Rehearsal, where someone playing the part So a friend. Okay, I'm happy with those. Let's move on to section 3. Now this is where I spend more time on the text itself. Tuning up your leadership skills. Does jazz music offer lessons for today's leaders? Okay, interesting. Ever since the management conductor, business Warwick Business School, professors Dennis, the study of famous jazz music, leading interpreter teams in terms of jazz. Praise jazz was a jazz synonymous with creativity, improvisation, and innovation. Dynamic environments characterized by rapid change, dynamic, compromising both creativity and commercially. Okay, so why jazz? Duke Ellington, Miles Davis, Outback, Blakely. Best known names. Gina was a Pano Jazz, 1920s, 90s. Davis, Art, Blakely, Jazz Messengers. Okay, so this is jazz legends. Team coordination, team turnover. So 3 things. Diverse teams of talent. So diversity. Group conflict. Dysfunctional conflict. Egos, personalities. So how they deal with destructive conflict. So Ellington, Davis, Blakely. Okay, dealing with conflict. Okay, coordinate their behavior, achieve an outcome. So goal, let's put that as a goal. Oops. So achieving one goal is not the approach. Let's read that whole thing because that's important. Some leaders are very directive. So too directive. Whereas here, the leaders are more facilitators. Leaders are facilitators. And if you know the meaning, facile means people who make things easier for others. So easy. Okay. Okay, there she is again, Miles Davis. So I just saw that, that's interesting. Miles Davis discouraged band members from rehearsing in case it led to musical cliches from over practice. Interesting. Anyway. Okay, team turnover. Number of people coming and going. Okay, right, and leading reason, common reason for leaving. So sufficiently qualified. Okay, so encouraging development. Okay. Choose letter A to E. Which section contains the following? Summary of the different aspects of leadership that are covered in the study. So there we've got the 3 specific areas of leadership, team formation. So that is in B. The description of how band leaders sometimes passed on their leadership skills to others. That's down here. Band leaders understanding others. In particular, that are encouraged to become leaders. Okay, he himself. Okay, so that is E. A summary of the backgrounds of the band leaders chosen for the study. So it's basically who these people are. 1920s, 1970s, so that's B again. And remember, you can choose any letter more than once. Now 31, examples of ways in which one band leader encouraged me to become more creative. And examples of one band leader to be more creative. Okay, I didn't see that, so that's a tricky one. Looking for one individual. Miles Davis discouraged rehearsing in case of it. A cliche, if we know the meaning of cliche, it's everyone else does the same thing, so that might be meaning of creativity. If they're not. But it does say examples of which one. That's only one example. Creative. Okay, hang on, so there's one more. Similarity asked them to play a piece unusual key, so they learn different fingering patterns. Yeah, that's definitely Miles Davis, so that's D. Overview of the main similarities between the work of business people and jazz musicians. Here, that's A. And a description of 2 contrasting ways of leading a team. Okay, well, that was over here. There's one is directive, on the other hand, that's different. So that's facilitators versus directive. That's D as well. Okay, true, false, not given. The first to compare worlds of music and business. No, I don't think so. Ever since Peter Drucker exploring the differences between world of music and business, so that's false because of the word first. One reason why I'm just unpredictable. Work is unpredictable, yes. Where is it now? dynamic environments, rapid change, so yes. True. And then the researchers decided to cover only certain aspects of leadership. They focused on 3 specific areas of leadership. Only certain. Well, maybe. Again, if it's a maybe, that means not given. Okay, I think. Let's just double check. Only certain aspects. They focus on 3 specific areas. Wait. 3. Team formation, team coordination, team turnover. So, true, yes? Sorry. I think that's true because they're only looking at these 3 specific areas. There must be more. I hate it when they don't give you the option. If there's never a no given, then I start getting confused, and I think there should be one of them. That's why I put there NG, but at least certain aspects. 3 specific areas of leadership. It doesn't say that they are. I'm going to leave it as true. Okay. Right, trickier ones. When assembling their teams, the band leaders all prioritize players. Band leaders all prioritize players. In particular, they look for with different sounds or ways of playing. With different sounds, diff sounds, ways of playing. Okay, which fits there. Individual style of their own. Special technical skill, no. Okay, next one. What obstacle might jazz leaders face in reducing destructive conflict among team members? Now, I seem to remember this being something about ego. What single obstacle? There's only one. There are plenty of dysfunctional conflict. Clashes of ego and personality. Ego. Right, let's see. What obstacle might jazz leaders face in reducing destructive conflict among team members? Strong personalities. There it is. Huh. Okay, what approach to group coordination was shared by? Group coordination. They all worked as facilitators, empowering to collectively coordinate their behavior and action to produce the desired outcome. So they were just simply facilitators. They didn't direct people what to do. They just said, I'll make it easier for you to do what you want to do. Sorry, why did I put a Y there? Okay. they allow music to be created within certain agreed limits. Active, empowering to collectively coordinate their behavior and action to produce the desired outcome. So agreed limits, I don't see that. The increased opportunities for success and reduced chances of failure. To collectively coordinate their behavior and action to produce so increased opportunities for success, reduced chances of. Okay, this is going to be a case of deduction. So each member contributed equally, no. Agreed limits, no. They provided a structure within which could express themselves. A structure, no. So the only one possible is B. And then this man and her colleagues found that the high turnover of jazz musicians, of members in jazz bands, here we've got the word turnover. Turnover. Positive light. A fresh shot of knowledge, new ideas, creativity when new members joined. Okay. And that high turnover of jazz encouraged creative thinking. Okay. Welcomed by band leaders for benefits it brought. It's not reduced. Was not due to shortage. There was no mention there. That's an NG on that one. So I think it's B. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. Now what I would do is transfer my answers over to my answer sheet before the end, and you see that I've got still got 22 minutes left to do this, so that should be more than enough time to double check everything and move my answers over to the orange answer sheet. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video where we will be checking the answers. Okay, so now we're going to be checking the answers for the IELTS General Training book number 13, test number 4. If you haven't already done this test, obviously you shouldn't be looking at the answers. If you haven't already done this test, then please make sure you do it before you check these answers, or at the very least follow me doing this test itself in the previous video. Okay, now let's have a look at the answers. So the first one is false, which is correct. It was the first year. We said no. It can't be the first year because it says the competition is back, which means there must have been ones before that. Also, this says it's our annual photo competition, so it does imply that they've done this a few times before, every year. Okay, any photograph for the competition must have been taken on an overseas trip. That's false, because it says here you can capture the essence of the journey, as in take the photograph, far afield, as in overseas, on the other side of the world, abroad, or close to home. That could be in the UK as well, if you're UK based. This is a UK based newspaper, so it's only referring to the UK. Number 3, the end of year exhibition is free. That's a not given answer. We don't know whether people will have to pay if they want to come to this exhibition, so it's not clear, so that's not given. Then the next one is true. It's made up of a group of journalists. We had here members with an S here of the travel writing team of the Guardian newspaper, as well as a single professional photographer, which is, his name is Michael Ryan, and he's from this photoview.com, which you can assume that he gets paid to do that, so he is a professional photographer, so that's true. Then number 5, that's also true, and this is every activity is focused on improving photography techniques. Yes, we looked at this as this trip includes winter light photography, image editing, night photography, action photography. So this one is Sorry, I missed number 5, but number 6 is true. Let's look back at number 5. It will be only offered to one winner. Yes, that is the overall winner. There is no S over here, so a single winner chosen from 12 monthly winners. So the final one after all of that will go to this Lapland place. The next one is false, not given apparently. Anyone going on the trip may take some of this cold weather home at the end of the trip. Okay, so they're probably we're probably looking for a word like lend or borrow. So including this prize, return trips, 4 nights accommodation with full board, cold weather clothing for the duration. Oh, I see. I missed that one. For the duration of the trip, as in that's until the end of the trip. You can use this cold weather clothing, but then as soon as it's over, you have to return it. So I understand why that is a false answer. Articles written about the trip may be changed. Yes, we saw this. They have the right to modify your report if it needs to be done. Okay, so that's true. So one mistake so far. Okay, now we're talking about running headphones. And the first answer we said is G, which is correct. They don't mind spending a lot if money is not an issue. Okay. Number 10, we said that's A. They have a surprisingly long life. There's the word remarkable. Remarkable is a synonym for surprising, and long life, 8 hours on a single charge. That suggests it's a long time, at least in 2020. Number 11, it is possible to keep in contact with people using these headphones. Okay, the answer is B, which is correct, because you are able to make phone calls using the remote and the mic. Mic stands for microphone. Okay, number 12, that is E, which is correct. And these phones are cheaper than most, although the quality of sound is good. Okay, so a tight budget, I mean, you don't have much money. You feel risky buying the bottom of the market pair. So this is the lower quality, lower price stuff, but he's saying that the sound quality is pretty good. Okay, or quite good, so that's correct. Now number 13 is A, which is also good. They are strong and they don't need to be handled gently. So over here they are really tough, and you don't have to worry about throwing them into your bag. Okay, so handle gently, it's not necessary. Number 14, we said this is F, which is correct. They allow users to move around their playlist while they are exercising. Very important word there, and it relates to this word down here, while. While you work out, you can skip and pause songs. Okay, move around their playlist. Okay, skip and pause. All right, so everything correct there. Right, now we go on to section 2, which is this case study of general office cleaning risk assessment, and you just need to fill in the answers with one word only. Okay, so representatives is correct. We looked over here we found this word representatives. Following this, he consulted, he talked, consulted, talked, similar meaning. Okay, number 16 is housekeeping. Okay, so the policy of the company regarding housekeeping, we've seen it there. And it's talking, and it says such as immediate clearing of spills, keeping walkways clear. Such as is another way to say for example, and we've got e.g., which means for example, so that's correct there. Now procedures to be followed in case of a fire. This is an example of where collocations comes in, or a set phrase. This could also be a type of set phrase because you hear it so often, in case of a fire. So I knew straight away that I would be looking for something like that. And the word fire comes up over here. The action should be taken if a fire broke out. Okay, so in case of a fire. And then space available for, and there's another example, and we're giving here, he established what facilities would be available to the cleaners, including the amount of storage space available. So this is a sort of introduction to as an example. as well as the availability of sinks and taps. Okay, well, sinks and taps cannot fit there for first reason because it breaks the rubric, but also because you need to use the word space. So space available for storage. Okay, and then we've got the word reporting, a way of reporting that. We needed to say a method instead of way of reporting, and then here we've got risks and hazards, accidents and risks discovered, or near miss accidents. Okay, so possible risks. Okay, number 20 we had a website which is over here. Oh, sorry, I was ticking over here. A guidance set out by the HSE. We've got here HSE provided on its website, so something is on the website. We know that that's a correct collocation and grammatically correct. Okay, and then we've got the cupboard, which is correct as well. Display a copy of the risk assessment inside a cupboard, which is available to all cleaning staff. Okay, and cleaning a cupboard, access to the copy. The manager printed a copy in the cupboard where the cleaning equipment was kept. Okay, and so obviously cleaning equipment has cleaning staff have access to the cleaning equipment, which means it must have access to the cupboard, and that's where he's put it. Okay, now we're going on to the second part of section 2, where we're also filling in words. The first word is costs, which is correct. Some companies prefer to interview job applicants digitally because of lower costs, and we've got lower related to the word reduce. They often reduce costs by doing these virtual Skype interviews. The next one is screening, which is correct. That's talking about the virtual recruitment opens with, so that's related to the word first. First, there is screening. Okay, talking about the whole process, not the interview itself, but the whole process of recruitment. And the first interview is a screening interview. Number 24, they need to read details about the advertised post carefully and pick out important topics. Okay, so we found here critical related to the word important, and so they can discuss if necessary, and talk about relates to the word discuss. Okay, then we've got a headset. Make sure that it can be clearly understood using a headset. Now if you look down here, you'll see the headset, and to find out how intelligible your voice sounds, intelligible means able to be understood, so headset is correct here. Then if you're not familiar with the something, I would imagine it would be software without even reading here, because there are different ways of doing virtual interviews, not only with Skype. Maybe you've never used Skype before, so you would have to know how to use it. So I knew straight away to look for something like that, and we've got the word, where did I see it now? I haven't underlined it, or have I? Oh yes, down here. There it is. So it's also wise, or a good idea, to establish what software the interviewer is using. Okay, so if you're not familiar with it, you should try it out. So use it on a trial run. Okay, and then the last one is rehearsal, which is exactly what your friend would be able to help you do. They act as if they are the interviewer. They play the part of the interviewer. Okay. All right. Now, section 3, we go on. This notice I gave myself some summarized keywords that basically summed up the paragraphs, each paragraph, before I went on to doing the answers, because this gives me a chance to find the answer much quicker. Okay, so 28 is B, a summary of different leadership types, and we looked at this here, 3 different things, so it all fits here in B. And then description of how band leaders sometimes pass their leadership skills on to others. We said that was E. If we look down here, we talked about they encouraged and coached team members to become leaders. Okay, so these they were leaders themselves, but they were happy to pass on their skills. So pass on their skills. Okay, 30, a summary of the backgrounds of the band leaders. That was pretty easy, that one, because we looked at all of this, looking for numbers, like in the 1920s they did this, in the 1970s they did this, so that was quite easy, that one. 31, examples of ways in which one band leader encourages musicians to be more creative. And this one was a bit tricky for me, but I did eventually realize that there were two things here. Similarly, he often asked his musicians to play a piece. He discouraged band members from rehearsing. So this is all one man called Miles Davis, and he's over there, one band leader. So the answer for that one is D. And then an overview of the main similarities between business people and jazz musicians. It's all basically mentioned here, because they say both of them have to work in dynamic environments, both have to be dealing with rapid change, etc. So A is correct. And then the last one is D, two contrasting ways of leading a team. We've got the one that's very directive, as in I am the boss, I am micromanaging, I tell you what to do. And the other one is where I'm just the facilitator. I let you do what you need to do, what you think is best, because I trust you, and I'm going to make your job simply easier. Facilitate means to make easy. Okay, from the word facile in Latin-based languages like French. Okay, now true, false, and not given. The first one I'd said false, the second one true and true. I was very close to making a mistake there, simply because I was convinced, oh, surely there's going to be a not given. Okay, so fortunately I changed my mind there. So F was the first to compare. That's not true, because we have, ever since this expert, Peter Drucker, did this, he compared the business world to that of an orchestra conductor, somebody who is conducting a large band or an orchestra. So that's not possible. Number 35, that's true. The reason why they were chosen as research, because they come from unpredictable. Their job involves unpredictability. So again, we're looking at these words: dynamic, rapid change, uncertain, improvisation. All of these things relate to this idea of unpredictability. And then number 36, it's true, and they only cover certain aspects. Yes, they only mention 3 of them. Okay, there are lots of other things that are important in team leadership, but they don't deal with those. They look at only these 3 things. Okay, then we go on to 37, which is a C. They had their own individual style. Band leaders all prioritize players with different sounds or ways of playing. So we looked at it over here, and in particular they looked at musicians who had different sounds and ways of playing. So the only thing that could possibly fit with that is this one here, individual style of their own. Okay, they weren't used to working independently. They always worked together, but their styles were different, and joined together they made some interesting music. Okay, 38, we had A, not B. So that is incorrect. And apparently, so the obstacle that they face in reducing conflict, I said ego. We found this here. Many different personalities, high levels of creativity are a recipe for group conflict. Sure enough, there's plenty of dysfunctional conflict and disruptive clashes of egos and personalities. Ego means strong personality, right? So that's why I thought that was the answer. But apparently the answer is A. They might also reduce productive conflict. Reduce productive conflict. What obstacle? Obstacle is a negative thing, right? So negative, what do they face? What negative thing do they face when they're trying to reduce destructive conflict. Okay. There's plenty of give the best conflict that is. They should foster conflict that is productive in its effects while minimizing destructive conflict. So they should foster productive conflict, whatever that is. That must be encouraging competition, perhaps. Okay, so they should encourage competition, but not egos and fighting and stuff. But this is difficult when the sources of productive and destructive are the same. That is, differences in personality and thinking. So how do they deal with this? Okay. Oh, that's a tricky one. Okay, so this may also reduce competition. A productive conflict is another way to say, I think, I'm not sure, but I think competition. And you want competition within the group because that improves everybody's skills. So it may reduce competition. Obstacles. Obstacles, negative. Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking why B is not possible. Their team members tend to have especially strong personalities. Reducing destructive conflict. Disruptive clashes of egos and personalities. That's a really tricky one. Okay, so the idea is that the ego is not a negative thing. It's not an obstacle. It encourages destructive, productive conflict, as in competition. So it's not an obstacle. So the only obstacle is A. Okay, but I understand if anybody got 38. B is tricky. Okay, 39. Said this was C, so also another mistake. What approach did the group coordination? Approach to group coordination was shared? Apparently, increased opportunity for success. They provided a structure within which they could express themselves. Okay, we need to find the word structure to. Okay, these acted more like facilitators, empowering the musicians to collectively coordinate the behavior and action to produce the required outcome. Oh, I should have read a bit further. The performers were not left entirely to their own devices, though. All three leaders created a general framework. Okay, that's the danger of reading only, focusing only on the topic sentences and trying your best to just take a guess. That was my mistake. I literally did not read this sentence at all, or these two sentences at all, which means that I've missed out on the most important word here, structure, which is general framework. In that case, I completely agree that C is the correct answer. Okay, 40 is B, fortunately, is correct. The high turnover was welcomed because it brought benefits and encouraged creative thinking. And remember, turnover can be about money, how much profit a company makes, but it could also mean how often how regularly people leave an organization and new people take their place. Okay, and despite the resulting loss of knowledge and skills, it was a positive thing because there was a fresh shot of knowledge, new ideas, creativity when new members joined. Okay, so the total for this is 37 out of 40. Once again, only 8 out of 9. Again, probably because I was rushing a little bit as usual. And notice both of these times I wasn't reading enough. I was skimming a bit too much instead of actually reading for detail, and that especially needs to happen here, where I know the answer is sitting in this paragraph, which is great. Okay, I was very quick to find the answer, but I didn't bother to read the entire paragraph, which was very silly. Okay, so 8 out of 9 for me. Well done if you got higher. I wouldn't be surprised if some of you did, because you put in more effort than I do in these. Okay, if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Thank you.